This is Atomic Shinobi and today I'm going to narrate first part of What If Naruto Awakened, the power of eternal nothingness. If you enjoy this video, please like, share and subscribe to this channel. Now wasting no time, let's start the story.
The night was filled with a bestial roar, due to Madara Uchiha's interference and Kushina Namikaze ne Uzumaki's weakness during childbirth. The Kyuubi no Kitsune was freed from her own host on the evening of October 10th. Gamabunta, the Toad Boss, was summoned by her secret husband Minato Namikaze to battle the beast. I am sorry, little one. I know that I am being selfish, but I can't afford to seal the Kyuubi within my own daughter, Tokiko. I fear that madman, Madara Uchiha will come at Tokiko's childbirth to take it, but it will be much harder to take it from you, Naruto, he said, giving the dark-haired, indigo-eyed boy one last glance in his arms. Both Minato Namikaze and the Kyuubi no Kitsune were physically dead, but a fragment of Minato's spirit and the Kyuubi were sealed inside the newly renamed Naruto. Then, Minato turned to face the Kyuubi and said, I am sorry, Kyuubi-san, but it is time to go back to where you belong. Shiki Fujin. There was a brief flash of light. As Naruto grew up, he quickly realized how hateful everyone was around him. For 6 years, he had to put up with poisonings, beatings, hateful glares, attempted murder, and apartment vandalism, most of which were orchestrated by the Anbu Black Ops, which were led by Inu, the Uchiha clan, some Chunin, and, worst of all, Kushina Namikaze. Naruto started his annual escape from the mob on the eve of his 7th birthday. Given that they used every possible method to leave the scars permanent, the boy had already sustained scars from previous mob attacks. 2 of his most noticeable scars were the big cross scar on his abdomen and the Roman numeral for the number 9, which was located just below his collarbone. HMPH, idiots, can't seem to figure out the difference between a kunai and a scroll. Naruto thought as he fled, it is all that old man's fault. He just had to tell the damn civilian council, the ninja and especially the wife of the person who sealed the Kyuubi inside of me. The cries of, Kyuubi, and, murderer, echoed throughout the courtyard as the boy ducked a thrown kunai that had embedded itself in the wall he had been at. The cries grew louder and closer behind him. Only 4 Anbu members he could trust, Kuma, Itachi, Neko, and Ukami, were responsible for his misfortune, and regrettably, their commander, Inu, led them. Just so it happened, they were back on duty. Naruto gasped and uttered, damn it, they're getting smarter, bet Inu. Teme told how to get past the maze, I need to, 2 kunai were flung and lodged in Naruto's back, causing the young child to fall hard to the ground, abruptly ending his monologue. While the crowd surrounded him, Naruto reached behind him to remove the tanto and kunai from his legs and yanked out the kunai in his back. Arg. Damn. With a sneer on his face, one of the Chunin asked, any last words, demon? Yeah, a few things. 1. You all are idiots and 2. I hope that you all rot in hell. Naruto retorted, backing up to the wall. The Chunin raised his kunai, and Naruto saw it fall on him before it bounced off with a loud clang. The Chunin repeatedly tried, saying, what? Naruto looked this time and saw the shape of the object guarding him. It was a weapon. A shield. And as he reached forward to seize it, he saw that lances and other weapons were all around him. It is the Kyuubi, as Jinchuriki pondered, what power is this? Is this, the Kyuubi's power? Naruto released the shield and it reattached itself to the others. Naruto affirmed, no. It is not the Kyuubi's power, if it was then the Anbu would be on me, it is my power and mine alone. Now, moon, shine down, Naruto yelled, glaring at the crowd. He was engulfed in a blue-green eerie light, and his face took on a feral appearance, which caused him to become manic and bestial. And now, move aside. The Jinchuriki grabbed the claymore and screamed loudly as he ran at the crowd. With the moon's help, he was able to lift it and send shockwaves of energy across the floor, hurting both ninjas and bystanders. As Naruto watched the carnage and blood pour out of the alleyway, he heard cries of pain, agony, and cries for mercy. The Sandaime appeared out of nowhere, flanked by Inu, Neko, and Itachi. You are late, old man. Maybe you should retire if you are this slow at protecting people, Naruto said in a chilly voice as he interrupted the elderly man who had started to say, Naruto. You show respect to the Hokage, you little brat, Inu snarled. Fuck you. I give respect to people who have earned it, only 2 of you here in front of me have done so. You nor the old geezer have not earned the respect to call you anything, to me. You are just dirt. The Jinchuriki then glanced at Neko and Itachi and grinned at them. Hello. Neko-san. And Itachi-san. Nice to meet you 2 again, although I wish that they were better circumstances. Nice to see you 2 again, Naruto, happy birthday, though I wish it was better. Thanks, Neko hugged him. It is none of your concern. And why the sudden interest, Sarutobi? Is it the fact that I have shown an interesting ability that you will mention to the council in an effort to make me a breeding factory or to somehow control my actions as your personal weapon? Sarutobi asked, killing the moment. What was that in the alley, Naruto? Everyone here is dead except you. Why is that? Naruto instantly lost his smile and glared at him. The ice in Naruto's eyes and voice made Sarutobi wince a little as he went on. I think not. From now on, I will defend myself, and anyone who attacks me for no reason will be persecuted and disposed of on their family's doorsteps. If anyone can get away with attempted murder, then so can I. Naruto, Sarutobi started, but Naruto interrupted him once more. You have no right to call me like you know me so familiarly. From now on, my name is Rutaxon, and you will tell the council to address me as this until I deem people worthy of calling me that. I don't see a Hokage or the god of shinobi. I see a pathetic old man being bossed around by a weak council whose power have no jurisdiction over shinobi affairs. When Inu had had enough, she leapt at Naruto, only to have the boy's concealed lances emerge to encircle the Hokage's head and puncture all of his vital organs. So this is how you did it, concluded Sarutobi. That goes double for you, Inu. This is your first and only warning, and if you don't follow it, then I will kill you and those precious to you before your very eyes without shedding a tear, Naruto yelled. As Naruto made his weapons vanish and Inu gradually retreated, he erupted in rage. He walked back to his apartment after picking up the two kunai and tanto that had stabbed him. After letting out a sigh, Sarutobi heard the poison in Neko's voice and responded, permission granted. Permission to speak freely, Hokage. Sama. Just goes to show that you and this villager have fucked up badly. The boy had no choice whatsoever in being the vessel of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, and yet this village, his own village, has tried to kill him many times since he could walk. Your idiocy of trying to make Naruto loyal to this damn village, was an utterly stupid move that you made, especially knowing that your jackass of an Anbu commander is one of the many people who hates the kid for the Kyuubi and enjoyed watching him suffer, foolishly believing that he is a demon. Wham! Inu objected. I have not. With blinding speed, Itachi swung a haymaker across Inu's face, sending him flying into the fence. The young man, who was usually stoic, yelled out, that is some bullshit you pulled out of your ass. Once you were aiming to kill the boy with that cheap knockoff of a Rasengan until Kuma stopped you and gave him that cross scar on his abdomen. On another note, I am ashamed of my own family, especially the man that I call father. Itachi, stand, said Sarutobi. No, Hokage. Sama, I refuse to sit back any longer, knowing that this monster, this demon will harm Naruto. I demand you will assign me as Naruto's guardians along with Ukami and Neko, or I will withdraw myself from the Anbu program. You, Anbu, you will not demand me of anything at all. I am the Hokage, your superior. Itachi took off his mask and flung it at his legs. Then consider that my resignation as an Anbu captain. I am sick and tired of you not protecting the vessel, Yondaime. Sama set the seal to keep the Kyuubi at bay, and if you mess with it, I am pretty sure that you will release the demon, and I will make sure that it destroys this village. Neko heard Inu say, stop him, Neko. No, I agree with Itachi. Hokage. Sama has been too lenient with these villagers. He need to take action against this injustice. The Hokage admitted defeat and remarked, fine, you and Neko will be his guardians. Sarutobi swore to himself, damn it, if I lose Itachi and Neko, then Kuma and Ukami will follow as well. Those four are the best at what they do, and plus I need Itachi in case the Uchiha clan rebels against us. Damn it. Best decision you have ever made in your second reign so far, Neko said. But Hokage. Sama, leave it be, Inu. He was serious with that threat of his, and we can't afford to have any lives destroyed like tonight. Plus those two are the only ones that he trusts now, and also the fact that Naruto's rage and anger will release the Kyuubi to have his revenge on his village. Get someone to clean this mess. Dismissed. Naruto viewed his newly acquired power while sitting on his bed later that evening. 2 chakrams and 2 gleaming red clubs were among the intriguing weapons. He also observed that he had acquired additional weapons. Naruto asked himself, I wonder what this power that I possess is. A voice said abruptly, I can tell you. What? Naruto woke up a few minutes later to discover that he was in a sewer after his world abruptly went dark. Great, now I definitely killing the asshole who thought it was funny to throw me in here. Actually, Naruto-san, this is your mind. When Naruto looked up, he saw a gate and a fox with 9 tails standing behind it. Oh, so you were the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Funny, I thought that you would be a bit bigger than that. Do you remember anything? Yes, I remember that the Yondaime was the one who sealed me into your body, but I don't understand it. I thought that I would be sealed into his daughter. I am guessing that he didn't want to seal it inside of his own flesh and blood because of his selfishness. But I could understand seeing that his child would have been raped on top of my experiences with the damn villagers and ignorant ninjas along with Iwa. Now what is this power that I hold? Why did you attack this village and what is your true name? The Kyuubi responded, that power is your Kekkei Genkai, the Nothingness. The previous wielders formed a group called Organization 13 and had no hearts. Their essence was destroyed and wandered until they found your ancestor. As you progressed, you will be able to control darkness and light itself to your whim. As to why I attacked, I was forced to attack this village and regrettably I should have finished off this person after the first time he controlled me. His name is Madara Uchiha. His ambition is combine the Biju and create the Jubi to control the world as its Jinchuriki, and lastly my name is Tomomi. But that is impossible. Hashirama Senju fought Madara Uchiha and killed him. How did he survive? He has the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the ultimate form of the Uchiha clan's bloodline, the Sharingan. He took his brother's eyes and implanted them inside of his own. Somehow he has made himself immortal. Naruto replied, looks like I will have to thank him for making my life hell. Now since you have been inhabiting my body for the last 7 years, do you know the extent of my bloodline? Yes, your bloodline will gain 2 more weapons at random as you kill up to a total of 20 people. Looks like I will have to become a ninja. Why are you so willing to help? Because as much as I despise humans, I despise the ones who are stupid enough and find pleasure in attempting to murder an innocent child. Plus I believe that you are the only one who is capable of killing Madara Uchiha. One last thing. Can you change into your human form? It is kind of hard to look up at you without straining my neck. Of course, she shrank down to a silver-haired woman with ruby slitted eyes, dressed in a warrior battle skirt, as her chakra covered her body. An illustration of Rosario plus Vampire's inner Mocha donning the Battle of Xena. Much better. Now if I didn't know any better, the Yondaime put a fail-safe seal in case that I just so happen to try and release you, nay? Tomomi replied, yes, but it is better to try to remove the seal outside of the villager than inside to cause a panic. Naruto closed his eyes and the sewer transformed into a forest with trees, a lake, and a small cottage. All right, I will demand Sarutobi to leave this village or go into the forest of death, but first. Along with the improvised versions of the Yondaime and Madara, he also pressed the seal into a choker that appeared around Tomomi's neck and had a blue diamond at the end. Naruto remarked, there, much better than before. Arigato gozaimasu, Tomomi said, gazing at the landscape with wonder. No problem, Tomomi, my mind was a little bit bleak to say the least. Now tomorrow, we will start to train, considering I believe that you know many styles in the art of Kenjutsu. Naruto, Rutakusan, X was born. Since Kenjutsu was going to be Naruto's specialty, Neko and Ukami took the boy from his apartment to live in their home and trained him in it. Sarutobi used considerable force to allow Naruto to enroll in the academy and train to become a genin, and Naruto grew increasingly resentful of the village after the Uchiha clan massacre incident became public knowledge. His mentor and former Anbu Itachi Uchiha, was forced to perform the deed. Only the woman, the children, and the elderly were spared. Flashback. Naruto, who had been trained and honed by Itachi through poker, walked into the academy with a detached expression. He observed that the majority of his classmates were clan heirs. A pink-haired girl strode in, and his eyes narrowed as he recalled the times when her father and mother eagerly joined in the yearly mob attacks. He remained silent and kept his eyes closed as he sat in an empty seal in the back by the window's corner. Then 2 men entered the classroom. A silver-haired man with a genuine, kind smile on his face and a brown-haired man with a birth scar on the bridge of his nose. Good morning, class, I am Iruka Amino and this is my assistant, Mizuki. We will be your teacher for the next 4 years. Now stand up and state your name, age, hobbies, likes, dislikes and dreams. I'm Sakura Haruno, 8, my hobbies are picking flowers and brushing my hair. My likes are Sasuke.kun. My parents and my little brother, Takeshi. My dislikes are girls who think that they can get my Sasuke.kun. My dream is to become a great kunoichi and win Sasuke's heart. Shoji Akamichi, 8, hobbies are helping in the kitchen and eating. My likes are my friend Shikamaru, food and barbecue chips. My dislikes are people who hurt others, people who makes fun of my weight, people who judge others before getting to know them properly and eating the last piece of meat. My dream is to become the clan head of the Akamichi clan. Ino Yamanaka, 8, my hobbies are working in the flower shop. My likes are my family and Sasuke.kun. My dislikes are girls who try to steal Sasuke.kun away from me. My dream is to become the head of the Yamanaka clan, a great interrogator and marry Sasuke.kun. Yan, troublesome. Shikamaru Nara, 8. My hobbies are playing shogi, sleeping and looking at clouds. My likes are my friend Shoji, sleeping and looking at clouds. My dislikes are troublesome people and people who judge others by the cover of the book. My dream is to become a jonin, marry an average girl and have 2 kids, a girl and a boy. Yahoo! Kiba Inazuka, 8. My hobbies is playing with my dog, Akamaru. My likes are my mother and my clan as well as Akamaru. My dislikes are my older sister. My dream is to be the head of the Inazuka clan and be the strongest. Shino Aburame, 8. My hobbies are collecting bugs and training. My likes are my colony, my clan and training. My dislikes are insults, arrogance and judgers. My dream is to be the head of my clan. Hinata Hyuga, 8. My hobbies are flower pressing, cooking and training. My likes are the moon and cinnamon buns. My dislikes are seals, judgers and arrogance. My dream is to be as strong as my father, but as kind as my mother. Sasuke Uchiha, 9. My hobbies are training with my brother. My likes are tomatoes, my brother, a certain girl, spicy food and my clan. My dislikes are sweets, fangirls and demons. My dream is to become stronger than my brother and father. Despite the fact that Sasuke explicitly stated that he detested fangirls, the class became silent when Iruka had to use his patented big head jutsu to stop the girls from squealing over him. Amy, 8. My hobbies are training, looking at the stars and dancing in the rain. My likes are chocolate and stargazing. My dislikes are girls who give kunoichi a bad name, arrogance, and people who judge others unknowingly. My dream is to become the strongest kunoichi ever. Tokiko Namikaze, 9. My hobbies are training and listening to storms. My likes are sweets and my family. My dislikes are the villagers and elders sucking up to me, and my dream is to surpass my mother and father's legacy and shadow. Rutaxon, 9. My hobbies involve training. My likes are my friends, who I will not name. I despise this village, the Uchiha clan, except a few people who will remain unknown. Kushina Namikaze, Homura Mitokado, Kaharu Utatane, the Sandaime Hokage, and most especially, the Yondaime. My dream is none of your concern. Naruto sat down, and murmurs and whispers danced around the room. Tokiko gave Naruto a pitying and melancholy glance, while Sasuke glared at him and his fangirls. Although her mother had taught her to despise and stay away from the Kyuubi no Kitsune, she was unable to do so. In order to protect her innocence in the village, her father left her a letter that detailed the entire situation, stating in great detail that the Kyuubi and Naruto were 2 different entities. He also explained why the Kyuubi was not sealed inside her, but he was pressed for time and neglected to mention that his wife was the second Jinchuriki. Naruto didn't notice Tokiko's dejected expression because he was unaware of the looks people gave them and thought they were all the same. Well, then how about we do a bit of sparring? Iruka replied. As everyone filed out of the room, Naruto was the last to leave, followed closely by Iruka and Mizuki. Thankfully, Naruto was paired with Shino Aburame when the class was finally divided into groups of 2. The boy assumed his clan style taijutsu, and Naruto assumed his boxing stance, keeping his right fist about 6 inches from his face and his left close to it. Naruto ducked as he tripped Shino after Shino chose to attack first, but the Aburame corrected himself and retreated. Then, Shino kicked, but Naruto blocked it and punched instead. Naruto landed on his feet and swung Shino's arm to make the Aburame spin like a whirl, but only the Aburame managed to catch it and flip him to the side. Naruto suffered the same fate after the Aburame managed to land on his other foot. Until they parted ways, the 2 kept going in this manner, neither of them winning. You're good, Shino, but your taijutsu isn't effective without your kakaichu. You are correct, Rutaxon.san, would you like to use your bloodline? When Naruto asked, Shino arched an eyebrow and said, but the senseis interrupted. A true shinobi uses everything at his disposal to win a battle. True, there are some honorable ninja in the world, but the majority follows the previous rule. That is how wars are fought and won. Now leave the senseis to me, I will worry about them. Reluctantly, Shino nodded and slowly revealed his kakaichu from his sleeves. So the Aburame clan uses the kakaichu to company exist in their bodies, Naruto said, observing them with interest. Tell me, are there any other clans that use the same concept as you? He whispered. Yes, the Kamizuru clan from Iwagakure. I think you will go far with your bloodline, but remember, relying solely on your bloodline will cause dependency and hinder you in the near future, Naruto said, nodding. It's a shame that kids are afraid of you for that. Then Naruto saw a flash of glass, and the Jinchuriki exclaimed, Koi, Rutaxon, Shino, you are not supposed to be using advanced techniques in your sparring. I am afraid that I have to give you 2 detentions, Mizuki said after Shino launched an attack by aiming his kakaichu at Naruto, but the kakaichu were unsuccessful. Actually, sensei, I was only letting Shino show me what a true ninja is like. Am I right, Mizuki-san, in thinking that a ninja will use every advantage at their disposal to win? Yes, but, therefore, though there are maybe honorable ninja, but there are most cases that ninja will retort to seduction, bloodlines, jutsu and weakness exploitation, which refute my statement. As Mizuki left in shame, the rumors began to circulate. I guess if you two are doing that, I can't give you detention on those grounds, v. Very good for you two to think about that scenario, c. Carry on. With a startled expression, Shino turned to face Naruto, who merely gave him a wink. If you were wondering why your Kakaichu could not seem to reach me, here is the reason. Naruto briefly revealed his Nothingness bloodline. I can use these special weapons to defend myself or launch an attack with a single mental command. That was my bloodline, the Nothingness. Like the Hiraishin, I can levitate, teleport, and wield weapons to attack people. Impressive, Rutaxon, Shino retorted. Please, call me Naruto. I feel that I can trust you, Shino, with my real name and my bloodline. Why? Let's just say that I know what it feels like to have everyone avoid you for something different. The class spent the day running through the obstacle course after Iruka said, "Okay, time to test your physical strength. You must run through this obstacle course." To the chagrin of Sakura and Sasuke, Naruto received the highest score because of his run. Nins with the mob. He walked home after that, but Kuma stopped him and said, "Hey, Kuma-san, what do you need?" "Sorry to bother you, Naruto-kun, but it appears that Hokage Sama has to decide to tell the esteemed council about your bloodline and they want to discuss it with you," Kuma yelled. "Well, then let's see if I can't cause a bit of chaos in the room," Naruto said, his eyes narrowing. "So what do I owe the O.So great and powerful council this wonderful visit?" Kuma asked, holding Naruto's shoulder as he performed the Konoha Shunshin to get to the council. Koharu remarked, "We just so happen to hear that you have a bloodline," in response to Naruto's sarcastic statement. And Naruto uttered those words. "And why did neither the Hokage nor you tell us about this?" "Because you haven't cared about me since, and it wasn't your business. Several of you have attempted to kill me in the past, but none of you have been successful and never will be. Less than half of you don't give a damn." "You will honor this council, boy," yelled Kushina angrily. "HMPH, like you respect your husband's last wish?" Naruto shot back. "Ha, you want respect, but this council hasn't done much for me. Respect is earned, not given, and you haven't earned it, as I told Sarutobi a year ago." Infuriated, the Namikaze swore, "Get my husband out of this." Specifically, a former husband. "I guess I've touched a tender spot, Lady Namikaze? Perhaps you have come to the realization that your foolish husband chose to sacrifice the life of a random child rather than end his own. He was unaware that you and the entire village would have applauded her for it. As a result of his foolishness, my life has been a living hell." The Jinchuriki let the kunai clash with his shield of weapons as Kushina leapt over the table to attack Naruto. "What is that?" While considering methods to combine Uzumaki's life longevity and chakra ability with Naruto's bloodline, Fugaku inquired. "It is none of your concern," Naruto coldly answered. "You will tell us or," Homura said, slamming his fist against the table. "Or what? Take away my ninja status. Since I would be a civilian, I could simply go to Iwa or Kumo to become one." With the exception of Heishi and the minor clan head, the faces of the council went pale when Naruto said, "You don't really need me at all." The Jinchuriki went on, "Unless this occurs, I have access to the food stores and ninja stores and am treated like any other decent person. Yours truly and he alone will enforce that final rule. The best deal I can and will give you all is this one." Along with Kushina and Fugaku, the civilian side started to scream in indignation, saying, "Too bad, this is shinobi affairs and all of you owe me for holding the Kyuubi." The room fell silent when Naruto said this, and Sarutobi stammered, How? Come on, when I brought up the coward who was once known as the Yondaime Hokage, I practically said it. Yes, I am aware of the Kyuubi. It would sort of sink in given the crowd's constant yelling of, "Let's kill the demon fox. Good thing I killed the last mob." "You will be executed after we breed your bloodline," Homura yelled instantly. "Try it, I could kill you in a blink of an eye, nobody but me can activate this bloodline, plus killing me means Kyuubi gets released. Now shut up and sit and spin on Koharu's dick, back to my deal." Then, Heishi said, "I agree with it." "Heishi," hissed Koharu. "Rutaxon-san is correct. We all owe him our lives, Nar. We should all respect him as a human being, even though the sealing was not done with his consent. In addition, if Rutaxon chooses to remain, I think he can contribute to this village." The Yamanaka clan follows the Hyuga clan's statement, Inoichi said. As do the Nara clan, as do the Akamichi clan. As do the Aburame clan. Sume grinned wolfishly and stated, the Inuzuka clan is in favor of the pups deal. Kushina exclaimed, this is unbelievable. How do you defend this unfair arrangement? How do you defend your husband's selfishness? You and Kakashi would have fought valiantly to protect her, and the entire Konoha would have shielded her from the Shinigami himself if he had used Tokiko Chan for the sealing. Instead, he seals the fox by selecting a random infant who was born the same night as your daughter. Overall, Naruto should be respected and you should be shunned. He deserves to exact revenge on this village for the crimes committed against him, Sume shot back. But he is a dem, Kushina interrupted. Shing. 2 lances materialized at once, pointing at her forehead and heart. Complete that sentence. Just give me one more syllable, and I'll make you join your idiot husband in Mikai's 9 levels. Naruto let out a growl. The Uzumaki. Namikaze matriarch closed her mouth, either sensibly or simply out of defiance, and Naruto vanished his own weapons. Gazing into Naruto's blue eyes, Kushina stated, the Namikaze clan disagrees. The Uchiha clan declines. The Sarutobi clan declines. Like it makes a difference, Naruto remarked. Goodbye, esteemed council. I hope we don't cross paths again. Well, only with the shinobi clans, excluding the old monkey, bitch, and bastard. Itachi entered Naruto's room later that evening and muttered, Naruto. Yes, Itachi.ni.san. What is it? Itachi responded, I am afraid that is going to be the last time that I will see you or Yugo Chan again. What? Why? What has happened? My father was planning a coup d'etat. They also plan to use you as a weapon and breeder. Sohomura, Kaharu and Sarutobi have ordered me to kill them. What about Danzo? He is good. He was able to spare the children, elderly and my mother. So stay strong and never give up, never back down. Watch over my stupid brother and try to make sure he doesn't do anything stupid. Got it, Naruto. Aniki. Alright, Itachi.ni.san, Naruto said, wiping away his tears and nodding. After giving Naruto his old tanto, Itachi said, also be careful and watch out for the council, as I have left some incriminating evidence to help you against them along with your own. How did you? I trained you. I know how you operate a bit, thanks for helping. Silently, Naruto nodded, and Itachi gave him a typical forehead poke before vanishing in a canned shunshin. Itachi's gentle smile, the only genuine smile he gave to his brother, Yugo, and Naruto, was the last thing Naruto remembered about him. Flashback comes to an end when Naruto returned to the academy the following day. The newest rumor was about Sasuke's family's whereabouts. Did you hear what happened to the Uchiha clan last night? No, what happened? I heard that most of them were killed last night by Sasuke's own older brother. Really? Is Sasuke-kun alright? As he looked up at the sky and saw a raven fly by, Naruto smirked inwardly at the remark. Yeah, he is supposed to be in the hospital. I doubt that he would come to school after what happened to his dad. My dad said that there was nothing left to actually confirm that it was his body. Thanks, Itachi.ni.san, for the early birthday present. Before long, everyone was in class, talking about the Uchiha clan massacre. Okay, class, settle down, today, Iruka said. Then Sasuke Uchiha, his mother Mikoto, and Mizuki entered. Iruka said, welcome back, Sasuke. Sasuke grunted, his expression shifting from a smile to a permanent frown. The brown-haired Chunin said, well, then take your seat. Sasuke walked confidently over to his desk and sat down, covering his mouth with his fingers. Iruka said, great, now who was the first Hokage? Naruto ate his bento in his usual spot beneath the tree as soon as lunch arrived. Naruto's ears perked up when he heard someone sobbing quietly, and when he turned to look behind him, he saw that it was Tenten, an old friend who was a year older and in a higher year than him. Naruto said, hey, Bun, what are you crying for? Tenten's body froze for a second, and she wiped away her tears to see Naruto grinning. Naruto.kun. In the flesh, so how is life, Mouse? Chan. All right. Number 13, Tenten and Naruto met at the orphanage and bonded after Tenten gave him her lunch. Since Tenten always seemed to be unlucky, Naruto gave him a lot of nicknames, but Tenten was only able to find number 13. A serious Naruto said, oh, then why were you crying? Come on, Tenten, what is the matter? Told Naruto as Tenten bowed her head and muttered something to him. Everyone seems to hate me in my class because I seem to have a knack at weapons. Well, everyone except Ayane.san and Lee.san. That is it? You are crying because of that? Just do what I do, ignore them. Just because you specialize in something doesn't mean that you have to cry about it, it means that they are jealous of you for your gift. Thanks, Naruto.kun, so you are in the academy too? Tenten said with a gentle smile as she glanced at Naruto. Yeah, the old bastard managed to pull some strings to get me in. With hesitation, Tenten inquired, are you still at the orphanage? Nope, the old bitch threw me out when you left, but I am living in a house with a couple. They are really nice and I will be fine. Worse things have happened to me before, Tenten. Naruto replied with reassurance. Tenten nodded silently as she watched Naruto be brutally beaten by the caretaker after Tenten's knee was scraped while playing on the swing set. I will see you later, Mouse. Chan. Naruto grinned and remarked, looks like my class is returning for the physical matches. As Naruto hurried off, Tenten's face burned with shame. Don't call me that, she yelled after him. Next, she grinned and sighed, saying, that Naruto.kun. The Uchiha gave a silent nod and hurled the shuriken at the targets after Mizuki said, okay, Sasuke, you are up first, throw these shuriken at the targets. While some of the boys complained, the fangirls applauded his flawless score, and all of the stars had sunk into the bull's eye. Chunin smiled and said, okay, Tokiko. Chan, you are up next. Tokiko threw her shuriken. The majority of them missed the bull's eye by a narrow margin. While some of the girls scowled or complained, Mizuki said, good job, Tokiko, and the fanboys applauded. Rutaxon, come forward. After noticing Mizuki's subliminal tone, Naruto examined the shuriken and discovered it was significantly heavier. As he threw his shuriken one by one, the boys smirked and looked directly into Ami's eyes, all of them hitting the bull's eye with precision. With an artificial smile, Mizuki remarked, good job, Rutaxon. One of the fangirls objected, saying, but sensei, nobody is better than Sasuke.kun. The mute must have cheated. Naruto slowly turned to face the stupid girl and said, this coming from Uchiha fangirl who prefers to pop out babies instead of train. HMPH, foolish little girl, if you assume that I have cheated, then you better have a better argument than the fact that I beat Namikaze and tied with Uchiha. Given that Naruto had not spoken for months, the children were taken aback by his speech and the words that escaped his lips. Iruka responded, all right, class, settle down, Amy, you are next. But sensei, aren't you going to punish Rutaxon for cheating? Surprisingly, Tokiko Namikaze made the following statement. First off, Aya, if Naruto had cheated, Mizuki. Sensei or Iruka. Sensei would have picked it up. Second, Rutaxon trains constantly since he has nothing to do at all. Third, why would he cheat? He is practically the strongest here. Naruto never heard her dispute his claim, given that he had left the arena. The only place where Naruto felt at peace with the world and himself was under the cherry blossom tree, where he sat later that day. The Jinchuriki opened his eyes to see Sasuke standing in front of him, his fangirls behind him, as he heard footsteps shuffle toward him. What do you want from me, Uchiha? I think that you manipulated those shuriken to your advantage. Sasuke said with confidence, my father said that the Uchiha clan is always the best. I think that the proper term is, once said, given that your father is resting in pieces, the Jinchuriki said with a laugh. Don't you dare, yelled Sasuke. Fine, I won't dare mention you father unless you don't dare question my ability with weapons. Naruto cut in with a glare. You may believe in the bigotry of the Uchiha that they are the so-called superior clan, but remember, even someone through enough guts can kill a superior, even someone who proclaims to be a god. Also, if the Uchiha clan is the strongest, why are they dead? Why was your father not Hokage? You know what? We will settle this. You will switch partners with me and I will show you the power of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke clenched his teeth in rage. And why should I stoop to your level to fight you? Asked Naruto, raising an eyebrow. Sasuke said something that Naruto would later come to regret, because, I will make sure that Ayane will have a life of hell. Naruto started to leave. What did you say? Murmured Naruto. I said I will make Ayane's life a living hell. Naruto thought angrily, you bastard. She is your fucking cousin for God's sake. The victim of a rape incident is Ayane Uchiha, Mitsuki Uchiha's daughter. The clan discovered that the colors were reversed when she activated her Sharingan. The background was black, and her Tomo marks were red rather than black. Because her own mother was unable to defend herself from being raped, she was automatically viewed as a weak link in the clan and mistreated due to her impure blood. She ran to the sakura tree where the Jinchuriki had once been when she was being teased by some of her classmates, which is how Naruto first met her. With a smug grin, Sasuke answered, she is a failure just like you. All right, said Naruto, clenching his teeth and fist, "I'll switch with your partner Shino." Good. The Uchiha and the fangirls then left the Jinchuriki alone, oblivious to the wind whirling around him and his eyes gradually turning a slitted red. Itachi.ni, Ayane. Chan. Makoto.san, I'm sorry. But Sasuke just picked the wrong button to push and he is going to get knocked down a few pegs. He was deeply concerned. As promised, Naruto later changed from Shino to Sasuke during the sparring. Sasuke turned to face the Uchiha and remarked, "You showed up. I thought you were going to run away." Naruto answered in a monotone, "You never gave me much of a choice, Uchiha. Now hurry up and let's be quick about it." His tone brought to mind his brother on the night of his father's murder, and Sasuke frowned visibly. Sasuke adopted his family style of taijutsu, while the Jinchuriki adopted the academy style. Naruto had to dodge a kick to his knee after he leaned back to avoid the Uchiha's vicious right hook attack. The cocky Uchiha caught Naruto's quick punch and threw him aside, but Naruto corrected himself, slapping Sasuke's wrist to break his hold on his arm and then giving the male Uchiha an uppercut that sent him to the ground. As everyone stopped fighting and went to watch the battle, they all gasped in shock to see that Sasuke leapt up angrily after the Uchiha was knocked down first. Naruto swiftly ducked and raised himself to flip the Uchiha, causing him to land hard on his back as the Uchiha charged at his opponent. As he delivered a high kick to Naruto's head, Sasuke exclaimed, "I will not lose to you." The Jinchuriki ducked, only to be struck by Sasuke's fist in the stomach and then the face. As Naruto stepped back to dab at his bleeding lip, he saw that Sasuke was a little gaunt from his violent blows. Naruto changed his position slightly and waited for Sasuke to approach him and pull a dumb move. This didn't take long because Sasuke Uchiha never had patience. In fact, he didn't have many virtues at all. With a sigh, the Jinchuriki dodged and executed a sweep kick, tripping Sasuke before elbowing the Uchiha in the solar plexus and rendering him unconscious. Never ever threaten the lives or well. Being of the few people that I respect and or care about, Uchiha. I have already lost 2 people in my life to your clan's arrogance. I will not let that arrogance destroy another person's life," Naruto said in a whisper as he left. Ting. Naruto turned slowly and saw a kunai point on the ground first. He then followed the path to Sakura Haruno's outstretched arm and her angry expression. She demanded, "How did you deflect that? I didn't even see you move." Naruto calmly asked, "Why did you throw that kunai at me?" She retorted, "Because you hurt Sasuke-kun, you freak," but she screamed instead. "It was a spar, Haruno-san. Of course I hurt Uchiha-san, in a fight. There are no terms that say when Uchiha appears on the scene, that opponent must bend over and take his punishment for facing him like a bitch. No, a true ninja would fight back, and if you don't want me to maim your ugly face as it is, then I suggest that you don't be so stupid to attack me. HMPH, smartest kunoichi, my ass," Naruto said as he walked away. Replied Mizuki, "Sakura, take Sasuke to the infirmary and don't do anything to him. Rutaku-san, tell me just how did you block Sakura's kunai?" Naruto said icily, "Why should I tell you? You never gave 2 shits about me until today, Mizuki. Go to hell." The Jinchuriki retreated to his tree and bided his time until they were done. He smiled slightly when he heard a familiar voice say in a light tone, "You know, you didn't have to do all that to him, Mr. 13. HMPH, your cousin was an asshole, I can't help that. So Tenten told you that I am in the academy, Ms. 14? Yeah, I heard about the challenge from those fangirls, couldn't keep their mouths shut. I am sorry that he forced you to fight because of me. Damn Shisui, I'm glad that Itachi.ni killed him." "Yeah, me too, so how have you been lately?" Naruto nodded. "I have been better since the massacre happened since Makoto Sama is in power now and reinstated as a Jonin. She has been protecting me a bit from harm and now I just have to worry about Sasuke. Teme. I am strong enough to protect myself due to my training, you? Me, same old except for one thing. It just so turns out that I have recently activated my bloodline a few months back. I have weapons that are hidden around my persona, swords, spears, halberds, etc. I will have to kill a set of 10 people to get more of them though. Naruto, don't worry, I will be fine, just as long as you guys are safe. I won't go on a rampage. Also a friend of mine will be helping you just in case Sasuke tries something with you. But, I know you are strong, Ms. Hikari, but I know from personal experience that mobs can overwhelm the greatest ninja. Besides it is someone you know and will do a better job at protecting you. Alright, but I am not going to like it, Naruto. I know, Ayane. Chan, when Naruto grew up, he switched from wearing a white shirt and green pants to a black tight fitting shirt. A long black hooded coat that ended at his ankles, a silver chain in the front, and a full-length zipper. You understand what I mean. After graduating, Ayane and Tenten were assigned to different teams. While Ayane was placed under apprenticeship by Gekko Hayate, the resident swordsman of Konoha and the fiancé of Yugo Uzuki, Naruto's guardian. Tenten was placed on Maeda Gai's team along with Rock Lee and Neji Hyuga, the previous year's Rookie of the Year. Alright, today is the day that all of you will or will not become ninja. The test is the Bunshin no Jutsu. Iruka replied. Naruto frowned at the mention of the test, thinking, this test is so pointless. Konoha has become weak. No wonder the death rate is so high for genin reaching their C-rank mission. Each academy student proudly emerged one by one, wearing their headband tied to a different part of their body. Until Iruka called his name and he stood up to go to the other room, Mizuki said, please perform the specified jutsu. Naruto responded, Bunshin no Jutsu, and 5 flawless clones materialized next to him. Congratulations, Naruto, you are officially a genin. As he pocketed his headband, Naruto remarked, yay, woo, to be honest, this test sucks. I bet a civilian could pass this thing easily. Nobody uses this type of illusion anymore at all. After that, Naruto left the academy, observing the sickly smiles his parents gave him, until the Jinchuriki returned the favor by flashing his headband, which was concealed in his pocket, and turning the smiles into frowns. Deuces, bitches. Naruto turned and accidentally ran into the last person he wanted to see on Earth after laughing at them and giving them the finger. You, said the individual. Yes, me, what the hell do you want, Namikaze? Do you have something else better to do than try to kill the one who holds your coward of a husband's killer? How did you pass, Akuma? The woman, Kushina Namikaze ne Uzumaki, whispered back. You know, for someone who once held the Kyuubi inside of your gut, you were pretty hypocritical. Does that make you a former demon? Maybe I should tell your daughter behind the history of the Uzumakis and the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Maybe I should tell the real reason why her father died. After all, it was your own fault that the Kyuubi was released. Be careful of how you deal with me, Kushina, because if I so desire, I could release her from this prison to kill you, the village, everyone, well, except a few people that is. Sayonara. Kushina's eyes widened and became enraged as Naruto passed by. Kushina was thinking, I didn't kill Minato, the Kyuubi did. You were wrong, demon, it was you. Tokiko went up to her mother and asked, Ka-san, what is wrong? Kushina looked at Naruto's retreating back and said, Nothing, Toki-chan. I was thinking about how to give your graduation present. So he knows everything about the connection of the Uzumakis and the Kyuubi, but the Kyuubi was never responsive to me, so how does he know about the release of the fox? Since it was the only time he could let loose without fear of the Hokage watching him with his damn crystal ball, Naruto practiced his bloodline and taijutsu at night. Then he heard shouting and the sounds of a battle, so the boy went to investigate and found Mizuki and Iruka locked in combat, which didn't appear to be friendly at all. Naruto recognized the scroll on Mizuki's back, which was accompanied by his Fuma Shuriken, as the Scroll of Seals. It contained seals and forbidden jutsu, including the one on his stomach. Naruto took a spear and hurled it between the two fighters, thinking, why would you put a scroll of Kinjutsu somewhere in the Hokage Tower and tell that information to Chunin and up? Of course, some idiot is going to get power. Hungry. Rutaxon. Iruka is trying to steal the scroll. Take him out now, Mizuki yelled. Cut the crap, Mizuki, and since when have you ever told the truth? 1. I know that you secretly hate me for thinking that I am the Kyuubi, which I am not, sealed in my gut. 2. You are aiming to kill and dismember instead of fighting to capture and incapacitate, Naruto said. Iruka cried, Rutaxon.san, run, and Mizuki laughed, saying, you are right, I thought that you would be dumb enough to believe me, but I see that it will not work, die, demon. Naruto used his bloodline to block the shuriken, and the swords materialized. Mizuki, you wanted to know why I could block that kunai from Sakura 4 years ago, meet my bloodline, the Rei no Ken. Mizuki set down the scroll of seals and removed his 2 Fuma Shuriken from his back, as he said, I am going to enjoy killing you, A.N. Imagine Axel's stance from Kingdom Hearts 2. Naruto smirked and leapt down in front of Iruka, drawing 2 swords from their invisible form. They both had a key-like shape, the only distinction was that one was black and the other white. The traitorous jerk said, 2? Where did you get those? For a Chunin, you are not very smart. I just said my bloodline is made up of invisible weapons. Now I want you to meet Oathkeeper and Oblivion. Here is a little history. Oathkeeper represents the bond between 2 people who eventually came to love each other. The second one Oblivion represents the bond between two people who were friends, turned enemies, turned friends again. The wielder of their two weapons' name was Roxas, the nobody of Sora, the key of destiny. Then Naruto smiled inwardly. But that is not all of his abilities. He can glide at fast speeds, so fast in fact that he leaves behind a lens flare and control 13 sword-shaped shields of light energy which can connect to form a laser array. Also levitate his keyblades in the air and can also counter any extended combo with a more powerful one of his own, even creating a ring of damage just by twirling them in a circle. His special attack involves him floating in the air and shooting his 13 light shields around the arena, which then light it up in a thick twilight mist as Roxas begins shooting blue spheres of light at his opponent from energy gathered in his hands. Judging by the video of his style, he often attacks rapidly from side. Side, confusing the opponent, leaving a trail of light behind him. Mizuki laughed. I wonder how powerful they are once I defeat you and take them from your dead hands. Come on, I make your misery all stop. The theme from Axel plays. Mizuki threw his shuriken at the Jinchuriki as Naruto charged at him, but Naruto used Oblivion to knock the weapon aside. Naruto's eyes widened as he ducked to the left to avoid being split in half, only to sustain a gash on his side as the traitor grinned and withdrew his free hand. Mizuki deflected Naruto's Oathkeeper swing with his left shuriken, and the silver-haired man attempted a sweep kick, but the young swordsman leapt back. Naruto followed Mizuki as he leapt into the air, slamming into him in midair as they clashed on the tree trunks. Then, as Naruto pushed off the trees and caused Mizuki to crash into the floor, the Chunin appeared to float in midair for a brief moment. A recent graduate of Iruka's was kicking his old friend's ass up and down the forest, which shocked Iruka. Mizuki yelled, "Die!" as he attempted to impale Naruto with his shuriken, but Naruto used Oblivion to cut the wires that connected to Mizuki's fingers and Oathkeeper descended upward. "You first, traitor!" Naruto then exclaimed, his eye turning red. Mizuki sidestepped the Jinchuriki's Oathkeeper and threw his own shuriken in response. Once more, Mizuki's main weapon was rendered useless when Naruto used Oblivion in a two-handed strike to cut the shuriken in half. Desperate to escape to his master, the Chunin flashed hand signals, Kaden. Hausenka, Mizuki ran toward Genesis, forcing Naruto to dodge the flaming fireballs. Mizuki would not have missed the devil's grin on Naruto's face if he had been standing there a minute earlier. Mizuki's eyes widened as he took hold of the Oathkeeper's hilt and turned to face Naruto. The weapon flashed back in Naruto's hand, which was just in front of him. The boy cut his torso in a cross. Slash. Looks like I win, Mizuki. Teme. Now please have a nice life in hell and send my regards to the Shinigami and be sure to tell the Yondaime that he is a coward as well as an idiot. Mizuki exclaimed, "I knew, you were, a demon." Naruto scowled, and the Jinchuriki stabbed him in the stomach. He yanked it back violently, forcing Mizuki to stand up again while clutching his stomach and falling to the ground. Now let's get something straight here, I am not a demon. I am a Jinchuriki, a human whose life was sacrificed because of one man's cowardice. Naruto spat on Mizuki and said, "Welcome to hell, bitch." Then he had a sick thought. "Are you alright, Iruka? Sensei?" he asked Iruka after approaching Mizuki and urinating on his head. "Why? Yeah, thanks, Rutak-san. My name is Naruto. You have earned the right to actually call me by my real name, Iruka. Sensei." Afterwards, Naruto made a comment. "Wow, you guys are later, by now. Mizuki would have been long gone with the scroll of seals. Damn, maybe I should have done pranks and wore a neon orange jumpsuit to have you guys chase me. Oh, well, sayonara, have fun with the cleanup crew and he is dead, so you have fun." While Naruto took the scroll of seals and Iruka back to the hospital, the Anbu seized Mizuki's bloody, piss-covered corpse. The real thing was left hidden in the forest, and after the Hokage returned home, a copy of the scroll was made to return it. The two lovers emerged to find Naruto in his blood-stained clothing after Naruto called out, "Hayate, you go. I am home," Hayate remarked. "Oh, for the love of all that is holy, Naruto. What the hell? This is the 5th time this month that you came home covering in blood. Hey, the last one was justified. You would kill the bastard too if he tried to stab your nuts with a potato peeler. Anyway, turns out that Mizuki tried to go rogue and take the scroll of seals along with killing Iruka. Sensei, I was in the area and stopped it by fighting him. He should be in the morgue by now with a hole in his stomach." Yugo responded, "You were well in your right and acted accordingly. You did that to give Sarutobi more paperwork, didn't you?" "That and Iruka. Sensei was very kind to me, strict on the teaching, but kind. Well, I better go get some rest. so I can report the events despite the fact that he was probably watching the whole thing. Hayate.kun, our village is full of idiots, including my sensei. The more they push, the more brutal Naruto becomes. Yugo sighed as the boy went upstairs. Good night, Naruto. I just pray and hope that some dumbass is not stupid enough to harm those that he holds dear, or else Naruto will become an unstoppable force to crush this village down to its roots. And I, for one, will not help this village when the time comes, Hayate retorted. I know, my love, life has been a bitch to Naruto. Konoha has made him into who he is today. Welcome, Naruto said when he appeared before the council and the Hokage the following day. Rutaku-san, I will not tell you again, Sarutobi. Welcome, Rutaku-san, please have a seat. Everyone heard Naruto's voice laced with venom as he uttered Hiruzen's title. I prefer to stand, Hokage. Sama. Could you please tell us what happened last night when you met the deceased traitor, Mizuki? Did Shinny Aburame inquire? Yes, Shinny. Sama, Naruto replied, his tone shifting to one of politeness. Given that Sarutobi was using his crystal ball to spy on me and that I am the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, who has no privacy in the damn village, I was honing my skills in the forest. The Haruno made a statement, your privacy was not breached, Rutaku-san. You have killed over 11 villagers and 3 of our ninja, all of them were Chunin level. In response, Naruto said, because they attacked me and violated the Sandaime law, which states that the younger generation, including myself, should not be aware of the Kyuubi and that my suggested threat should not be referred to as a monster, freak, demon, etc. Additionally, you wouldn't want to be interrupted while having sex with the majority of the civilian council, Homura, Sarutobi, and, most importantly, the late Fugaku Uchiha. I am not a time bomb. Saya Haruno went pale with fear as Mikoto snarled at Naruto and used her Sharingan to threaten him. Naruto.san, would you mind expanding on that charge? When the Jinchuriki approached her and looked into her eyes, the Anbu tensed up and their hands drew closer to their weapons. Be careful what you say, and I'll know if you're lying. The Uchiha matriarch's hands were shaking as he pulled 5 pictures out of the inside of his shirt and placed them face down in front of her. As he did so, the images of Saya Haruno and Fugaku Uchiha became more explicit and obscene as Naruto flipped them over, laughing as he saw Saya's face pale at Mikoto's expression and flushed at the memories. Are there any particular marks that you can identify as belonging to your late husband? Said the Jinchuriki. Mikoto said softly, yes. The birthmark on the left shoulder is shaped like a pentagon. It is real. Glaring at Naruto for hurting her friend, Kushina retorted, Miko-chan, it could have been a trick, he could have used a genjutsu. With a sigh, Naruto said, I don't know any illusions, you dumb bitch. Hell, your husband so obligingly sealed my enormous chakra into me that I am unable to even execute genjutsu. I am immune to genjutsu, which is the only positive aspect of it. Oh, and you can thank Itachi for providing me with the details about your husband, Mikoto.san. As they say, keep your enemies close and your friends close. He committed a white lie. He could create illusions using Zexian's lexicon, but in order to activate it, he would need to get that person or people inside the book. But we are not your enemies, Sarutobi started. No, not my adversaries. They're worthy of another chuckle. Haha. The civilian council appeared to be planning to pay off some civilian whores in order to win my trust and impregnate them with my seed. Old Mummy Man wants my power under his thumb. I could see the greed in your eyes as you wanted me to be loyal and a living weapon since I held the Kyuubi and now my own Kekkei Genkai. Except for the tomato head, I am a little cautious of you all. In my opinion, you are the enemy. You know, I would kill you right now for attacking me, but I would rather make you suffer just living as a reminder of your husband's failure. Kushina growled as Naruto blocked her katana with one of the whirlwind lances. The Sandaime yelled, Kushina, gather yourself and stand down. This is a gathering, not a combat zone. When did this happen and how did Itachi know? Mikoto whispered as the Namikaze matriarch sat down and glared at Naruto. When did this begin? Are you sure you want to know, Mikoto.san? Naruto asked, his eyes softening slightly. Yes, the matriarch of Uchiha said, biting her lip as tears of rage, hurt, and betrayal threatened to spill. It began 2 years prior to the massacre. The bastard was too slick for Itachi to prove, but he knew something was wrong with Fugaku. I heard him discussing his situation with Taka one evening, and since I had excellent blackmail skills and good stealth training, I decided to do it in case Fugaku tried to harm me in any way. Every Thursday and Sunday, Fugaku and Saya were busy at the hotel, signing in as Yusuke and Ayane Hibiki. I observed their patterns. The henge on both of them would fall after 2 hours. Saya exclaimed, that is not true. Mikoto spat out in rage, turning her red eyes on the Haruno. "Shut it, wench, or I will rip out your tongue. I will deal with you later." The Uchiha matriarch turned to face Makoto and said, "Please continue, Rutaxon.san. By the way, that was a nice intimidation tactic. You just earned the right to call me by my real name now. In any case, I used a camera without a flash or noise and with night vision, which I set up in the closet. If you weren't convinced by the photos, I also have a video of it. Why did you hold off on sharing this until now? First of all, you wouldn't have believed me at all because you were grieving and in love with the bastard. 2. The Haruno were given false security to make them think her naughty little secret was safe. 3. Fugaku would have hurt you and a friend of mine in your clan to control my behavior, so I couldn't get close enough. 4th, the tomato bitch, with whom you were friends, might have brainwashed you into believing that I am the sword rather than the sheath. 5. If the aforementioned brainwashing had been thought to be true, I would have used the information to ensure that you were demoted and that Itachi was given his proper position so that he could be honest with you. It's a shame that he went rogue. Who is this Uchiha clan friend of his? I might be able to use him or her as leverage against that demon, Kushina thought, but I just hope Miko-chan doesn't find out. I see. Thank you for being honest with me, Naruto.san. What? You can't really think this is true. A boy over your husband? A member at random yelled. Well, let's check the photos that Makoto-sama herself verified. As he snatched up the TV in the corner, the Jinchuriki remarked, Haruno's shady looks at me, her sweaty, shaking palms, and the pale expression on her face all confirm her guilt. And the evidence of the two fucking like there is no tomorrow proved my word against Haruno and the deceased husband. Do you have any proof that I am lying? Naruto pulled out a tape, plugged it into the TV, and hit the play button, revealing Fugaku and Saya fighting like rabbits in the heart. The person who uttered the outburst remained silent while gazing at the recording. The shinobi side was appalled, and some of the council members, including Sarutobi, were restless, given that the majority of them were, as you say, familiar with Saya Haruno's. Makoto's anger was so intense that it manifested as a visible chakra explosion. I'm going to kill you, bitch. As she strode toward Saya, who was whimpering in terror, she yelled. But Naruto stopped her and remarked, I can't let you do that, Makoto.san. Give me one good reason why, her child, hers and Fugaku's, Takeshi Haruno is actually Takeshi Uchiha. How do you know that? Exclaimed Saya. Remember, I am immune to genjutsu, but I have to say it took me a while to figure out that seal that Fugaku placed on him before he died, replied Naruto. Makoto's hand twitched in a claw motion as she said, but that doesn't change the fact that I can't kill her, I have grounds to go it. Naruto replied, you are right, but I have a better idea. Let her live, but to make her regret her decision, by exploiting her weakness, by taking the one thing she craved and cherished, by taking her son away with no visitation rights whatsoever. Saya knelt at Naruto's feet as soon as her eyes widened, saying, no, please don't do that or anything else but that. He is my boy, my child. If I had to face the fact that I would never see my son again, I would sooner have her kill me 1,000 times over. You should have considered that before you slept with my cheating bastard of a husband, Makoto said, grinning sickly at her. My son Itachi was a blessing from him, but he is no longer with us because he killed his clan out of rage and a desire for power. I will fully accept your decision, Naruto. Please, don't let her do this to me, screamed Saya, gripping Naruto's pants. With his eyes closed, Naruto said, Saya.san. Yes. When Naruto's sadistic grin emerged, her expression turned to horror. Welcome to hell, and I told you before. Karma is a bitch, she said. Remember how I previously told you this when you gave me this beautiful scar on my collarbone? The Haruno fell to the ground in tears as he lowered the collar to reveal the Roman numeral for 9. I killed you by causing you to lose your son, which was the thing you valued most in life, after I caused you to lose your reputation and your authority as a council member. As he left the sobbing shell that had once been Saya Haruno, Naruto said, thank you for allowing me the pleasure of taking it away. Anbu, kindly take Saya out of this room, bring her home, and keep a close eye on her. If Sakura.san is left alone, I worry that she will become an orphan, Sarutobi remarked. After that, Naruto gave Kushina a spooky smile and said, just as you saw Saya walk out the door, don't think I won't hesitate to do the same with your daughter. Kaharu interrupted, asking, are you crazy? Do you dare to jeopardize Tokiko Namikaze's safety? Of course not, don't get your grandma's pants in a knot. I'm just alerting you to the fact that Lady Namikaze would actually try to do something rash, as you say. Returning to the reason for my visit, I went to investigate after hearing Iruka, Sensei and Mizuki, Teme fighting. I stepped in to help when Iruka, Sensei became incapacitated. Mizuki attempted to frame Sensei after I showed up, but I knew that he was secretly bitter and constantly trying to discriminate against me and my friend Shino because he was my first sparring partner and understood the true burden. I was initially going to leave him alive after our fight, but he decided to enrage me, so I killed him. By the way, Sandame, did you send the Anbu late because you mentioned that Iruka was a friend of yours, or is it because your Anbu is slow? What are you talking about? The elderly man asked. I dispatched the Anbu to locate Mizuki. It's almost unbelievable that a Chunin schoolteacher discovered him, since my clone will kill your grandson and his tutor, Ebisu, in 5 minutes. I tell you what. How quickly can your Anbu operate? Anbu. Now locate Konohamaru, Hokage. Sama, there was no clone in the vicinity, the Anbu said as they returned after dispersing right away. In 10 minutes, your Anbu arrived at our location, whereas it took 3 minutes and 43 seconds. Would you mind explaining? Naruto remarked while examining his fingernails. I don't care if I owe you, Rutaxon, Sarutobi said, glaring at Naruto. Please don't ever threaten anyone I value. Do you get the idea? Now, Crystal, given that you made the title of Hokage to essentially be the council's bitch, you just helped validate my theory. If only you had shown that much passion 7 years ago. However, I never answered that test question correctly. You are a huge letdown to Tobirama, Sama and Hashirama. Sama, Hiruzen. The council was disgusted with him, at least from the shinobi perspective, and Sarutobi thought, Naruto, you have truly changed. What have I done? I have turned you into a monster, and as a result of this error, I must now be more cautious around you. So, am I fired, Hokage? Sama? Naruto's voice snapped the elderly man out of his reverie. In response, Hiruzen said, why? Yes, you are. Shikaku Nara remarked, well, that went well. Basically now the council is his bitch now, as Naruto nodded and walked out of the room. How do you suppose that, old friend? Shozo retorted. For starters, Naruto is still suspicious of us all even though every clan in this area has indirectly aided him, with the exception of the Namikaze clan and most of the Uchiha clan. He must have a ton of information and dirt on the elders, Hokage, Sama, and the civilian council, whom he detested with all his heart. We are basically screwed. The head of the Nara clan then reflected, not only that he had discredited one of his primary oppressors and turned her into a shadow of her former self, but he had also won the support of the Uchiha clan by exposing the affair with Fugaku and Saya. Furthermore, he just demonstrated that our Hokage was attempting to use Iruka's death to turn Naruto into a weapon. Yes, this is difficult to admit, but we are screwed. You mean that we? Kushina asked. I mean, he has previously received assistance from all of the minor clans, including one of the major clans. The boy was tortured by the civilians until he was 7 years old. You despise him for stealing your husband, and Sarutobi. Sama is upset about his wife's departure and is attempting to turn Naruto into a living weapon. The Hokage was justified in his actions. Didn't you hear him threaten my child? Kushina defended the Hokage. He only cautioned you about going too far with him. He didn't threaten your child. Can you hold him responsible? You are the former Jinchuriki, after all, and Tokiko. Chan is always reminding you of the what-if situation. The one in which your daughter is regarded as a hero and the heir to the Namikaze clan. And he thinks you are responsible for some of the attacks, but he is unable to provide evidence. He will take advantage of your love for your daughter and Sarutobi. Sama's love for his grandson in order to completely destroy you. With a slight shudder, Inoichi said, he sounds like a miniature version of Ibiki. No, Heishi retorted, he is worse, a combination of him, Itachi, and Orochimaru. To be honest, if we continue to push him to the limit, he will become Itachi's second coming, but the only thing is that only a minimum will survive his rampage. It is an act of war against him to attack him or anyone he considers important. While Kushina, the elders, and Sarutobi were stoic, there was a hint of fear on the inside. The civilian council was visibly pale with fear, and those who tried to irritate Naruto will not be spared any mercy. Iruka had gauze pads on his face and his right arm was in a sling when Naruto, the Jinchuriki, entered the classroom. Well, Naruto said with a mocking laugh, you look like shit, sensei. Very funny. Thank you for helping me, Naruto. I never thought that Mizuki would betray us like that. He was bitter toward me for the attention I received after my parents were killed, and he pretended to be my friend from the beginning. He even played Tsubaki. Chan, his girlfriend, Iruka remarked. Well, I'm relieved the bastard is gone. I just hope the girlfriend won't try to kill me. Keep an eye on yourself, sensei. Because of your connection to me, there are powerful individuals who will attempt to kill you indirectly. What sort of individuals? Iruka asked. Students soon started to swarm the classroom, talking about their new status as genin, and some of them were interested in Iruka's condition. The kind of people that will sacrifice countless lives for the sake of one dead person and another person's loyalty. That is all I can tell for now. Whatever happened to you, sensei? What happened to Mizuki, sensei? Sakura inquired. Mizuki has left us. He attempted to leave the village with the scroll of seals, but I was ready to stop him and a friend helped me deal with him appropriately. He is currently incarcerated. Now, for your teams. Flashback. To assign the teams, the Hokage assembled his Jonin. Alright, Kurenai-san, who would you like? Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame, these three would make an excellent tracking team with their unique Kekkei Genkei. The mistress of Genjutsu said. Alright, now Asuma.kun, the inhaler replied, I will do the next generation of the Ino. Shika. Show formation again. Their jutsu complemented each other as a capture and retrieval team as well as interrogation. With his pipe in his mouth, Sarutobi remarked, which means Kakashi, you get Tokiko Namikaze, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Rutaxan. Relax. For one, that kid got more skills with that bloodline of his. He would be perfect for assassination and espionage with his stealth along for assault, a voice said, and everyone turned to see that it was Enko Mitarashi, staring at them with a dango stick in their mouth. I haven't taken on a student in a long time. Sorry, Mitarashi, but I will be training him. Oh, bullshit, you just want him to make him your stress reliever and keep an eye on him, besides the way you teach sucks ass. Enough! Yelled the Hokage. Naruto will be paired with Anko as his sensei, and Team 7 will have Kakashi as their sensei. Dismissed. Final flashback. Tokiko Namikaze, Q fanboy scream, fangirl wail, smirk on Uchiha, and head banging against the desk. Sakura Haruno, Q evil fangirl squeal. And Sasuke Uchiha will make up Team 7. Rutaxan will be the sole member of Team 13. Q glares and awkward silence. Shino Aburame, Hinata Hyuga, and Kiba Inuzuka will make up Team 8. Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, and Shoji Akamichi will make up Team 10. Team 11, Iruka went on until he listed every team. Tokiko decided to get up from her seat and go to Naruto's position in the back. So it looks like we are going to be teammates, huh, Rutaxan.san? The Chunin said, now you will have a 30-minute break, so try to use this time to get to know your teammates. He then gave Naruto an apologetic look. She said, my name is Tokiko Namikaze, and I'm excited to collaborate with you soon. Why are you talking to me, Namikaze? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow at Tokiko's extended hand. You have better things to do than talk to me, don't you? As Tokiko rubbed the back of her head, she said, well, no, not really. Sakura doesn't think I don't like Sasuke. Sasuke seems to like me, but it's creepy, and you? Well, I never got a chance to know you because you always seem to disappear. I intend to keep it that way, Namikaze, because I don't trust you, any of you. What's the reason? Was this something your mother set you up for, so you can approach me and then murder me? What? No. In the first place, Ka.san didn't want you to be friends with him. Then we have no business here, please leave. Whispered Tokiko, look, I know what my father did to you was wrong, but I am not the reason for you to be angry or aloof with me. Really, tell me if our roles were reversed. If I were you and you were me, you wouldn't resent me because I am the constant reminder of what my life could have been. But you are right. I am not mad at you. I am mad at your idiots for parents, Naruto said, finally removing his head from the window to gaze at her with his icy, dark blue eyes. In any case, I will only put up with you because you are a comrade. I don't intend to build a close friendship with you. Just to be clear, if you or your mother attempt to kill me or one of my friends without cause, I will make sure that you want to join Yandaime. Teme in the pits of the Shinigami's stomach. After trembling as she watched Naruto's eyes turn as cold as ice chips, Tokiko walked away and sat 2 rows in front of him, thinking, that was real killing intent, he really was serious about killing me. You know, that was not very nice, Naruto.kun. Tomomi responded, she sounded sincere. I understand, but Tomomi, she hasn't given me any specific reason to have any faith in her. Don't say that I don't trust you at all. Keep in mind that even the most sincere person can be the most dangerous of all. There is no reason not to trust you because we have been in contact for 6 years and your eyes cannot lie. All I'm saying is to give her an opportunity to prove herself, the vixen said. I won't protest if you punish me however you see fit if I'm mistaken. Deal, but I am not doing the second thing, it will make me feel like I am one of those assholes. What did you say to Tokiko? Shan, freak. Sakura's high-pitched voice echoed in Naruto's ears. That is none of your concern, bitch. Now run along and act like a slut for the Uchiha. Considering you have better things to do than to mess with little old me. Naruto replied with a growling voice. Sakura did just that, and Sasuke glared at Naruto because he was speaking to Tokiko Namikaze, his purported girlfriend. Then Enko entered and said, Rutaku-san. Naruto stood up and followed her, leaving Team 7 for the next 2 hours to be picked up by Kakashi. Alright, we're all here. Now for the introductions, state your names, likes, dislikes, hobbies and dreams. Enko responded. Sensei, why don't you get us started? Alright, my name is Anko Midarashi, and I enjoy the forest of death, snakes, dango, training, parties, and my friends. Arrogance, fangirls, some council members, and one Sannin are things I don't like. My dream is to kill said Sannin and possibly find a man who can handle me. I enjoy going out and eating dango. Okay, it's your turn, Gaki. My name is Rutaku-san, not my real name, but this village except a few choice people have earned the right to know it. My likes are weapons, the minor clans, the Hyuga clan, my friends, whose names I will not tell, Taijutsu, former Enbuneko, Okami and Itachi, and Bukuma, my sensei and putting idiots in their place. My dislikes are this village, most of its inhabitants, Kakashi, Kushina, Sarutobi, the Uchiha. Excuse me, let me clarify all of the Uchiha that got killed by Itachi. Thank you, Itachi, Naruto said after pausing. My interests include writing and training. As for my dream, well, I'll let you try to figure it out on your own. Namikaze residence. Kushina hurried out to her daughter and gave her a tight hug, asking, How are you, sweetie? Tokiko entered her house and said, Ka-san, I am home. Did he cause you any harm? I kept an eye on the orb. No, Ka-san. I tried to talk to him about why he hates us so much. I told you already, he is the Kyuubi. He hates us because he lost his power when he fought your father. No, Ka-san. He hates me because I remind him of an alternate solution that 2-san could have taken, and he hates you because of something that you did to him in the past and the fact that he said that you and him were the same once. To which Kushina grinned and said, He is lying, my daughter. Really? What would you do, then, if I were the Jinchuriki and I were in his position? With some conviction in her voice, Tokiko said, Looks like I am gonna have to pay a personal visit to the demon fox. Kushina bit her lip and managed to sidestep the question because the ramen arrived on time, temporarily forgetting Tokiko's question and making the Namikaze matriarch think angrily. Hayate residence. Your sensei is Anko. Chan? Yugo said in shock. Naruto sipped his green tea and replied, Yep. I see. Oh, by the way, I heard about Saya Haruno, who attempted suicide twice today, Yugo said. In what way did you obtain the images? Remember when I broke the lamp and you sent me to bed early? Since you and Hayate.ni were on patrol, I sneaked out to get the pictures, Naruto remarked. I hope you know what you are doing, little brother, mentioned the purple-haired swordswoman, because she might try something on those girls you secretly associate with. I don't think so, the Jinchuriki retorted, because I would have to severely maim Sakura, and she doesn't want to put Takeshi's life in danger, even though I wouldn't do that. Since she is attempting to gain the favor of the Uchiha, she loves that banshee of a daughter too much now that she is too valuable to lose. The only person about whom I am concerned is Uchiha. Sasuke is aware of Ayane and my relationship, so he will attempt to harm her. Although Hayate is capable of protecting her, I don't think it is sufficient. For this reason, Mikoto.san will probably try to locate me regarding the favor she owes me because I told her about the affair between the bastard and the banshee. The Azuki responded, hopefully she will see the arrogance in her son. The council elders have been too lenient to him because he is the apparent heir to the Uchiha clan. Snorted Naruto, HMPH, I refuse to believe that he is the heir. Itachi is the rightful heir and I will make sure that the elders and Sarutobi will pay for placing the burden on him. They knew that he was a pacifist after the events of the Third Great Shinobi War. Then Yugo embraced Naruto and said, I know, little brother, I miss him too. Don't worry, they will get their punishment, just bide your time. Thanks, Nay. Chan, can I trust you not to destroy the house while I'm away for a few weeks on a mission with Hayate-kun and Ayane? Chan? The Jinchuriki gave a cheeky, maybe, response. Yugo said, I'll see you later, Naruto, with a smile and a gentle pinch on his cheek. Naruto smirked at his victory as he saw her light blush. Well, I have practically nothing to do and the bastards are watching me, so I guess that I will just lay low. Bye, Nei-san. Try not to get pregnant and traumatize Ayane along with the way. Yugo vanished swiftly via Shunshin. Uchiha Complex. Makoto sighed at the events that transpired over the course of 5 years as she watched Takeshi Uchiha play with a playmate of his own, who shared her mother's features, including the jade eyes, and the trademark Uchiha hair, making him an outcast like her niece Ayane. Her eyes were cleared to see the corruption within Konoha, and she was able to see that the civilian council and her husband's actions corrupted her youngest son as well. In other words, her family was dead. Itachi first isolates himself and abruptly kills the entire Uchiha clan, save for the children, her, Sasuke, Ayane, and the elderly. Naruto, the outcast of Konoha, then reveals that her supposedly faithful husband was having an affair with Saya Haruno behind her back. Usually someone with that kind of information would want a favor. Well, I better go and see what he wants, Makoto was thinking. Ayane, Makoto responded, please watch Takeshi until your sensei arrives and make sure that he is with Kurihime when Hayate.san comes. I have to run an errand. Yes, Obaa.san. Makoto vanished to meet Naruto in a customized Kan Shunshin, and then Naruto heard a knock at the door and thought, who could that be now? After triggering his bloodline, Naruto strode to the door and opened it to reveal an ANBU, but with the word, "Nay," etched on his mask. Naruto laughed and said, "Root, what does Danzo want with me?" The Anbu responded, "I was told not to be surprised that you knew about the organization. My name is Torun. Danzo Sama has requested me to escort you to his home personally." Naruto replied, "Fine," before moving forward and performing a ram seal. It sounded like the locking of a door. As one of the lances emerged with ink covering the tip of the blade, Naruto remarked, "Security seal, just in case someone is stupid enough to infiltrate. Oh, and one more thing. Never try to outfox a fox, let's go." The Anbu calmly pushed the thoughts aside and took Naruto's shoulder in a shunshin. Torun thought, somewhat shocked, he was able to detect Sai's technique. But that is impossible, he is the best of our infiltration corps. In front of Danzo in his heavily bandaged glory, Hyo and Naruto emerged from Danzo's abode. The guards departed silently, and Naruto remarked, "It is a bit dark for my taste, but what matters is that it suits you just fine. Now on to business." Danzo said, "Welcome, Rutaxon.san. Ah, straight to the point, I see, I would like to interest you in a position in joining up with my root organization. I could use someone of your caliber in there," Danzo said with an authoritative voice. "The hidden underline is that I know things that Sarutobi has hidden well from you, and by joining you, you get to protect your secrets, exploit his own and have the Kyuubi's power at your disposal, correct?" Naruto inferred. Despite a slight frown, Danzo responded, "That is a strong accusation, Rutaxon.san. I have no intention in controlling it, nor I have any methods to do so." "Oh, so the Sharingan that you took from the dead Uchiha that were implanted in your right arm along with the Mokuton cells, plus that bastard Shisui's Sharingan in your right are false?" Nothing was visible on Danzo's face, but his mind was racing to see if he could level the playing field. "Look, Danzo, I will not mince words with you. I will not reveal your secrets to anyone unless you threaten my friends. We have both seen the result a few hours ago. Besides, we have a common goal, to get rid of Hiruzen Sarutobi or discredit him enough to make him hide in shame. We both believe that he shouldn't be in office as Hokage because he is weak. So here is the deal. You stay out of my way and I will stay out of yours. You may have the resources to control the Kyuubi inside me, but you don't want anything to happen to your daughter, do you?" "You," Danzo said, his eyes widening. Interrupted Naruto, "I am doing the best I can to keep the old monkey from realizing the connection between the two of you, but I can't do that with your breathing down on my neck. So just keep on doing what you are doing. I will do my best to keep her safe, even though you know my friends. I know about that arm and your daughter, even you can't kill your emotions, Danzo." Danzo interrupted the Jinchuriki as they were about to leave, asking, "Naruto, does she know anything at all?" "I am going to let that slide for now, and the answer is no. Do you want me to tell her at your request, Danzo.san?" Naruto replied with respect. "No, I think it will be best that she doesn't know until I have reached my goal or I am dead, but that comment you said earlier, you wouldn't dare hurt her, I can see it in your eyes that you care for her as well." Replied, "I could say the same about you. You looked like you wanted to kill me on the spot for suggesting it, but I will be damned if anyone hurts her. She has got your tactical mind and abilities. I know that for a fact. I have been watching her from a distance for quite some time. Please take care of her," Danzo said, allowing a smirk to appear on his face. Since Naruto had deliberately left one of his weapons at home, he teleported away, and Danzo thought, it seems he may have recreated the Hiraishin. He will be perfect for you as a husband. "I will, Danzo.san. Just don't get killed, alright?" To embed it in the wall, Danzo pulled out a kunai and tossed it idly through the air. If you could have looked at the wall, you would have noticed that the point had punctured the thorax of an obnoxious fly, pinning it to the wall. I am sorry for not being there for you, Tenten. I can't believe that I bargained with Chan's life, much less her own father. Am I really that heartless? Naruto asked himself as he arrived at Hayate residence. No, it is just your mind going on. You are too used to threatening people with their innermost secrets and or family, Naruto.kun. Tomomi, you haven't been visiting much lately, Naruto.kun. Have you forgotten about me? Tomomi blushed slightly and said, oh, stop, you are making me blush, Naruto answered warmly. How could I forget the woman who kept me alive and wondrous company for most of my life? I always seem to have that effect on you, anyway, so other than the fact that I have neglected you, what do you need of me? Tomomi replied, I need you to do something for me. In 6 months, I will be going into my heat cycle. Will this affect me in this world? Inquired Naruto. Yes, if it is not satisfied, you could go on a sex run. The jailer felt his inmate blush on her luscious skin as she stammered, why? Yes, I understand. If this is too much for you, Tomomi, are you asking me to have sex with you to avoid the trouble? No, it is not. I will do it considering you did so much for me. How long you have been holding it back? The demon replied, after 14 months, my fingers can no longer satisfy my needs. I need something bigger. Naruto, who was currently silent, responded, okay, let me know in 6 months, and I'll assist you in satisfying your sexual needs. Tomomi muttered, thank you, Naruto.kun. Then the mental link died, and Naruto sighed. Well, ain't this a bitch, but on the plus side, I get to have sex with one of the most beautiful things that I have ever seen. Then the door suddenly knocked, and the Jinchuriki opened it without thinking, what the he? He barely escaped a katana blow and used his bloodline, saying, damn it, wench, you damaged the floorboard. You go. Nichan is going to have my ass on a silver platter for this. Kushina Namikaze owned the katana, and she was furious. Here I am trying to maim your demonic ass and yet you are worried about the stinking floorboard. You are not as intimidating as Yugo. Chan. Anyway, what the hell are you barging in here for? Taking hold of her sword, Kushina said, to maim you for threatening my family, my friend, and most importantly, my daughter. Before he left the house for the second time this hour and strode to the training grounds with Kushina at his heels behind him, Naruto said, so you want a piece of me literally because I embarrassed you and threatened your daughter? Wow, aren't you pathetic? Fine, I will play with you for a little bit. But I rather not mess up the house. Yugo. Will kill us both. Well, actually she will just hit me and kill you. Training ground area 14. Naruto picked up an odd sword and said, okay, now you can bust out your moves and try to hit me. Keyword, try. Like Oathkeeper and Oblivion, it had a key. Like shape, but it was much more unique. Compared to the others, it appeared more like a key. This is the Kingdom Key, isn't she beautiful? She was once wielded by a woman named Xian, but she was not a nobody like the others, she was made of memories by her other, Sora, and the reason that she was a she is because his strongest memory at the time was his lover, Kairi. Kushina snapped back, what are you babbling about? Shut up and fight, you bastard. You will pay for threatening my daughter. Well, I did say I would kill her if she or you tried to kill me or my friends. You happen to say maim, so I won't do anything to her, at least you are smarter than some of the jackasses around here in this village. Nonchalantly replied Naruto. Why do you even bother living here? You don't care about anybody but yourself. After launching herself at Naruto, who blocked her attack, Kushina said, on second thought, I take that compliment back, I gave you too much credit to begin with. Ooh, I love a fast woman, Kushina growled and pushed forward to break the contact. Naruto skidded back and twirled himself to avoid Kushina's downward slash. As Kushina turned to kick the Jinchuriki in the chest, Naruto grabbed her foot and flung her in the direction of the tree. The Uzumaki quickly charged her chakra to blow off the trunk with increased speed after correcting herself in midair to plant her feet on the trunk. Naruto deftly stepped aside to allow her to hit the ground. As she emerged from the crater, Naruto remarked, "Auk, that has got to hurt, are you okay, wee lassie?" The clone that appeared next to her said, "Don't mock me, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," and she extended her hand as the clone spun her chakra in various directions. How interesting, the Kage Bunshin only requires one hand sign and that orb, no doubt that it is the Rasengan. She gathered her chakra to a single point while the clone spun into many different directions. Well, aren't you useful, Lady Namikaze? Naruto was thinking to himself. Eat this. Rasengan. When Naruto opened his eyes, he saw a fiery red, nine-tails sonic roar. The Jinchuriki unleashed a fierce roar that pushed the Jonin to the ground and dispelled the destructive jutsu. Naruto said simply, "That's enough." as he sped past her and Kushina's body was covered in several delayed slashes. Her face was then covered in dirt, blood, and tiny pebbles as Naruto snatched her head and violently slammed it into the ground several times. He then pulled her by the foot all the way home in front of everyone, and nobody dared to stop him out of fear that Naruto would kill them because they knew Kushina was humiliated at that moment. When Naruto finally arrived at the Namikaze residence, he threw Kushina's unconscious body through the roof to the porch, knowing that he would not be able to enter. After opening the door a few minutes later, Tokiko glanced at her mother before gasping when she saw Naruto with his arms folded. "Next time, try to keep your mother on a leash. She is alive, but I could have killed her. I let her live because she amused me. I could care less if you were angry with me tomorrow, and you are welcome to try and maim me tomorrow during the test." "Why?" asked Tokiko. "Why did I spare her? Are you deaf, woman? 1. She amuses me, and 2. You are still a child and a child needs her mother. The day you cease to act like one is the day she will die by my hand," Naruto said as he disappeared again. After glancing at Naruto's location, Tokiko clenched her fist and slammed it hard against the door, shattering it into splinters. "Damn it, 2.san. Ka.san. You are not making this any easier than it seems with your actions. How the hell I am supposed to save this damn family if you can't let go of your hatred of the Kyuubi, mother?" she was thinking to herself. Naruto.kun. Naruto appeared in front of the house, and as he touched the knob, he turned to see Makoto Uchiha standing in front of the house. "Makoto. Sama, what is it?" he asked. "Hayate residence, again. I need to discuss some things with you in private, may I come in?" Makoto entered and settled herself on the couch while Naruto went into the kitchen to fix the floorboards and make some tea. The boy responded, "Sure, come on in and watch your step. Several of the floorboards have been broken recently and I haven't recently replaced them yet." "So, what would you like to discuss with me?" Naruto asked as he used wood, hammer, and nails to repair the floorboards. "The reason that you revealed my late husband's affair to me because of something that you wanted, right?" asked Makoto. As he replaced 2 of the damaged floorboards, Naruto grunted and said, "Yes, that is correct." Makoto hesitated before answering, "Would you like to collect that favor now?" He paused as he noticed Makoto shrugging off her robe to reveal her black lace bra. "Actually, as a matter of fact, yes, I would. I only need one thing from you and that's, Makoto.san. What are you doing?" Naruto said, turning and covering his eyes. "Returning the favor, this is what you want, is it?" Makoto flushed as she covered herself, and the tea kettle went off, so Naruto stepped aside to retrieve it. The Jinchuriki chuckled and said, "As much as I like the offer, but no, this was not what I wanted." He poured tea for the Uchiha matriarch and himself, saying, "What I want from you, Makoto.san, is to protect Ayane Uchiha, your niece, from certain people that want to harm her." Ayane-chan, why? Sadly, the Uchiha matriarch muttered, "Yes, the council and Fugaku's teachings have stuck with him, even though I paid more attention to him than Itachi." Naruto sighed, "Have you seen your sons change? Several times in the academy, I found out that Sasuke had somehow known about my relationship with Ayane-chan and used her as the only way to spar with him. Since he is on that team along with that favoritistic bastard Kakashi Hitaki, I feared that Ayane's life will be in danger, therefore I need you to protect her, this is all I ask." Makoto exclaimed incredulously, "That is it? You don't want me to be your sex slave or anything?" "No, I don't want you to be my sex slave. You are a beautiful woman, Makoto.san. There is no doubt about that in my mind, but I rather have a willing partner than force one. It would make me worse that your former husband." "So you are attracted to me?" Makoto teased. "Who wouldn't? You are strong, caring and pretty, though I wouldn't think that you would be attracted to me at all." Naruto responded with composure. "You saved me from being naive and helped me with my revenge against Haruno. The demon would have never done that without something devious in return. For that, I am grateful to you," Makoto said as she put down her tea and walked up to him. Naruto closed his eyes and gave her a passionate kiss in return after she seized his chin. He sent his own tongue to dance with Makoto after feeling hers slide into his mouth. Then, both of them blushed and parted ways, with Naruto saying, "Well, thanks for taking care of the hassle of getting rid of my first kiss." "You are welcome, Naruto.kun. Is there anything else you would like to discuss with me?" the Sagusa asked, getting to his feet. "Yes, my son Itachi, did he tell you anything about why he massacred the men?" Naruto said with his fist in the air, "Yes, Sarutobi, Homura and Kaharu along with Danzo ordered them to kill the whole clan. But Danzo told him to leave the elderly and young ones alone since they had no part in it. Itachi left you two alive because he loves you too much as well as Sasuke. He also threatened if Sasuke was told, Then he would release all of Konoha's dark secrets. Makoto responded, so the elders and the Hokage were the ones who caused me to lose 2 sons in a single night. Yes, they took my blood brother away from me, so if they don't want me to get medieval, I won't tell Sasuke about it because then he would shift his attention on not just the elders, but all of Konoha, meaning he would kill everyone. Danzo, he was the one that left him with family, so he would probably lose an arm or something. I can't believe this. Your late husband and those who were killed were part of a conspiracy to overthrow the Hokage. Sarutobi managed to hear a rumor and sent Itachi to spy, knowing that he loves Konoha and Sasuke than his own clan itself. When Itachi confirmed it, Sarutobi ordered it. Some of them tried to assassinate both him and Danzo, but both survived. Danzo used the opportunity to implant their Sharingan in his arm. Makoto responded, even though they were my family, I can understand Danzo. The Sharingan is a powerful tool to have. Exactly, so Danzo, in my opinion, is fine. Will he try to hurt us in any way? The matriarch of Uchiha in response. Only if you give him a reason to, like trying to destroy Konoha, but other than that, he could care less. I am a potential threat, but he knows that I can't because of the risk of my friends getting hurt. I see, well, thank you for telling me this, I will try to help you as much as possible. Thanks, but keep yourself on the down low, I don't want any repercussions to happen and have you suffer on my behalf because of your help. Naruto replied. While Naruto slept in preparation for his ninja day, Makoto nodded and departed the house. Naruto observed from above as Anko fought his clone and managed to stab him, dispelling the cone at Training Ground 44. I didn't know you could contort that way, the boy said, whistling as he entered the scene, and the memories were immediately transferred to Naruto. I didn't know that you know the Kage Bunshin, when did you learn it? Replied Anko. Naruto flung the lance in his hand and assumed a stance, saying, I will tell you sometime later, now shall we continue later? Anko produced a scroll and opened a broadsword that had been divided into sections. A chain. Whip sword. This should be interesting to see how good you are in it. Naruto dodged to the left and ran at Anko after she swung her whip sword at him. She stopped Naruto's overhead attack and swiftly aligned it into its sword form. They leapt back, Naruto aiming to stab the woman, but Anko shifted her head as she was attacked by afterimages of the evil point. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki stepped aside from Naruto's attack to block the Snake Princess's whipping motion. Naruto smirked and said, nice, as a cut appeared on his cheek. Anko then licked the blood off her sword after a cut appeared on hers. Your blood tastes so delicious. Naruto rushed at her and swung his lance at her, saying, I don't know whether to be disturbed or turned on by that statement. Anko jumped and swung her sword at Naruto's head. When the tip hit the ground and bounced back toward his back, he rolled forward, but his weapon shield kept him safe. Anko whispered, damn almost absolute defense. At that moment, Naruto snatched up his lance and hurled it at Anko, who sidestepped and inserted it into Kakashi's chest. The clone dispelled when Naruto walked up to it, moved his headband up, and stabbed his Sharingan eye. HMPH. I knew that son of a bitch would try something sooner or later, looks like it was a reinforced Kage Bunshin. That should give him something to think about. What did you do to him? Oh, nothing special, just told him that I kicked Kushina. Tomi's ass. Anko looked up and laughed. Kid, you must be asking for him to get a reason to kill you. That is one of the 3 things that you can't joke around with Kakashi at all, period. In response, Naruto said, looks like our playtime is up. We better go, Anko. Sensei. The bell then rang. I know you are there, Cyclops. Kakashi emerged from his hiding place and said, Kyuubi Gaki, as Naruto was making his way back to his house. What the hell do you want, Cyclops? Naruto smirked and said, fine. He performed a specialized Kage Shunshin in a seal. The council wishes to see you. Council room. The civilian council, the elders, Kushina with her bandaged head, Makoto with a faint smile, and the Hokage with a neutral expression all seemed to be frowning at Naruto. What the hell do you people want from me now? A cookie. Kaharu responded, Kakashi has informed us that you know a kinjutsu from the Scroll of Seals and we want to know why. Well, bitch, you bastards didn't pay me for my B-rank mission and I believe that a law was passed by Tobarama Senju. If a ninja doesn't get paid for their mission, they can take a jutsu, which is equivalent to the rank. The Kage Bunshin is indeed a B-rank jutsu. Homura said, we forbid you from ever using that jutsu again. How about this for an answer? Naruto asked him as he handed him the bird. Plus you don't have any expendable ninja to go and delve into my mind, considering of my constant guard on full alert. Anything else that you would like to discuss with me? You will be executed, demon foe, one of the civilians began, but he was killed by Naruto's lance before he could finish. Naruto asked, "Anyone else would like to say something?" When no one breathed or moved, Naruto calmed down and created a cage bunshin, saying to it, "Send that body to the Maka household and tell them that he was executed for breaking the Sandame's law. Also tell them they have my condolences." The lance held the dead Toshiro Maka very securely, and the clone took it and left the door open. "Now what were we discussing about again?" asked the man. "The unjustified assault on Kushina Namikaze. We have several witnesses seeing that you dragged her unconscious body to her house." Danzo replied with an inward smirk. "Yeah, so?" Naruto smirked and pulled out a tape recorder, playing the entire conversation he had with Kushina. "So you will be her slave for the rest of your life after we breed your bloodline and take your knowledge of your jutsu." "Well, since Kushina attempted to maim me unjustly, I think those consequences that Sama so generously suggested will be applied to her, nay?" Kushina's face went pale, and Kaharu's flushed. "As my first act, you will train your daughter in a different taijutsu style called Tai Chi for 3 months without any punches pulled. Her taijutsu sucks for some reason, due to the fact that the academy was biased and chose the Uchiha over her." Her teeth clenched. "I have to agree to the terms. If not, I will lose my power on the council and be discredited as dishonest." Fine, she answered. "Good." Naruto replied, "By the way, I will be watching you to make sure that you do it. I will see you at Training Ground Area 14 after team meetings. Don't disappoint me, Lady Namikaze." In exchange for his compensation, Naruto learned Magen, Narakumi, Doden, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, Kanashibari, Kage Kanai, Kage Shuriken, and Kasumi Jusha. Naruto spent 2 months performing D-rank missions alone, but he never took part in them in part because the person who hired them detested him and forbade him from doing anything. Since Anko refused to perform any C-rank missions herself, the Hokage finally put an end to this by assigning her to assist. "Look, the reason you maggots are doing D-rank missions is because none of you have ever killed. He has, plus Uchiha. I don't trust your ass because of your piss poor attitude. Haruno, you are practically useless and most likely freeze up if you killed someone, and I can't bring Namikaze because of the fact of Iwa. Now shut up and dodge, you sons of bitches," Anko said softly after 2 team members complained about unfair treatment. This time, Naruto received compensation and gained more experience. For the 14th time, Team 7, minus Naruto and Anko, arrived at the Hokage's office with Tora. All but Kakashi were filthy, and their clothing was a little ripped and unkempt because of the cat's fierce resistance. Lady Shijimi hugged the cat tightly and exclaimed, "Oh, Tora, I am so happy." For the 14th time, the genin all thought, "HMPH, no wonder it ran away." Then, a kick to the door brought in a bloody Anko and a stainless Naruto. Anko smiled and said, "See? Rank escort mission accomplished, Hokage. Sama." Angry, the Hokage questioned, "Must you bust open the doors like that?" The Uchiha finally had enough and exclaimed, "That's it, I refuse to do any more D-rank missions while the Dobi gets a C rank. I want a C rank mission." Naruto added, "It is for dramatic effect." As Anko gave Naruto her 500 ryo, she muttered, "Damn. I told you that he was going to crack first." Iruka responded, "Sasuke, you are only a fresh genin that has done only 8 D-rank mission, you need at least 20 D-rank mission to get a C rank." "But the Dobi has done no D-rank at all," Sakura remarked. "Actually I have done them, but because the client's words are law and he or she kept telling me not to do anything. 2. Because of the client's blatant lying, I didn't get paid, so I took jutsu in return, forcing Hokage Sama to let me get paid C-rank missions along with Anko. I was able to get out of the village, away from you 4 and experience in the field." Sarutobi responded, "I am sorry, Sasuke, but C-rank missions are only taken by Chunin and heavily experienced genin. Actually, let him have the mission, considering the fact that he is going to bitch about it to the council, and as the council's bitch, you have to do what they say." Sasuke was amused. Iruka and Tokiko were shocked. Anko choked back a laugh. Haruno started to yell at Naruto and Kakashi, and Sarutobi scowled at him. The Jinchuriki grabbed his arm, twisted it behind his back, and tripped his legs out from under him as the Hitaki attempted to hit him in the head. "You got to be a bit quicker than that, considering you did help me with my reflexes," the Jinchuriki said. He glanced at Sarutobi, who sighed and said, "All right. I'll give them the C rank, but since they're not experienced with it, you and Anko will have to accompany them." The door opened to reveal an elderly man holding a bottle of sake in his right hand and a rope fastened around his forehead. "Got it, now show us the client. I paid good money for a mission and all I get is a bunch of snot-nosed brats." the man replied. In response to the man's silence, Naruto said, "Thought so, would you rather us decline the mission and let the bandits or whatever else is in the woods to get you?" When Team 7 finally reached the gate, Tokiko saw that Naruto had a slight smile on his face. I suppose it is because he can get away from the village for a while. I can't blame him either, she thought. I'm Tazuna, a famous bridge builder, and I expect you all to protect me at the cost of your very lives. Sakura said, So, Tazuna-san. What? You are from the Wave Country, right? In response, Tazuna said, So what of it? Are there any ninjas in that country? Sakura asked, turning to face Kakashi. Kakashi responded, No, not in Wave, but there are others. The culture and customs are different, but hidden villages do exist along with their own ninja. In many countries, the meaning of a shinobi village is that it has military power. An island country like Wave doesn't hold any interference with a shinobi village and therefore doesn't need any ninja protecting them. Within the various countries, the ones that stand out are Konoha, Kiri, Kumo, Suna and Iwa. Thus they are referred to as the 5 great shinobi countries. They are ones that have leaders called Kages, the 5 Kages, Hokage, Mizukage, Reikage, Kazekage and the Tsuchikage are the ones that rule over the thousands of ninja all over the world. So then we won't encounter any foreign ninjas? Asked Sakura. As he walked past a puddle, Kakashi looked at it and said, Of course not, there is never any kind of ninja combat on a C-rank mission, so the most action that you guys will see are usually bandits. Team 7 had just passed the puddle. Slowly, the puddle rose up to reveal 2 men, one of whom leapt out of the cloak and wrapped Kakashi in their bladed chain. Wah? Asked Kakashi. As he threw his lance at them, the 2 ducked, but the point of the lance pinned the bladed chain to the tree through one of the chain holes. One down. Kakashi was reduced to bloody chunks, and Naruto snarled, Damn idiot. The Jinchuriki pulled out one of the whirlwind lances and glared at them, thinking, Demon Brothers, from Kirigakure, Chunin. Level Ninja. Primary skills are assassination. As Sasuke and Tokiko rushed them both with a flying kick to the face, they exclaimed, What? The 2 ninja unhitched the chain from the gauntlets after the shorter one yelled, Release the chain. The Demon Brothers split up, with one ready to kill Tokiko and the other ready to kill Sakura and Tazuna, but Kakashi intervened to save the day. Well, that went well, you know, that was very idiotic of you, said Naruto. I need confirmation. The Jinchuriki then rounded on Tazuna, saying, Oh, bullshit, you knew that the old man was lying through his teeth and the ninja were right there. Want to give us a good explanation for your deception, Tazuna-san? A tyrant named Gado has taken control of Wave. All I could afford was a C rank. On the surface, he appears to be legitimate, but he has taken over the shipping companies, engages in back alley deals with criminals in the underground, and drains the island of its resources. I'm a target because it's the primary reason I'm constructing a bridge to stop this. That is definitely an A-rank mission because of this factor, Kakashi stated. We will help you, Tazuna. Everyone nodded and continued on their way, but Naruto and Anko were thinking about it. He knew that Kakashi's reasons were simple enough to why he was continuing the mission, to get recognition, to boast that his team was the strongest and to kill him and Anko. Rutaxan-san, and, are you okay? Tokiko asked. Yeah, I am okay. Let's go. Naruto grinned at Sasuke and snapped his fingers, causing the lance to vanish from his grasp. After arriving at the island by boat, Sasuke heard something and launched a shuriken through the bushes as they were walking along the road. As Kakashi pulled out a white rabbit, the Jinchuriki rolled his eyes. Naruto, he said. HMPH, Uchiha was right, someone is here. Well, on guard, mysterious ninja. The kid was thinking. Congratulations, Uchiha. You got a rabbit, here is your shuriken back. A familiar whistling sound was heard as Naruto handed the white rabbit to Tokiko. Kakashi remarked, a white rabbit, it's springtime though, as he pushed the client, Tokiko, and Sasuke down. Kakashi yelled, get down. Anko shoved Sakura down, and Naruto chose to leap into the air and land on the spinning blade. A figure wearing blue pants, camouflaged arm and leg warmers, with bandages over his mouth and a scratched dot-out Kiri headband, was seen as it crashed into the tree. You know, you are the first person to ever do that. Usually everyone ducked when I throw it. What is your name, kid? Name's Rutaxan, as known as the 13 Ninja. You must be Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the mist, raising money for another attempt to kill the Mizukage again, I see? Zabuza turned to face Kakashi and said, Ah, Sharingan no Kakashi, I see why the Demon Brothers have failed, but to bring the 13 Ninja with you for help as well. Yes, but to do that, I kinda need the old man to die, Kakashi interrupted, not going to happen. As Sasuke asked, 13? Zabuza laughed. You don't know? This kid over here has various weapons on him, appearing out of nowhere. He destroyed 7 bandit camps, only leaving 1 witness to spread the word about him and a scar with the Roman numeral for 13, and the best part about it is that he has never been touched. He is listed as a C-class ninja. Sakura yelled, whatever. Sasuke-kun is 10 times better than that baka. As Sasuke glared at Naruto. Naruto leapt to his feet and strode past Kakashi, saying, well, I will let you deal with this, and you might want to take that Sharingan out. The Jonin gave the boy a scowl, and Zabuza attacked him with his sword from the tree. Kakashi thought, clever bastard, he built up a good concentration of chakra. Zabuza exclaimed, Kirigakure no jutsu, as he was engulfed by the fog. He's gone, yelled Sasuke. Kakashi replied, he will come after me first since he is a master of silent killing. Don't let your guard up for a second. 8 choices. Lungs, liver, spine, jugular vein, clavicle vein, brain, kidneys and heart. So many choices, but which one to go after? Zabuza's disembodied voice seemed to be everywhere in the mist. The other genin were not as fortunate and were shook in terror, but Kakashi used a hand gesture to blow away the killing intent that Zabuza and Naruto were producing. Sasuke thought as he held onto his kunai. What a dangerous and powerful ki. It feels like I will be killed if I make one single move. The intensity of 2 jonin locked in combat, fighting to the death. I can't bear the pressure, I rather just die and get it over with. Calm down, Sasuke, I will not allow my comrades to die, Kakashi said, glancing at him. According to Zabuza, we will see about that. When the former jonin materialized in the center of the Manji formation, Kakashi shoved everyone away and stabbed Zabuza in the stomach. However, he turned into water, and Kakashi turned to see Zabuza standing there ready to kill him. Sakura let out a terrified scream as Zabuza struck Kakashi, severing his head in 2. What? Mizu Bunshin. He was actually able to copy me in this mist. Zabuza thought in shock as the blood turned to water. Kakashi suddenly pressed a kunai against his neck. The jonin yelled, don't move. It's over, Zabuza. Zabuza chuckled, he is right, Kakashi. There is no way that your monkey imitations can possibly defeat me, but you were quite impressive. You copied my jutsu at that moment you came down the brat. You had me distracted with that clone and hid your real self until I came out. Another Zabuza behind Kakashi finished his statement, but I am not that easy to fool. That one is a clone too, exclaimed Tokiko as the Zabuza suddenly appeared in front of Kakashi. Kabikari Hucho dug into the ground while Kakashi ducked beneath Zabuza's horizontal slash. With a sudden turn, Zabuza switched his pommel, wielding hands and kicked Kakashi powerfully, sending him into the water. Tokiko pondered, Kakashi got knocked away by that much? Sasuke thought, so he's strong in taijutsu. Why the hell is this water so heavy? Kakashi asked himself. Behind him, Zabuza emerged and exclaimed, hey, fool. Suiden. Suiru no jutsu. Son of a bitch, exclaimed Kakashi as he was suddenly ensnared in a ball of water. I can't believe you fell for that, trying to hide in the water, Zabuza said with a laugh. Naruto replied, he does have a point, you did fall for that and plus he is a fucking water ninja. That was very smart of you, Kakashi. Well, my turn. The kid is right. Mizu Bunshin no jutsu, Zabuza exclaimed. Sakura responded, stop trying to show off, Ruda. Baka, what makes you think that you can defeat him? Anko. You deal with the clone on the edge. Duckass, Namikaze, bitch, try to protect the client considering that it is all you are good for. Tazuna.san. Feel free to use bitch as a human shield. Naruto raised his hand as a powerful wind surrounded him to reveal his weapons, ignoring her. What should I choose? What should I choose? Oh, here we go, he thought, and he reached for a huge sword, tomahawk that resembled Zabuza's own and had 2 tiny holes like Genesis. As the other weapons vanished, Naruto held out the sword in front of him and said, this is the Sky Splitter, held by a great warrior named Lexius, the silent hero. He was able to control this weapon with ease and could control Earth with it. That is an interesting bloodline you have. When Zabuza did so, Naruto held the Sky Splitter in front of him, bowed his head, and charged his chakra into it, causing the blade to glow a light green. You are going to like it even more, oh, and substitute yourself with a Mizu Bunshin please. I rather not have anyone interrupting the fight. After stabbing the ground, he made his way to Zabuza and launched a rock at him. The Kirigakure no Kijin ducked as Naruto attacked, and Zabuza grabbed Kabikari Hucho by the back to block his next blow. Nice form, you were pretty good, he said. Fighting bandits on C-rank missions and residing with sword. Style practitioners must have an effect on you, don't you think? That demon brat knows water walking? Kakashi thought as Naruto grinned in response. Oh no, that dumb bitch, Anko. In perfect unison, the two swordsmen slashed at each other in all directions, up, down, and sideways, with neither one having the upper hand. Naruto dodged a side slash that would have split him from the waist down and performed a 360-degree turn to deflect his opponent's downward blow. Naruto responded, I know that for a fact and you can't hit me because I am faster than you, but that doesn't mean that I shouldn't give up so easily. Zabuza said, you are good, kid, but I have more experience than you in wielding this kind of weapon than you. Naruto threw his tomahawk sword at Zabuza after he slid to the right and launched a wave of chakra blasts at him. The former Kiri ninja easily jumped over it and said in a mocking tone, nice try. However, he was taken aback when Naruto grinned right in front of him. Zabuza felt uneasy and turned to see that the tomahawk had returned behind him like a boomerang, ready to kill him from the waist down. What the? As he swapped himself for the only Mizu Bunshin in the region, Zabuza thought, damn, this allowed him to free Kakashi from his watery prison. Damn, it looks like our fight is going to be interrupted. As Zabuza vanished into the mist, Naruto dropped the Buster Sword to vanish and knelt on the water's surface, panting a little. We will continue this another time, I will see you in a week, so in the meantime, get stronger, you interest me more than Kakashi. I gave you a direct order to follow, said the enraged Hitaki as he walked toward the shore. Interrupted by Naruto, you don't control me since you are not my sensei and last time your supposed leadership almost got your team killed along with the client, plus I couldn't have you running around looking for an opportunity to kill me, Hitaki. With a growl, Kakashi said, you are just a genin. And you are a jackass. Your foolishness will not cause me to perish on a damn mission. You are well aware that Zabuza would kill you first, followed by us and the client. Perhaps Anko and I would have survived, though. You would be responsible for the death of your sensei's child and the only male Sharingan wielder we have. Or perhaps that's what you want, so you can have Kushina for yourself, isn't it? Naruto uttered the final sentence in a whisper. When he noticed the others approaching, Kakashi remained silent for a moment before saying, I will deal with you later. You are welcome to try, bitch, that was incredible, kid. To Naruto, Tazuna said, I retract all of my remarks regarding you. Thanks. In an apparent attempt to win over Uchiha and Hitaki, Sakura retorted angrily, peeved. I bet Sasuke-kun and Kakashi Sensei could have beaten him without trying. However, Kakashi was apprehended while attempting to outsmart a water ninja by hiding in the water, and Uchiha. Well, I'm not sure what his abilities are, but he would only last a few minutes. That battle was really my limit. If I had continued to fight with that sword for even a single second, I would have lost. In a deadpan tone, Naruto remarked, I have never used that weapon before. Oh, well, at least I have another chance to fight him again. How powerful are you, Rutaxan-san? Tokiko pondered in her mind. At Tazuna's house, a dark-haired woman said, Tsunami. Chan, I am home, and then, welcome home, to Dotsan. Oh, and I see that you have brought home guests. Yeah, these are the people who have protected me along the way. Thanks for protecting my father, Tsunami bowed. The pleasure is all ours, replied Kakashi. I'm Kakashi Hitaki and this is my genin team, Tokiko Namikaze, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno. She said, I am Anko Midarashi and this is my apprentice, Rutaxan. Kakashi added, we will be protecting Tazuna from any threats until he finishes the bridge. A new voice said, HMPH, nobody can defeat Gato, you guys are all just the walking dead. Everyone turned to see a child wearing green overalls, a bucket hat, and a yellow shirt. Inari. Tazuna gave him a hug as she spoke. Welcome home, Grandpa, with a gentle reprimand, Tsunami said to her son, but Ka-san, they're all going to die. Only another Uchiha can defeat Uchiha, Sasuke retorted. Yeah, Sasuke is the strongest genin from our village, added Sakura. Tazuna was thinking, yet Rutaxan fought Zabuza while that kid was nearly pissing his pants over his intimidating tactic and the Banshee was just screaming and frozen with fear. Naruto retorted, it's not totally accurate. Madara Uchiha, regarded as the greatest Uchiha in history, was vanquished by Hashirama Senju. Since your brother was a prodigy, I wouldn't be shocked if he was regarded as being on par with him. As Inari went upstairs, Naruto remarked, charming kid you got there, Tsunami-san. Tsunami smiled sadly and said, sorry about that, my son has been through a lot. Sasuke growled in frustration as Inari said, I'm going to watch the ocean. Well, who did he lose, then? The picture. The corner is ripped off, There is supposed to be a man's face, and judging by the smiles on your faces in the picture, he was someone very close. I am thinking he was a father figure perhaps, Naruto said, causing Tazuna and Tsunami to flinch. He must have been among the select few who defied Gato and paid the price with his life. Softly, Tsunami uttered, he was a hero, his name was Kaiza. Inari was the first to meet him after he nearly drowned while attempting to save his dog Pochi, Tazuna stated. Inari idolized him after he brought him back to the house. He and Inari would soon go fishing together every day, and we were glad that Inari had made a friend. I fell in love with Kaiza, and we became a family, Tsunami said. Kaiza was the only one who opposed Gato after he even rescued the entire island from a horrible storm. Kaiza was taken by Gato's thugs, who tortured him before amputating his arms. Kaiza was then taken to be displayed early in the morning, where he killed him in front of everyone, including Inari. That day, Inari passed away, giving up in despair and believing that no one could defeat Gato. So what you are building here is a bridge of hope, the hope that once resides in Kaiza.san. The Jinchuriki responded, well then, let's see what we can do for you guys. You are going to assist us? Tazuna asked. Yeah, at first I didn't give a damn since the mission was to escort you to your home safely, but Zabuza is not going to give up and I hate people that prey on the helpless. I think Gato has overstayed his welcome. Well, team, get some rest. We will be training first thing in the morning since Zabuza will be back, Kakashi said after Tazuna and Tsunami nodded. Now we will climb trees today, Kakashi said as he stood in front of Team 7 the following day. In response, Sakura said, we already know how to do that. You didn't let me finish, Sakura, we will be climbing trees using only your feet, Kakashi replied. Is that even possible? Tokiko gaped. Yes, Tokiko. Do you recall that I told you about this when you were younger? Not really, back then you were really boring when you lecture about things, Kakashi, sensei. Anyway, the Hitaki shrugged, you have all been wasting your chakra by using it incorrectly. In fact, this practice will help you preserve your chakra during a battle or while practicing jutsu. To gather chakra for the soles of his feet, Kakashi placed his hands in a ram seal. I'll show you. Sakura, Tokiko, and Sasuke each chose a tree and ran at it. Tokiko managed to climb a few inches higher than Sasuke, while Sakura managed to climb half of her tree. He then calmly walked up the tree trunk until he reached a branch and spoke to them upside down, saying, use these kunai to mark your progress and it would be best to have a running start. When did you learn this exercise, Rutak-san? If I learned water walking, what made you think that I didn't know how to do this exercise? Kakashi inquired. Naruto responded. Second, to whom were we assigned? Who is the other sensei? After calling forth the sky splitter, the Jinchuriki stabbed it into the earth. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he said, making a cross seal. A clone materialized in front of him and performed the henge, making him resemble Zabuza with his Kabikari Hucho in his hand. While the rest of Team 7 worked on the tree climbing exercise, Naruto hefted the sword and attacked Zabuza for the next few minutes, saying, now to train. Naruto was aware that the Demon of the Mist favored using powerful attacks to gradually weaken his opponent before swiftly killing him. He was also aware that Zabuza's strength and skill with a big sword were greater than his own. Ultimately, he had Kage-level reserves and was at Chunin level overall. He was also unable to locate the proper trigger to fully activate Tomomi's chakra, so he was only able to summon a small amount to increase his strength for 5 minutes. Hey, Dobi, tell me how to do this exercise and give me that sword, Sasuke yelled. During his mock battle with Zabuza, Naruto grunted and said, the secret to that exercise is to calm down and, as for my weapons, you can suck, the Hokage's left testicle and, rub his right one. Sakura yelled, you apologize to Sasuke-kun right now, he is better than you will ever be, as Tokiko choked back a laugh and nearly fell. Would you like me to kill you or make you an emotional shell of your former self just like your mother? Naruto asked her as he battled his clone. Sakura gulped in terror at the icy stare, and perspiration streamed down her face. She didn't even hear the part about her mother because she was so terrified. Naruto turned to face Zabuza and said, then we have an accord. He then went back to training. Sasuke, who was growing impatient with everyone's advancement until he was appeased by Kakashi's pledge to train him, eventually failed to recognize the clue and got up considerably more quickly than Tokiko. Naruto was sent to assist Tazuna the following day, but regrettably, she was sent with him because the Banshee managed to climb the tree. While Sakura sat and yawned, Naruto helped by calling forth a large number of clones. So where are the other two? Still doing the tree climbing exercise, the useless Banshee finished it on the first day and I already knew it. Wow, You must be very strong for your age. Naruto handed the beam to a nearby worker and responded, no, that exercise took me 3 days to get that much chakra control when I did it on my C-rank mission. Banshee has very little chakra to manipulate. I have as much chakra as 2 Kakashis. Tazuna, I want to quit, said a man named Gichi as he approached Tazuna. The bridge builder remarked, quit? What, why? If the progress continues, we will be finished in just 2 days. Yeah, but I don't want to risk my family's well-being. Naruto stepped in. You mean you don't want to sacrifice your own life for this village? Then go, be with your family. I am sure that Kaiza will be rolling in his grave over how cowardly this village has become, Naruto said, as Gichi winced. Don't you dare bring Kaiza into this. Smiling, Naruto remarked, why not? What are you doing to do? You know that I can kill you in a blink of an eye. Gichi responded, I don't care, I may be a coward, but Kaiza was a great man and he wouldn't want his name being used to compare against my cowardice, so if you speak one more time with his name, I will kill you. Naruto responded, now I wonder where that fire of yours was when he was executed on that day publicly in front of his own son. Gichi stopped and continued, Tazuna.san is risking his own life, his well-being and his family's own to help this village. The least you could do is help him. Don't you want to put smiles on those children's faces? Gichi was shocked to see a tear streaming down Naruto's right eye when he looked up at his face. When I looked at them, they remind me of myself. No parents, no friends, just hungry, cold and alone. I have to fight within my own village to survive. I will not let them suffer like they did. Now the question is, will you let them suffer because of a spineless man that hides behind his wall of money? With a new flame in his eyes, Gichi turned to face the Jinchuriki and said, no, I will not allow that to happen. Thank you, kid. Tazuna grinned at Naruto and said, thanks, Rutaku-san. You have a way with words, you should be a politician. It is a gift I have. For some reason, I am always able to rekindle an old flame within a person. So we will be finished in 2 days? Yes, at the rate we are going and with your clone's help, we should be finished by either tomorrow or Friday. Replied, if we don't finish by tomorrow, stop all construction and make sure nobody comes to work. Zabuza will be arriving on Friday and it is possibly that we may have to renovate the bridge a bit after the battle. The bell rang to announce that it was 2 in the afternoon, and Tazuna nodded, right. Naruto then said, lunchtime. Tazuna yelled, okay, men, lunchtime, we will do this again at the same time. The men went to their separate houses, and Tazuna was heading to the market, but Naruto said, let's go home, I got this. You got food supplies? Tazuna asked, patting his leg with the scroll holster. I stocked it with half of my resources from home. I never thought that I would need it since I thought this town was fine. The old drunkard grinned and said, you are one interesting kid, Rutaku-san. The man replied with a grin, thanks, and also that is not my real name. My real name is Naruto. Naruto X. I only tell that name to people that I trust. Tazuna laughed, Maelstrom, Well, you are an unpredictable person, it suits you. Yeah, come on, old man, let's go. Hey, I am not that old. Naruto and Tazuna departed, forgetting Sakura Haruno, who awoke 15 minutes later and caught up to the 2 men, saying, you are over 50, which makes you old to me. Time jump. 1 day later, in the evening, Tokiko and Sasuke completed their training, and Inari gave them all a stern look, especially Naruto. At that point, Inari yelled, why do you guys bother to try so hard? No matter how hard you train, you are still no match for Gado's men. No matter what glorious claims you make or how hard you work, the weak will always get killed by the strong. Naruto replied, you know, kid, you shouldn't assume things that people have not truly suffered at all. Inari yelled, I would hate to be like you don't know anything about this country or me, yet you are being so nosy. What the hell do you know about me? I'm different from you. You are always happy with your girlfriend and being cheerful, you don't know how hard life can be. Oh, shit. You shouldn't have done that, Anko muttered. Suddenly, the room grew chilly, and Naruto let out a sarcastic chuckle that gradually turned into full-fledged laughter, giving the impression that he was a crazy madman. I don't know nothing of how hard life can be, Huh. That was so funny I almost pissed myself. Let me tell your story. On my 5th birthday. Guess what kind of presents I got? Come on. Guess. Inari.kun. I bet you got toys on your birthday. No, not toys. On my 5th birthday, I got nothing. Only beatings and curses from my own village. They used different combinations to stop my abnormal healing factor for a few minutes. I have 2 prominent scars that I kept. What? Inari asked, staring at him in shock. He pulled up his shirt to reveal his cross scar, saying, hee. This was given to me by a dog. No, a stray, flea. Bitten dog that gets his ass ridden by an old monkey. Also, you were lucky that you even had parents. I had nobody until I turned 7. Naruto pulled down his collar and said, this scar was given graciously to a councilwoman. She was a bitch to me and this one. With a sigh, Inari said, you're lying. Inari gasped for a few seconds and then glared at Kakashi, who essentially thought, oh, shit, Naruto said, then how about a show for you, precious memories, as he touched Inari and sent his memories of the incident. Tsunami yelled, Inari. Stop shouting at Kakashi.san, as Inari yelled, you bastard, at the Jonin. No. Rutaku-san, how can you justify that? That man in front of you is the one who gave you that scar. Everyone but Sasuke exclaimed. What? Tazuna asked gravely, is this true, Kakashi? Rutaku-san is not one to lie blatantly about something like this. Kakashi responded, the boy had obviously been drinking, I haven't done nothing to him at all in the past. Liar. You were the one in that dog mask. You had the same voice and hair. You even took off your mask to show your face to him. Sakura yelled, that is a lie, nobody has ever beaten Naruto. Baka, he is just lying to get attention. If you want the truth, Haruno, ask your heartbroken mother about when we arrived back at Konoha. Whispered Tokiko. Rutaku-san is not lying, I was only 6 at the time and I watched Naruto was being chased by a mob outside my house. He has been beaten before, on that day, he came into school with bruises all on his face. Tazuna got up to strangle Kakashi after he thought, damn it. But Naruto intervened, saying, no, he is not worth it. But, he caused you so much pain in your life. I know, I hate being with him on this mission as it is, but unfortunately he is useful at the village. Plus I can cause him hell while I am on this mission. Also the fact that Duckass here likes to ride his ass, so we are going to sleep on it. Only Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura were left at the table after Naruto, Tazuna, Tsunami, Inari, and Tokiko left and went upstairs to bed. After that, Sasuke commanded, Sakura, leave us. The fangirl dutifully obeyed his orders and went upstairs as he said, I know of a way to hurt him, Kakashi. With a start, Kakashi asked, how? There is a person in my clan, a woman that he deeply cares about. If I tell you this name and all of her abilities, you will teach me in everything that you know, so I can defeat my brother and have that Dobi groveling at my feet. And one more thing, I want Tokiko to be my mistress, I will need you to steer her close to me, so I can have her as my woman. Sasuke spoke with his hands interlaced. Kakashi was visibly gnashing his teeth and thinking, to hurt the one person that I hate the most, that took everything away from me, humiliated and sully me, I must sacrifice my dignity and my crush's daughter. My reputation or my loved one's happiness. Slowly opening his only eye, Kakashi said, I am so sorry, Tokiko-chan. I will do it, but I can only persuade her, you will have to do the rest of the courting yourself and win her heart. Sasuke replied, then we have an accord, her name is Ayane Uchiha, a cursed child in our clan and the bodyguard of my family. She is still a genin under the tutelage of Gekko Hayate, her specialty are ninjutsu and genjutsu, along with kenjutsu, so her weakness is taijutsu and she currently is taking care of Takeshi Uchiha, adopted by my mother from Keiko Haruno, that is the best time to strike. Kakashi nodded as she considered, maybe I could return little Takeshi and have Keiko save my ass for insurance, she might not have her seat on the council, but she should have some pull around the council as well. The Jonin responded, alright then, Sasuke, your training will begin once we return to Konoha after team meetings. Right now, we have to focus on taking out Zabuza and any of his lackeys, let's get some rest. What did Tokiko do when she came downstairs the following day with a sullen expression? She had met Sasuke in the hallway, and he had the audacity to make advances on her. When jackasses tried to impose their demands on her, she did what all good women do. To Sakura's chagrin and Naruto's secret pleasure, she gave the Uchiha a well-earned and strategically placed knee to the crotch, where Sasuke's valuable spot is. That he will never use for a long time. Morning, Tsunami.san. Where is everyone? She demanded. Everyone is waiting for you and Naruto is back upstairs, sleeping. That boy must be a bit tired after comforting Inari and telling him about his friends. Friends? Yes, he has very few of them and prefers to keep them a secret, considering that he has no trust in the village. Tsunami responded, I don't blame him either and that sensei of yours is a cruel man to do such a thing to a child. After their conversation, Tokiko thought sadly, yeah, and the worst part is that I consider Kakashi to be my brother. When Tokiko left the house, he saw Sakura glaring, Sasuke's face in pain, Tazuna looking amused, and, well, Kakashi looking at his porn book. Alright, let's go. Naruto will stay here, so he can protect your family. Kakashi replied to Tazuna, we don't need him in this fight. Tazuna cheekily retorted, HMPH, you said that last time and got your ass handed to you by a water ninja, remember? After reflecting on that fight, Kakashi snarled, I will not make the same mistake twice. The team and Tazuna made their way to the bridge, and a few minutes later, Naruto awoke and came downstairs. Naruto put on his hooded cloak and got dressed, saying, for once, he was using his head. I will stay here until someone comes. Until then I will be upstairs, Tsunami. Chan. Ah, you are finally awake. Your team and 2.San went to the bridge. Your sensei said to stay here in case of any intruders. As the Jinchuriki went upstairs, Tsunami called Inari for assistance and started washing the dishes while blushing slightly from Naruto's suffix. Bridge. When Team 7 and Anko arrived at the bridge, they saw Zabuza and an enigmatic person wearing a mask. Where is the kid? He decided to stay home. You will have me to deal with, Kakashi said in response to Zabuza's question as he and Sasuke moved forward. Replied Zabuza, fine, I think I can have some fun, kicking your ass a second time. Kirigakure no Jutsu! Exclaimed Zabuza as the mist obscured Team 7 and Anko's vision, but the opposite was also true. Sakura, Tokiko, Anko, stay and protect Tazuna. Sasuke and I will handle this. Instructed Kakashi. Kakashi abruptly turned his Sharingan over and saw a person with multiple roughly shaped hazing concentrated chakra forms. Those two are going to get their asses kicked, if only I had popcorn. Wait, I do. Anko sat down and smiled as she opened a fresh bag of popcorn and offered some to Tazuna, who accepted it politely. As the Jonin put it, do it, Sasuke, okay, was the final reply from the devoted male Uchiha. He grabbed 2 kunai from his pouch and cut the Zabuza clones with them. The fake hunter ninja nodded silently and engaged Sasuke in a brief battle, slashing at him until they were at a standstill. Well, the broody brat has some speed, why don't you play with him, Haku? You lose, what? We are both at a standstill. As she flipped through hand signals, Haku said in a feminine voice, yes, but there are factors that support my declaration. First, the water surrounding us, and second, your hands are occupied, leaving you only one hand to defend yourself, while I, on the other hand, can attack. She screamed, Sweden. Sensatsu Shisho, as she pounded the water. Sasuke and Haku were encircled by the rising water. The Uchiha thought, remember the training, focus my chakra and send it to my feet. Sasuke was struck by the needles, but Haku managed to escape the bloodshed. Sasuke suddenly appeared behind her and said, you know, you aren't really that fast at all, from now on, you will be dodging my attacks. Haku slashed at Sasuke, but he ducked and flipped in front of her. She had to dodge 4 shuriken. After hitting her and battling her senbon, he took the kunai and tossed it casually at Haku's head. Sasuke's foot struck her in the face from below as she ducked. After skidding back in Zabuza's direction, she stood up and looked at Sasuke. You better hurry your ass up, kid. Stalling for time ain't going to cut it, Zabuza whispered. A flashback shows Naruto hiding behind a hooded cloak on Thursday night as he followed a thug back to Gato's hiding place. The Jinchuriki moved stealthily into Zabuza's room, holding out one of Lerxine's knives in case he was caught. Through the darkness, Naruto muttered, Zabuza.san, are you awake? From behind him, a female voice said, don't move. Haku had a senbon behind him when the Jinchuriki turned to look behind him. I come in peace, lady. I am not a lady, I am a boy and you have a weapon, clearly you are not here for peace, Haku responded. Oh, yeah, I am going to just waltz inside Gato's hideout, which is crawling with thugs without a small weapon, and I call bullshit on your boy declaration. Besides, you have seen me before, I was fighting your master, which is a good opponent. Zabuza gave the order, that is enough. Stand down, Haku. Now what do you want, kid? Our fight is tomorrow. I know that, while I was over here, I overheard Gato saying that he is going to betray you, and you know that if I use the full extent of my bloodline, I could possibly overwhelm you and kill you. So what do you suggest we do? Clearly, Kakashi and your sensei are not going to like you making back alley deals with the enemy. Naruto responded, tough shit, I am a ninja and they should know that I would make deals with the enemy. Anyway, knowing Gato, he would want some insurance with dealing with us, so he will probably send thugs to the house. I will dispatch them while you stall for time. Dealing with Hitaki and Uchiha until I reach there, then I kill you too. Kill us? I don't like this plan at all. I mean, using a convincing clone. Every ninja village has a clone kinjutsu. Konoha has the shadow clone jutsu and Kiri has the blood clone jutsu. I know that it exists in Kiri and you are the only one who has held it for 3 days on the record of the bingo book. After my team leaves, you two will stay here hidden and help Nami prosper, considering the fact that I will take over Gado's company tomorrow by planting myself as the successor. Your persona will be Jin Kazama and Haku can keep her own name since nobody has seen her face at all. Zabuza responded, that sounds like a good plan to me, but why are you making this up for? Simply, I hate my village. I am the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune and they basically treated me like shit except for a handful of people. Basically my life is like the Kiri bloodline extermination. Naruto said, observing Haku's flinch. When the time is right, I will leave that place and establish my own village. This village will be one of the bases. But I will need money to do so and I can protect you from Hunter Ninja since you will be classified as dead. Zabuza asked, you are making your own village? Yes, no one will notice it until it is too late, hence the name of the village shall be the village hidden in the twilight. The leader will be named Kurokage. Kurokage, Sounds ironic for your village. What is your name, kid? I never did actually catch it. My real name is Naruto X, but you will address me as Roxas for the time being. You have a deal, Roxas. Flashback comes to an end. Zabuza commanded, Haku, stop playing around and be serious. For a moment, a dark blue chakra encircled Haku's body as she nodded and made the distinctive hand gesture, Hyeten, Makio Hyosho. The Uchiha sneered, big deal. I will melt those mirrors with my fire style. You picked the worst opponent to deal with. Kaden. Gukaku no Jutsu. As the air turned cold and instantly ice mirrors appeared around Sasuke. He then puffed out a large fireball that crashed against the mirror in front of him, only to discover that the edges were melted when the smoke cleared. That was a nice try, but these mirrors are infused with my chakra. Is that all you have? That's a lot for Uchiha. Well, since you don't want to bring shame to your clan, I'll let you die quickly. As he ran to save his golden ticket, Kakashi thought, she is a survivor of the bloodline purge and she has Sasuke in her grasp. However, Zabuza appeared in front of him and slashed at him with his sword, saying, let the kids play, you get to dance with me, Kakashi. House. As Naruto climbed through Inari's window to perch on the house, he heard Inari and Tsunami scream and his eyes popped open. Finally they're here, now it begins, Naruto thought as he saw Gado's samurai bodyguards, Waraji and Tori, emerge from the house with a struggling Tsunami. Leave my mother alone, yelled Inari as she ran after them. Naruto pulled out his two kunai and made a leap of faith while the two were preoccupied, colliding with their bodies and knocking Tsunami over while stabbing them in the larynx. Sorry about that, Tsunami-chan, he said, helping her up. Tsunami blushed as she said, thank you, Naruto-kun, and Inari approached to give his mother a hug, Ka-san. The code word is Kaiza. Okay. You two remain inside the house and don't leave until I say it. Naruto said to Inari, you did well, you were very brave to stand up to those two, after the two nodded. The son appears to have at last assumed the role of father. For the first time in Wave, Naruto smiled at Inari. I will be back, wait for me. Naruto then performed a shunshin and advanced toward the bridge, focusing on Tokiko's signature because it was the largest chakra source aside from his. The mist was too thick for his Sharingan to use its hypnotic stare, and to make matters worse, Zabuza's eyes were closed, and he was an expert at killing silently without using his sight. Meanwhile, Kakashi was not enjoying his time because of Zabuza's plan. Sasuke, who secretly wished to be the one penetrating rather than the other way around, was also not enjoying himself. His fire-style jutsu was rendered useless, he was being transformed into a human pincushion, and he was unable to track Haku's speed without his deactivated Sharingan. We must save Sasuke-kun, he is in trouble, Sakura told Tokiko, unable to watch any longer. Anko replied, oh, I think that Uchiha has got her right where he wants her. Are you getting it? He will die, then why don't you stop being so useless and try to save your boyfriend? Alright. The Haruno was running to the mirrors, shouting Sasuke's name, and then throwing a kunai at the mirror that Haku was at. The ice user caught it in her hand, but then a shuriken appeared and knocked her out of the mirror, so she didn't even notice the hidden insult. Now let's see Kakashi get his ass kicked and Duckass get his ass killed. I came here to kick ass and eat bourbon chicken, but I'm completely out of it. To save and possibly piss off, then, who am I? Naruto uttered those words. Tazuna exhaled in relief, Anko and Tokiko grinned, and Sakura yelled, Baka, go save Sasuke-kun. Yo, Duckass, your girlfriend told me to come and save your ass, so I am here to save you. Naruto shrugged as he entered the mirrors. As he struggled to stand up, the Uchiha said, go away, Dobi. I don't need your help. Really? You definitely need help, especially since you have numerous needles stuck all over your body and this beautiful woman is unharmed. After saying, oh, well, Naruto walked over to the fallen Uchiha and abruptly punched him into the mirror that Haku was in. Sakura screamed, Naruto. Baka, I said help Sasuke, as Sasuke was rendered unconscious and Haku awoke groggily. Sakura rushed to seize Sasuke's body and then moved away to do unimaginable things to him after Naruto retorted, no, bitch, you said save him and I saved his ass from further humiliation and wasting energy, plus, this give you an opportunity to have your way with him. As he turned to face Haku, who attempted to attack but was knocked down and had his spears encircling her, Naruto thought, perfect, she is going straight to my clone, which will knock her out for the next phase of my plan. Now to deal with you, go ahead and kill me, Haku said, but just as Naruto was about to stab him with his spears, he heard a familiar noise and whispered, go. I will be there in a few, make sure you switch the Chisho Bunshin at the exact moment. Haku vanished. He continued, saying, remain here. As he crossed the bridge, he saw Kakashi's hand enter Zabuza's chest, instantly killing him. The Hitaki retreated, jerking his hand away from the Jonin, and his summons vanished. He picked up his scroll and picked up Zabuza's sword, which had an electric shock seal. With a little tweak. His clothes were covered in mist, which obviously shocked Kakashi and knocked him out. Good, Hitaki is down. Uchiha is down, the bitch is occupied, and Haku has just knocked out Namikaze, Naruto said, pulling out a kunai that had a sinister appearance and throwing it to see it hanged into Zabuza. Gato is all that's left, Naruto uttered. Well, it appears that you missed one, Zabuza, said Gato, who then materialized behind them with 100 mercenaries. Regardless, you are currently expendable. Zabuza grabbed Kabikari Hucho from Kakashi's grasp and hefted it on his shoulder as Naruto pulled out his kingdom key. Should we? Naruto inquired. As they both charged and attacked the mercenaries, Zabuza responded, let's. Gato moved in the back, and Tazuna and Haku heard the screams of pain and agony and winced as Naruto and Zabuza completely destroyed the mob. Before long, they were all dead and only Gato remained. Naruto grinned and said, here is a document that tells me that you sign your company over to me permanently, do this and you will be spared by me and Zabuza. Gato took the paper, signed it quickly on his knee, and returned it to the Jinchuriki after the small man said, please, I will do anything, just don't kill me. The little midget ran as Naruto picked up a fallen kukri and said, good, now you can go and make sure that you never come back to Wave ever again. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Naruto then hurled the kukri directly into the center of the bridge. Gato ran toward Tazuna, Tokiko, and Anko while wearing a mask of fear and hatred. I will be back, I will rebuild and kill that bridge builder myself, then I will find that kid and Zabuza to kill them as well. He pulled out a knife from inside his cane and yelled at him before he stiffened. WW what? Gato exclaimed in disbelief, but he page promised not to, The midget collapsed to the ground, discovering a kukri stuck in his back, bringing an end to Gato's brief existence. Naruto approached them, Zabuza following him, and Anko yelled, Naruto, behind you. It's okay, Anko. Sensei, he is with me. What? How did this occur? I sneaked out on Thursday night and discovered Gato's hiding place. Don't worry, Namikaze is not dead. She is in a death state, just like Sasuke and Sakura. I had to knock out my entire team because I heard Gato was going to betray Zabuza, and you know Hitaki would bitch about it. What's the reason behind this? Tazuna inquired. I plan to leave the village soon. I don't think that they deserve my power at their disposal, so I wanted to make Wave one of my bases here and Zabuza will be the leader of the shinobi part while you will serve as the leader of the civilians. All right, but how will we accomplish this without informing your team? Naruto laughed. That is where my friend comes in. Now everyone that is asleep when my friend here activates her jutsu will lose their memory and replaces it with a different believable memory that I am thinking of. Tazuna remarked, wow, you thought of everything. I know, also I have taken over Gato Industries, so now the economy in Wave will be added along with the trade since your bridge will be finished tomorrow. Tazuna nodded, however, what is the jutsu's disadvantage? They will get back only if they see you guys after a few years, I anticipated about 2 years. Naruto replied, now let's get this over with. Anko said, I can't let you do that, Naruto, as she approached her pupil, but he moved behind her and knocked her unconscious. Lexicon, open. You have absolutely no other option, Anko. Sensei. All right, Zabuza, Haku, this is where we parted for now. Send me updates on the company and train hard until that day comes. The Jinchuriki knelt to the ground, panting in exertion just as Zabuza and Haku held him up. The book opened and released a silver blast that engulfed the entire village and caused those who were sleeping to have a different memory. A week later, after Sasuke, Tokiko, and Kakashi had recovered from their wounds, Tazuna and the villagers came to see them off. They came to see Naruto off. Zabuza nodded and gave him his sword, and Haku gave him her scarf to further confirm the alleged death of Zabuza and his apprentice. Tazuna grinned and said, "Thank you, Rutaxon, for everything you have done. You are always welcome anytime back in Wave." "Thank you, Tazuna-san. I'll make sure to return to this village. I left the real one on your mother's bed with a scroll, and I don't want you to use it unless there is an emergency." "Oh, Inari. Here," Naruto said, passing Inari a wooden wakizashi. "Practice using that. Stay gorgeous." "Okay, Tsunami-chan." The entire crowd was taken aback when Tsunami blushed a little and kissed Naruto on the lips, saying, "Thank you for the compliment and you stay handsome." The Jinchuriki nodded, blinking a little as reality set in, and then he observed his team departing and hurried to catch up. The idea of the village hidden in the twilight was born, as was the position of Kurokage, and he left a cage Bunshin to explain the memory loss of some people who were sleeping. He also told him about his plan, which was enthusiastically accepted by the populace, and an establishment was made in Wave Country. Naruto would ultimately be the one laughing in their faces because the 5 great countries would not have anticipated this. To Naruto's chagrin, Konoha, Team 7 made their way back to the village, where he discovered Mikoto, Kushina, and Keiko were waiting for their esteemed kids. "Ka-san." As he ran and gave Kushina a tight hug, Tokiko said to her. To the matriarch's surprise, Sasuke approached Mikoto and turned on his Sharingan, which was supposed to have a single tomo in each eye when it was first turned on. Naruto didn't want to do it at all, but he had to use his killing intent to force Sasuke to activate it again in order for the memory to coincide. So Mikoto concluded that Sasuke must have activated it when he met Itachi and was unaware of it. Kushina thanked Kakashi for looking after her daughter and then left with Tokiko and Kakashi, looking a little perplexed. Naruto mouthed, "Sorry," to Mikoto, who nodded as they returned home with Sasuke. "Come on, mother, I need to train now that I have the Sharingan in my possession." As Naruto watched Saya, he thought, "Wow, she is a mess, better be careful around her since she looks like she could be mad." Sakura looked at Saya and immediately went to Naruto menacingly. She grabbed him by the scruff of Naruto's shirt and said, "What did you do to her?" "What? You have no idea. Oh, you move into your own apartment after you become a ninja. I guess I could tell you that I might have indirectly contributed to your mother losing your younger brother. How are things going with Takeshi? If you have killed him, I promise I will. He's still alive. I don't murder innocent people. I revealed that your mother is unfaithful, but I did nothing else. Before she passed away, she had an affair with Sasuke's father and became pregnant, giving birth to your younger brother, Takeshi Haruno, who is actually Sasuke Uchiha's stepbrother." "No, that isn't true, my mother wouldn't," Sakura muttered. "Everyone knows. As a result, your father, who I believe left the village to go to Tea Country, has passed away, and your mother has lost her seat on the council and her reputation has been diminished to that of the village's sex whore. She will never be able to see her son again, and you are powerless to defend yourself without running the risk of your mother interfering." Sakura's eyes grew wide as Naruto whispered, "Which means that I can make sure you will suffer, in every way possible, that is." Naruto's eyes turned a sickly yellow. Sakura screamed, "You bastard," and released his collar. As he left Sakura and Saya together and walked home, Naruto remarked, "Goodbye, Haruno, your suffering has just begun." Hayate residence. "Hey, Nei-san, Ni-san, I see that you guys are back in one piece." The Jinchuriki returned home to greet Yugo and Hayate. As she gave the boy a hug, Yugo answered, "Hey, Naruto, how was your mission?" In response, the boy said, "It was eventful. Since Haruno can no longer be protected by her mother, I made her fear me. Kakashi was such a bastard, and Duckass is more haughty now that he has his Sharingan." Yugo and Gecko Hayate both nodded. Yugo added, "Oh, by the way, the Chunin exams should be here in about 2 months, which we will be training extra hard, considering that you mess up the floorboards." As he responded, Naruto went pale, "But it wasn't my fault, Kushina tried to kill me. I will deal with her later. You still messed up the house involuntarily. How on earth does that make sense at all?" Hayate.ni. The Jinchuriki attempted to enlist his brother's help, but he was nowhere to be seen. Naruto slumped his shoulders, surrendered to his defeat, and trained with Yugo. His only survival was his fear of his older sister and his rage at the villagers. Sakura was the same, but on the plus side, she was always very quiet around Naruto. 2 months later, Team 7 completed a lot of missions, D. rank missions, given that Kakashi had forced the Hokage to complete them after he reported that they had barely survived the A rank. Tokiko became more determined to win Naruto's friendship and attention as she gained strength and learned Kinjutsu from her mother. However, she felt a little envious when she witnessed Tsunami kiss Naruto. Under Kakashi's private tutelage and his mother's with the Sharingan, Sasuke became more powerful and, consequently, more conceited, eager to battle Naruto or any other formidable foes, but since he was confined to missions, there were none. Regarding Naruto, the Jinchuriki had fully mastered his ninjutsu and found that he could break the seal's limiter and release Tomomi's chakra when he was experiencing intense emotions like pain or rage. He called the cloak the Demon Fox's cloak, and he was only able to practice in this form for an hour because his body parts would become numb. At first, if he drew more chakra, he would gain manic hair, bestial features, and a fox. Like Crouch. Naturally, Enko Mitarashi oversaw all of this. Following their 14th C-rank mission together, the two of them grow close. Alright, Rutaxon, your next C-rank task is to track down the Cross Bandits group. They have taken the client's daughter and several other women and children in exchange for slave labor. It's your responsibility to sneak in and destroy them, Sarutobi stated. Who is accompanying me, and how many people are there? About 70 to 100 and only one person. Your sensei Enko Mitarashi will be only going with you. Good, but where is, Sarutobi remarked. Enko, how many times have I told you to, as a window suddenly exploded, revealing Enko Mitarashi in all his promiscuous glory. No, I won't stop until I feel like it, as you have stated 79 times. I enjoy making a big entrance, she remarked. Sarutobi pinched the bridge of his nose as the two departed, but he smiled as he thought, at least, I didn't tell them about how the higher-up are ninjas. Hopefully both of them will be killed or at least crippled enough to place a loyalty seal on them. Naruto thought, okay, scratch what I said when we met, I love this woman. Enko took the lead as they made their way through the forest outside of Konoha. So, Rutaxon, are you happy to be here? Yes, it's thrilling to be outside of that damned village. Have you never felt this way before? Naruto concluded, since Orochimaru took you outside, you hated it. Enko looked at him and said, it is kind of obvious who your sensei is. Nah, not really, I have always liked to be near the village ever since, she said. You essentially declared your intention to murder a certain Sannin, and some of the villagers still harbor some animosity toward you, calling you a snake bitch. The former apprentice of the snake Sannin said, although he is psychotic, he does have the right idea in leaving the village. He looked forward. Are you going to do that? This village doesn't deserve my power because they chose to ignore my sacrifice, Naruto remarked. Even the Hokage feels this way, but I have people in this village that I need to protect. The old fool probably allowed you access to the seals he put on my body when I was a baby, along with the elders, because I couldn't give a damn about most of them. How did you, as Enko opened her mouth to say, she clutched her shoulder in slight pain. My tenant, the Kyuubi knows the full extent of my body and I have allowed its chakra to destroy them bit by bit over the years. They are all now completely useless. The snake's farewell present, huh? Can I see it in private when we get to the town? Asked the Jinchuriki after Enko nodded. I don't know, I am uncomfortable with showing it to others. That is fine, I just wanted to see if I can succeed where others have failed to do so. Not even the old man can break this seal, Enko hissed as he gave him a gloomy look. How is Jiraiya doing? Despite being a pervert, he is better at seals than he is. He couldn't do anything, not without the product or the blueprints of it. Naruto decided to end the conversation, and the two proceeded through the trees. Inside, the Jinchuriki were plotting to break Enko's curse with Orochimaru's assistance. Town. My name is Akito. I need you two to save my daughter Tatsuki from the bandits, the two said as they entered and soon located the client. The bandits consist of 4 generals who were formerly ninjas but failed their graduation exams. Their leader, Kenta Cross, was formerly a ninja as well. While Enko was thinking the same thing, Naruto thought, so the old man withheld information about those 5. Fine, Sarutobi, they say that karma is a bitch. Naruto then said, fine, let's get this over with. However, we are unaware of the location of their camp, Enko declared. The forest or a nearby cave near town are the most likely places for the bandits to hide. They're camped at a cave approximately 7 miles northwest, according to our patterns. The Jinchuriki stated, if the sun is to be believed, we will arrive there at sunset. That's good, time to kill some bandits. About 70 or 80 bandits, so how are we going to do this? Naruto and Enko hid on a ledge at the edge of the bandit camp, where they discovered the camp and the bandits celebrating their 25th raid of the month. Devastation or assassination? Naruto inquired. We'll go with assassination, but wow, you are just as sadistic as I am. We will switch with destruction if the worst happens. There, that should occupy them for a while. 20 clones advanced into the forest behind the two, saying, alright, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. I've been meaning to inquire about how you found out about the Kage Bunshin. We'd better get started. Kushina. Teme taught me this when she attempted to maim me and I kicked her ass. The villagers have been annoying me lately, so I need to release some pent-up energy. The Jinchuriki leapt off the cliff and fell on two unwary bandit guards, killing them by striking them in the back of the neck with a kunai. I hope your clones weren't selfish, he said as he moved silently through the camp, with Enko at his side. There are only about 30 left, pardon me, 28, because they only killed about 2 each. One of the generals died after being caught intoxicated and throwing up. Enko laughed. HMPH, the bastard couldn't hold his alcohol, that's funny. Anyway, I will take care of the generals while you take care of Kenta. One of them should know where they are. You know, the leader never comes out unless you can create a big enough distraction. I thought you wanted to kill the rest of the bandits. No, that's not my style. I like to play with my prey one for a long time. Kenta-kun is that person. Enjoy yourself. When Naruto shook his head and stabbed a bandit in the back while covering his mouth to muffle his screams, Enko said as she vanished into the ground. As he sheathed his kunai, he said, now to go wild. His weapons materialized, and he picked up an orb while electricity ran through his hands. He then killed some of the bandits by shooting a red beam of energy at a tent. Naruto then gave a brief history lesson, explaining that the ethereal blades had once belonged to a cunning leader. Xemnas, the superior of the inn. Between, was his name. With them in his hands, Naruto charged at the bandits as they gathered around him. However, they met their demise when Naruto slashed at a bandit on his left side and swung him in a 360-degree circle, capturing 4 of them and slicing them in half with electricity. As the bandits continued to arrive, Naruto kicked one in the jaw, snapped his neck, and then stabbed another with his left ethereal blade. The Jinchuriki was not even touched by the dark red blood that spattered from their bodies. The bandits avoided Naruto's 3 shots, allowing them to strike a tent holding kegs of alcohol. An oil lantern then fell on the tent, causing the makeshift house to blow up and glass fragments to pierce the remaining bandits, wounding one in the arm. Which of you are the generals? Naruto asked, turning to face the other 5 bandits. The ones in the back flinched a bit and Naruto smirked as he made the whirlwind lances pierce through them. One was still alive and Naruto asked, where are the women? Kenta's tent. As he turned to face the final bandit, Naruto said, good, thank you for your contribution. The bandit then asked, what are you? The 13 ninja is who I am, and you will be my messenger. Run and inform everyone who is a bandit. Tell them my name and what has happened here. The robber gave a terrified nod, and Naruto responded, but he swiftly grabbed his lance and cut the Roman numeral 13 on the bandit's arm. Now you will carry my mark and may leave with your life. The bandit fled into the forest as Naruto stood in front of the burning tents, his weapons encircling him and a strange symbol behind his back. As the real Kage Bunshin strode into the cross tent, Naruto made 15 of them to clean up the dead. It turns out that the bandit was right. It wasn't difficult to miss at all. The Jinchuriki opened the flap and looked until he discovered a trapdoor. The woman and children were dressed in rags when he opened it. It's okay, I'm here to help. Which of you is Tatsuki? A blonde-haired woman in her early 20s with green eyes appeared and came forward and said, I am. All right, you're still here. The women and children followed the clone as Naruto followed the tent's destruction to discover Enko torturing Kenta Cross. Now this Kage Bunshin will escort you back home. Leave Kenta Cross to me. Now I want everyone to form a single line, children first. The children were removed one by one, followed by the women. Disappointed. It was a waste of my time, and that bastard only knew a few jutsu. How was yours? It was fun. I killed the rest of them and the general didn't use their jutsu because I killed them too quickly. Have you located them? Yeah, they are being escorted back to the town. Now kill him and be done with it. Akito said, thank you for saving my daughter, after Enko used a kunai to stab Kenta in the head before returning to the village with Naruto to be greeted with open arms. Tatsuki ran up to Naruto and, to his surprise, gave him a hug and a kiss. Thank you, mister. Enko said, no problem, just glad that they are all safe. The Jinchuriki slowly returned the hug, and a smile came to his face. "You are welcome, Tatsuki-san. What are your names?" Akito inquired. "Anko Mitarashi. My name is Naruto." Flashback comes to an end. While his teammate, a blonde pigtailed kunoichi with a giant fan on his back, watched a child hang helplessly from the Tsunaboy's grasp, Naruto strolled over to see a boy from Sanagakure wearing a black jumpsuit resembling a cat and carrying a big bundle on his back. Naruto stepped forward. "Would you mind putting the brat down?" Sakura and Tokiko were also present, attempting to persuade the puppet master to put the boy down. According to the Suna boy, "No, he bumped into me and now he is going to pay the price." "All right, but consider this. If you hit that boy, who just so happens to be the Hokage's grandson, two things will happen. Please feel free to hit the boy because, in the first place, you and your team will not be allowed to take the Chunin exams this year. Secondly, you will cause a global incident that will break the treaty and lead to war against you." "Okay, now apologize," said Naruto after the boy threw Konohamaru to the ground. "What?" the girl said. "Just do it, Kankuro." Kankuro apologized. "Hey," Konohamaru said, "now you apologize. You stinking brat," before Naruto slapped him over the head. "Why did you do that? Do you not realize that I am the grandson of the Hokage?" fussed Konohamaru. "I know you are the old bastard's grandson, and I don't give a shit," Naruto said, giving him another slap. "Regardless of your family background, respect is earned, not given, as I explained to your foolish grandfather. Now, either you apologize or I'll let him beat you up and then have Ebisu train you until you're dead." After giving Naruto's eerie smile a terrified glance, Konohamaru blurted out, "I apologize for running into you." "What's your name, miss, now that we're all good and tidy?" Naruto inquired. "Tamari. You already know about Kankuro. Nice name for a pretty lady," said Naruto. "Your other teammate must be up in that tree, am I correct?" Tamari and Kankuro tensed up as they saw a boy with green eyes and red hair, a gourd on his back, and an inconstant emotionless mask covering his face. In a gravelly voice, he said, "I am surprised that you detected me at all." He then leapt to the ground, saying, "Your eyes are the same as mine. What's your name?" "I didn't ask for yours, but you are interesting. I am Sabaku no Gaara." Everyone turned to face the haughty Uchiha in the tree and leapt to the ground in front of Naruto. "Rutaxan, the 13 ninja." Naruto stepped aside as Gaara and his team headed for their hotel, saying, "I look forward to seeing you two in the exams." "Rutaxan, what are these tests? Why do you ask me this? Since you are Uchiha, you figure out that I am actually the supposed Dobi." "Naruto, you can take the tests, but you need to find a Jonin sensei who isn't me or your family to represent you and two other teammates to form a team," Anko told Naruto when they met the following day. That's what the Hokage told all the apprentices during the session. The Jinchuriki needed a third teammate, but he couldn't ask Tenten because he knew she would be with her team forever, and he knew Ayane would accompany him if he asked. He heard a young girl shouting in rage as he was walking through the courtyard, and when he turned to look, he saw that it was Amy, an old teammate who had worn a black cheongsam and grown her hair a little longer to fall at her shoulder blades. Her Jonin sensei was Ko Hyuga, the well-known bodyguard of the heiress Hinata Hyuga. Naruto smirked as he thought, "I have found my third teammate, now won't everyone be all surprised to see me?" Apparently, her two teammates were afraid to take the Chunin exams, and she was trying to convince them to join, but to no avail. The four of them turned to face Naruto as he approached them and said, "Excuse me, what are you doing here, Rutaxan-san?" Amy spoke to him startled. "Well, I was walking home when I heard someone yelling at her scared teammates, and she seemed pretty frustrated," the Jinchuriki retorted. "In any case, I intend to attend the Chunin exams myself along with an older genin who was unable to do so because she is in an apprenticeship, and I can't go with my team because it is only a 3-man team," Naruto said as Amy turned a scarlet red. "So, I wanted to know if you wanted to come along." The Jinchuriki turned to Ko and inquired, "Is it okay if I borrow your student for this event?" Amy quickly responded, "Yes, I would like to join you guys in the exams." "The choice is ultimately yours, sir, but I swear that I will give my life to protect her during them." Because of the Kyuubi that was sealed inside of him and the fact that he killed civilians without showing mercy, Ko was a little leery of the Konoha outcast. However, they were killed in self-defense, and he had only heard positive things from Anko. Additionally, more clients were coming in because Naruto had eliminated the bandit groups, including the infamous Joker gang, which was not immune to his wrath. Ko responded, "Why not, Rutaxan, just don't make me regret my decision." "Thank you, and I'll make sure you don't. I'll have the slips by tomorrow, so you can sign them by then," Naruto said, bowing to the Hyuga. "Although it officially begins at 1 arrive at the academy building by at least 12:30. After receiving Ami's nod of approval, Naruto went off to retrieve the slips. When he, Ayane, and Amy arrived early the following day, Naruto declared, "All right, I registered our team name as Outcast. What are your advantages and disadvantages now?" Replied that, "My strength are ninjutsu, kenjutsu and genjutsu, my weaknesses are fighting close range fighters since my taijutsu sucks." Amy said, "My strengths are taijutsu and ninjutsu, my weakness is genjutsu. My weaknesses are ninjutsu because I don't use it very often, but my strengths are taijutsu, kenjutsu, and for some reason, I am immune to genjutsu." When the three genin entered, they saw Team Guy arguing with two genin obstructing the door and a sizable crowd of them watching. "Basically, we cover all of our weaknesses as a team, so we should be fine. Let's get in there now, it's 12:45. Ayane resisted Ami's attempt to assist, saying, "We have to help them." "No, aside from Neji Hyuga, who won Rookie of the Year in our class the previous year, Lee is the fastest and strongest genin in terms of taijutsu. They're pretending to be weak in order to be underestimated," whispered Naruto. On another note, those genin are actually Chunin in a henge, I see them every time on gatekeeper duty. Plus there is a genjutsu on the sign that says we are on the 3rd floor, but we only went up on one flight of stairs, we're on the 2nd floor. "But shouldn't we tell them?" Amy asked. "No, Neji has the Byakugan, and since they can see through genjutsu, they most likely noticed it as well and are attempting to take advantage of it. This is a test. If you can't identify bad genjutsu as a team, you're not allowed in." With a comforting tone, Ayane said, "Don't worry. We're here to help each other with our weaknesses." Amy muttered, "Then let's go to the real room." Team Guy caught a glimpse of Team Outcast as they made their way upstairs. Tendon smiled slightly as Naruto looked at her and gave her a wink. Every four ninja and Konoha veteran genin gave them a threatening look as they entered the doors and went upstairs. Everyone in the room turned away from Naruto's murderous intent as he performed a Jin smile during the intimidation act, with the exception of Gaara, who was grinning maniacally. Shikamaru said, "So you are here, Rutaku-san, Amy and, who is this?" as Team 10 approached them. "Ayane Uchiha, I graduated last year," he responded, "so you three are taking the exams as well. I figure that you would be the ones who would wait until next year." Shikamaru responded, "Blame Ino and Asuma." Sensei, when she heard that Sasuke was also taking the exams, she jumped on it. "That and Asuma. Sensei wanted us to get serious about being a ninja." Shikamaru, Shoji, and Team Outcast turned to see Ino embracing Sasuke from behind. "You can't blame him." Amy said, "You were too lazy to train and Shoji would rather eat than train at all. Ino has some skill since she was trained by her father, but she is still a fangirl. Matter of fact, where is she?" "Do you have to ask? Well, we better go and extract Ino with a crowbar." "I see, you got your bitch to join," Sasuke said with a sneer toward Ayane. The darkness in Naruto's eyes increased. "Before you finish that sentence, Sasuke, my question is, do you want to die today or for me to pierce your eyes? Because it would be a real nice present for me to give to your brother once you're dead, and I think he would be delighted to have an extra pair of eyes on spare in case he loses one of them." Kiba's voice reached their ears. "Yahoo, found you. Looks like the gang is all here." Shino said, "Hello. Rutaku-san. Sasuke stopped talking because he was afraid of losing his eyes. "Hey, Shino. How have you been?" A genin with silver hair and a convincing smile that instantly makes Naruto think of Mizuki approached them and said, "You guys must be rookies, considering that you can't keep your voices down at all. Those AIM ninja on your left have very short tempers." The Aburame responded, "I have been fine. This team has been very pleasant, except for Kiba. San's constant strategy of hit first, plan later, deal on every mission. According to Amy, and your name is, oh, how rude of me. My name is Yakushi Kabuto. Since you are rookies, I will share my information on the exams." "This is not your first time?" asked Ayane. Kabuto responded to the female Uchiha by saying, "No, since the Chunin exams are bi-annual, this will be my 7th time doing the exams." Kiba said, "Wow, you are pretty weak." Naruto was thinking, "Okay, believable smile. Check. Giving out information freely without a catch. Check. 7th time doing the exams, yet with Jonin. Level chakra. Check. Yeah, something is telling me not to trust this kid or underestimate him. His smile reminds me of Mizuki way too much." Taking out a deck of cards, Kabuto said, "My ninja info cards hold a ton of information on about the exams here and they respond to my chakra only." He drew a card and sent chakra into it to show the number of teams from each nation present. Do you have information on individuals? Inquired Sasuke. The Uchiha said, Sabaku no Gaara, Rock Lee, Rutaxan and Ayane Uchiha, after Kabuto nodded. The silver-haired genin drew 4 cards and said, Rock Lee, 20D rank and 12C rank. His taijutsu is very high, but everything else is non-existent. His teammates are Neji Hyuga and Tenten. He grabbed the following card, Sabaku no Gaara, 8C rank and 1B rank. His abilities are unknown and it is said that he has never been hurt on any mission at all. The next card was drawn and he stated, Ayane Uchiha, 24D rank and 8C rank. Roughly she is well rounded with her kenjutsu, ninjutsu and genjutsu. Her sensei is Gekko Hayate and she has no teammates. He chose the final card and said, lastly, Rutaxan, 4D rank, 32C rank, 1B rank, 1A rank. Alias. The 13 Ninja, bad luck, destroyed the renowned Joker gang members from 200 to 1 by himself and walked away without a scratch or speck of blood. He is fairly well rounded in all points, but his genjutsu is almost non-existent. He is ranked in the bingo book by Kusagakure as a C rank ninja. Kiba whistled, damn, you went to work and how come you only have 4D ranks? As everyone gaped at Naruto's revelation. I never got paid for them, so in compensation, I was well within my rights to take jutsu at that equivalent level. The door suddenly swung open to reveal a man wearing a black trench coat, a military suit, and a Konoha bandana, flanked by 2 scores of Chunin operatives. Kabuto stated, Konoha, Kiri, Suna, Kusa, Otto, and Aim are the ones participating in the exams, all filled with skilled ninja like Rutaxan.san here. As promised, everyone was divided, and Naruto found himself sitting next to Hinata and a few haphazard Suna ninja. I am Ibiki Morino and as of now, you are all my bitches now. You will all draw lots to see where you are assigned to be seated. Everyone will be separated. Ibiki responded, don't turn over the tests until I tell you to do so. First, we must go over the rules and no questions will be answered, so listen carefully. You each start with 10 points. The test has 10 questions. If you miss one, then you have 9. The second rule is that it is a team test, to see if how much your test can hold up to 30 points. Sakura yelled, I don't understand this system and why it is a team test. Ibiki yelled, if you shut the fuck up, I can tell you. Why the fuck I say no questions will be answered until I am done. The man calmed down and kept going. The third and most important rule is that if anyone who is caught cheating will have their points subtracted by 2 points. A proctor made the remark, we have our eye on you guys. Ibiki spoke to the crowd. Realize that the weak ones who get caught are destroying themselves. As shinobi trying to become Chunin. Be proud ninjas. The final rule is that if a teammate don't answer all questions correctly or loses all points will fail, along with their 2 teammates. What? Sakura thought. You will have 1 hour to complete the test, begin, Ibiki said, and the genin handed their tests over and started writing down their responses. The Jinchuriki simply sat and used Tomomi's expertise to respond to the questions. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Sasuke mimicking the movements of an undercover Chunin with his Sharingan. Why is he cheating? Wait a minute. Ibiki.san gave us plenty of freebies to cheat. So maybe, the true test is that he wants us to cheat and not get caught. He was thinking to himself. Ino used the Shintenshin no Jutsu on Sakura before giving Shikamaru and Choji the answers via Jutsu. Gaara used his third eye. Tenten used the mirrors to give Lee the answers. Kankuro used his puppet Karasu, disguised as a proctor, to pass the answers to Temari. Hinata and Neji used their Byakugan. And Gaara used his third eye. 13 teams were caught cheating and failed the exam shortly after the hour. When Kankuro returned with the Chunin, Ibiki said, okay, now we begin the 10th question, but I must apply the added rules for this question. You had fun playing your doll. The puppet master tensed up, he knew about Karasu? Temari shouted, choose. What happens if we say no? Ibiki's eyes darkened. That's easy, you fail. Your points turn to 0 and your team is evicted from the exams. Ibiki went on. The rules are for you to decide to take it or not. What the hell does that supposed to mean then? Of course we will take it, yelled a random genin. If you answer incorrectly, you will never be able to take this exam again. Ibiki grinned to respond. Kiba yelled, you can't do that, there are guys here who took this exam before. Ibiki gave a dark grin. That year, they didn't have me, so it is my rules now, but if you choose not to take it, you will be able to take it next year. This is bullshit, yelled another random genin. Ibiki glanced at her and said, tough shit, you son of a bitch. Now there is anybody who doesn't want to risk the 10th question, please raise your fucking hand. Genin fell out one by one and were led out the door. So, anyone else? Ibiki asked. When no one moved, Ibiki said, are you sure you want to take the risk? If you get this question wrong, you'll remain a genin forever. Nothing. Ibiki, who was now wearing confident expressions, said to himself, interesting, these teams have a lot confidence and spirit. The scarred man said, for those of you remaining here, you pass. Time to give them the final verdict. All of the genin yelled, say what? So what about the other 9 questions you gave us, what was their purpose? Sakura asked. Then what about the 10th question? Ibiki smiled and replied, your choice to take the question was the 10th question. Tamari shouted. The leader of torture and interrogation stated, those questions were not for a genin to answer unless you were a genius, forcing you to cheat, so we had 2 or more chunins located near you to help up out. Those who cheated poorly failed. Sasuke pondered, the after effects of torture. Ibiki decided to take this opportunity to untie his bandana, exposing his scarred hand, which was full of burns and screw holes. Because, at times, information is more important than life, and people will risk everything to get it. Ibiki removed his bandana. If the enemy notices you, there is no guarantee that the info will be accurate. Information can be a powerful weapon for your country and teammates. Tamari responded, but I still don't understand the final question. Ibiki exhaled. The 10th question is based on a choice, a leap of faith that could make you or break you. The ability to face any hardships and be perilous is the qualifications for a chunin. So I wish you guys luck. To his surprise, Ibiki grinned back at Naruto when he smirked at him. Interesting kid, Ibiki pondered. Ibiki saw a banner thrown into the room when she abruptly sensed movement at the window. A woman wearing a long, sleeved beige trench coat and a fishnet emerged as it started to unwind. When she turned to see Naruto holding up a board with a big 10 on it, it was Anko Midarashi. Come to training ground 44 with me, Anko Midarashi, the proctor for the second Chunin exam phase. Suddenly, a kunai whizzed past Ami's head, scratching her cheek, and the snake's former apprentice appeared behind her to lick the blood from her cheek. Never underestimate nature. She has the ability to fight back and spill that precious life. Blood of yours, Amy whispered, in response to Anko's statement, this is the forest of death. All right, sensei, stop making fun of her, Naruto laughed. Must you ruin my fun? Yes, for now, you do have to explain the rules. Well, then before we start the exam, you have to sign these papers. There will be deaths in this one, and if you don't sign these, it will be my responsibility, Anko said after gathering her courage. After I finish explaining the test, you can sign them. Each team will then register at the booth behind me. She said, simply put. You will attempt the ultimate survival, and Naruto passed out the waiver forms she had given him. I'll start by describing the area. There are precisely 4 gates, a forest, a river, and a tower in the middle. Every gate is precisely 10 kilometers apart. You will be required to finish a specific task during the survival in this area. You will engage in a no-rules scroll battle using your available weapons and jutsu. Heaven and Earth are the 2 scrolls that you will battle over. Half of the 26 teams will receive Heaven, while the other half will receive Earth. You must use both scrolls to get to the tower in order to pass this test. Sakura murmured, so half of the teams will definitely fail because of this requirement. Anko replied, there also is a time limit, the test will last for 5 days. Yelled Ino, 5 days? How about food? Choji asked. Just like Choji to always think with his stomach, the fat ass, Naruto laughed. You are on your own. The forest is full of food. You just need to be on the lookout for man-eating beasts, poisonous plants, poisonous insects, etc. And it is unlikely that 13 teams will pass, Anko said. You won't get much sleep as the days go by because there is less time for rest and a greater distance to the objective. In addition, the area is teeming with enemies. Thus, you can fail due to the course's harshness in addition to losing the scroll. She grinned and said, let's start by discussing who will be disqualified. Those who fail to arrive at the tower within the allotted 120 hours. Those who lose a teammate or have a teammate killed come in second. Don't sign those papers if you're going to be a chicken because there's usually no way to quit in the middle of the test. You cannot look inside the scroll until you reach the tower, and you will spend 5 days in the forest. What if you do? Shikamaru inquired. Why ruin the surprise when you can risk finding out yourself? Anko said. To gauge your credibility, Chunin are asked to handle classified material. That's all. Choose a gate to prepare for the start after exchanging your 3 forms for your scroll. As Anko explained the rules, Naruto grinned and signed his right away, adding, oh, and a final word of advice, just don't die. After Team Outcast was positioned at Gate 78 and exploded through the gate, Naruto used his bloodline to extract two strange weapons. These were ranged weapons called arrow guns, a strange kind of laser gun that resembled crossbows and handguns. Zigbar, also known as the sharpshooter, was in possession of the weapons and used spatial manipulation to freely direct his projectiles. When the three genin came to a halt on a big branch, Ayane said, "All right, it would be a bad idea to split up in this situation. We should form a line since staying together would draw more attention. Since my Sharingan can see a little farther than your eye and in the event of any ninjutsu or genjutsu, I will take the initiative. You're next, Amy, and Naruto will cover for you." I asked Amy, "Naruto?" The higher-ups are aware of my name, my real name, but they called me Rutaxon because I told them they had no right to know it. Knowing my name, Amy.san, allows me to trust you, but only a select few are aware of it and can say it without fear of consequences. Naruto and Ayane exchanged glances and nodded, and the Jinchuriki said slowly, "The reason is that the Kyuubi no Kitsune on October 10th, my birthday shared with Namikaze, was not killed on that day, it was sealed into me." "I will, Naruto, but I can seem to understand why you are disliked so much by the villagers." "What? You can't do that," Amy said, stumbling slightly. "To hide it and shield my generation, it was a lie that allowed me to have friends. Since their bodies can be changed into either their true or human form, the Biju are demons and experts at manipulating chakras. They are beings of pure chakra, which is poison to us because it fundamentally differs from our makeup. A newborn must be sealed with those with more than 6 tails." Ayane stated, "The question is, will this knowledge affect you to cooperate with us, Amy?" The Yondaime had the option of sealing into Naruto or his daughter that day, and he chose Naruto. "If we want to, we can give up." Amy replied, "I will think about it, this is a lot to take it though." "Think about it later, we got company and it seems that they are from Kusagakure." When Team Outcast turned around, they saw a boy and 2 girls, with one of the girls in the center, clearly serving as the team leader. "Are you Rutaxon, the 13 ninja?" "Yes," said Naruto. "Who wants to know?" the boy inquired from his position. "I'm Doppo Asakura, my name is Michiko Himura," said the girl across from me. "My name is Shiwo Hitsua," said the girl in the center. Shiwo was a purple-haired girl with an athletic build and brown eyes. She wore a brown mandarin collar shirt and matching pants. Michiko had light green hair and gray eyes. She wore a long, sleeved leather jacket and red pants. Her hair covered one side of her feminine face, and she carried a double-bladed sword on her back. Doppo, who had blue eyes and red flaming hair, was dressed in a green shirt and blue Jonin-style pants. Shiwo pulled out their own, which just so happened to be a heaven scroll, and Naruto pulled the earth scroll out of his pouch, spinning it on his pointer finger and catching it in his hand as he stared at the Kusa team. "I will take Michiko," Ayane said. "Take them out, Amy. You can take your opponent if you take Doppo and Ayane." Naruto declared, "I'll take Shiwo." Team Outcast prepared and leapt at their opponent. The Uchiha ducked under the female Kusa ninja's kick and slashed at her feet, but Michiko stepped back. Ayane followed her and slashed at her neck, but she ducked and slashed at Ayane's side, only for Ayane to block and knock the edge downwards. Ayane pulled out her katana and blocked an attack from Michiko's double-bladed sword. Michiko instinctively moved to the other side to protect her right side as the Uchiha tried to cut her, and the two fighters spun away from each other in a flourish before fighting again. "You are good. Who taught you this style?" Michiko inquired inquisitively. "My sensei, Gekko Hayate." Michiko's eyes briefly widened before she said, "I see. My sensei is Agawa Nomura." So the rivalry starts again. 12 years ago, our teachers competed against one another in the Chunin exams. "It's funny, I suppose we'll be the ones to complete what they began, isn't it?" The two clashed once more after Ayane said this. Doppo and Amy circled one another before Doppo finally uttered the words, "I personally wanted to fight Rutaxon." "Why did your village put Rutaxon.san in the bingo book as a C-class ninja? He only killed a few bandit camps," Amy inquired. "Kusa maintains order by using the bandits as a makeshift police force, much like the Uchiha did in your village. One of the primary reasons we are at the Chunin exams is to either kill or cripple your friend Rutaxon, who poses a minor threat to our village," Doppo stated. "Would you mind providing us with some details about him?" "Unfortunately, I can't. 1. I don't believe that you actually beat him, considering that he is the strongest genin from my class," Amy said, biting her lip before slowly assuming her stance. "2nd, I wouldn't be here without him, and I don't betray my allies." In response, the boy said, "I guess we will have to find it out, and beat the information out of you." He punched her, but Amy blocked it and punched back. The male Kusa ninja caught it and tried to butt her head, but Amy lurched her head back to avoid it and kicked him in the torso, knocking him back. He moaned in agony as Amy repositioned herself and put on her gloves, dashed at Dopo, caught him with a palm thrust to the chin, punched him in the gut to allow his head to collide with her knee, and then kicked him in the back to send him flying into the tree with tremendous force. How did that go? Amy smirked as she asked. Dopo pulled himself out of the tree, stuck a little bit into it, blood dripping down the side of his mouth, and said, "Damn, you hit hard, but considering, I have teammates that hit me on a regular basis, while removing a few splinters and spitting blood. Well, I suppose I ought to give them credit." The boy then squatted down and broke into a wild dance, with his arms always in front of his chest and his left foot stepping behind him before moving to his right. Capoeira. I guess I shouldn't play around either, Amy thought. Good thing that nice, old man gave me that taijutsu scroll. Amy changed her stance to Wing Chun, an old-fashioned style. So you have a bloodline, she concluded. The reason you are called the 13 Ninja is because you have 13 weapons to use. Shiwo and Naruto circled each other slowly for a moment before Shiwo attacked by sending kunai at Naruto, who promptly shot them down with his arrow guns. That's right, I assume you're looking for a weakness so I can fight and demonstrate my abilities or, if you can, kill me. That is correct, you know, I am not going to stop killing them. Shiwo sighed in response, saying, to be honest, I could care less. The Kusakage wants you dead because the Joker Bandits leader was his older brother. To maintain control over the village, the Kusakage would employ the Jokers, who in turn controlled others. The ruthless tyrant needs to die, in my opinion. Do you want me to kill him for you? Asked Naruto. He is a strong shinobi, but he is difficult to approach, Shiwo remarked after glancing at him. His brother was as well. Who is the Kusakage? Akane Ishimoto. Good, I will see if I can get out of the village to do it. We already caught an extra set earlier, so this is our heaven scroll as compensation. Thank you. We are done here, Shiwo said simply. Let's go to the tower now. I will be seeing you soon, Rutaku-san. Ask around for me when you reach. Shiwo let out a flare, causing Michiko and Dopo to appear next to her with a shunshin. Just as Ayane and Amy approached Naruto, the Kusa team left the area. Are you two okay? He inquired. We are fine, but we're a little shaken up. Why didn't they ambush you? Ayane inquired. I proposed to kill the Kusakage, their leader. Shiwo apparently belongs to a rebel group that despises the Kusakage. You should tell the Hokage about this, Amy said. No, if I do, then the Hokage will not do anything. He is a man of peace talks than violence. This man has done nothing but oppress his subordinates. A leader should care about his people. All of them. I am going to have to be discreet about this. Reluctantly, Amy nodded, and Ayane remarked, did you at least get their scroll? Yep, she said they had an extra set. They work fast or they were just lucky to get the teams off guard. Amy exclaimed, great, now we can go to the tower. After several hours of walking through the forest, the three of them arrived at the tower and entered the empty room to find a plaque bearing a quotation from the third Hokage. Amy responded, Earth and heaven, maybe we should open the scrolls now. Naruto pulled out the scrolls and gave them to the two girls, who carefully opened them to reveal the kanji for person. Naruto recognized it and exclaimed, throw it away, Ayane said, good idea, we're at the end of the road. A Chunin was revealed by a plume of smoke after Ayane and Amy tossed the summoning scrolls into a corner. She attacked Naruto right away, but he ducked her blow by using Zigbar's space ability. I'll kill you. The woman yelled, remain back and don't get involved. As he transitioned to a new ability, Naruto yelled, pulling 4 kunai knives from his sleeves and holding them between his fingers. Foudra, who was used by Lerxine, the savage nymph, was the organization's fastest member and also its most vicious. She's dead, which is a shame because I would love to meet her and share torture techniques. Who are you now? I'm Tsubaki. I still don't know who the hell you are though. I was Mizuki's fiancé until you killed him. Yes, you are the person Iruka Sensei mentioned. I assume you want retribution. What does it look like? Asked Tsubaki. I'm sorry, miss, but I won't die, especially since you were foolish enough to attempt my murder. Raiden. Kagebushi. Tsubaki was struck down by lightning that suddenly descended, and the kunai she was holding helped her stage her own death as the lightning passed through her body. That's all, people. Naruto told his teammates, let's go. He had to deal with people trying to kill him when he was younger, but when he got his bloodline, he made them stop, and when people declared that they would kill him, he killed them in cold blood, but the ones that said to maim or torture, he just humiliated them, Ayane said, turning to face Amy, who was shocked by Tsubaki's passing. When someone irritates him, I simply don't want to get in his way. The remaining team, which included Team Dosu, Team Guy, Team 8, Team 10, and Team 7, arrived at the tower 4 days later. Naruto learned that his sensei had actually met Orochimaru, confessed his desire for the Sharingan, and presented Sasuke with a gift, the Cursed Seal of Heaven, the same one Anko was wearing. So Orochi-san wants Duck-ass, but for what? Well, maybe now I have something to bargain with to his interest. Naruto was thinking to himself. Tomomi questioned, what are you planning, Naruto-kun? Even though I hate traitors, but Orochimaru is one of the keys I need to help with my quest to establish a new country, free Anko from that seal of hers and help him kill that old fool of a Hokage. Naruto responded. Tomomi replied, I can help with the Sarutobi thing. When he fights with his bow staff, he tends to leave his right side open when he is going for a strong attack. Naruto replied, thanks, Tomomi. Chan, is it time? Yes, it is. With a nod, the Jinchuriki entered his mindscape and entered a meditative state. Tomomi was already nude when he opened the door to her room after moving into the cottage. Naruto remarked, looks like I have a lot of work to do. Tomomi jumped on Naruto and tore his clothes off of him without saying anything. A.N. Caution. Lemon alert. If you are above the age of 18, you may read the following events that took place in this story. If you are younger than that, skip all the way down to the section that says, Lemon End. If you are younger than that and don't care, then go ahead and read. Tomomi said sultrily, I need you so badly, na.ru.to.kun. He became completely erect as she took his dick and began to slowly pump it with her hand. While blowing on the head, Tomomi remarked, ah, it woke up, that was quick. Tomomi placed her mouth on Naruto's dick and started sucking on the enormous shaft as he groaned slightly in pleasure as the cool air touched it and caused it to twitch. As her rough tongue slowly licked the tip of his cock, Naruto was overcome with joy and thought, good thing I read Kama Sutra or I would have been done for. However, he was startled out of his reverie when Tomomi climbed on top of him and thrust her pussy into his face. Since she was extremely sensitive, Naruto knew exactly what she wanted and inserted his tongue into her folds, causing her to scream in ecstasy. The Jinchuriki smirked as he took his hand, inserted his middle finger into her folds to join his tongue, and then used his thumb to rub his special button. I could eat this for hours. Oh, Naruto. Oh my god. You are so good down there, I am going crazy. Yes. Tongue fuck me. Tongue fuck me just like that. Tongue fuck me more. Clean my dirty little pussy. Tomomi was sobbing. Naruto grunted and let his life creating seed fall down the vixen's throat as the demon returned to her work and went for a deep throat. You taste so good. Ah, Naruto's attention to detail caused her orgasm to occur quickly, and her face was covered in Tomomi's fluids. Naruto stepped out from beneath her and said, on your knees. Tomomi immediately went on her hands and knees, and he entered her snatch, causing her to scream with pleasure. The feelings mutual, Tomomi-chan. To Tomomi's immense delight, Naruto grunted at the constriction in her womb and started repeatedly slamming into her, changing up his pace every few minutes. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Tomomi was confronted by two clones who entered the battle. One of them put his dick in her mouth, suppressing her screams of pleasure, while the other clone started to play with her flawless breasts. It was true. Tomomi continued to move her hips forward a little before pausing in the middle and slamming her body back into Naruto's tool, sending enormous waves of pleasure through her body. This feels so good, I actually have to thank that blonde bastard's stupidity for this. He is actually filling me up inside, I can't stop moving my hips, I want more. Your pussy is so tight, Tomomi-chan. How many times did you say that you masturbated? Naruto replied. After releasing her mouth from the clone's dick, Tomomi said, 30 times, a day, oh there, most of the time you were in the shower, right there, that is my spot. Naruto's cries caused her to lunge harder and faster in her G-spot, causing Tomomi to pant and lay her head on the ground during the encounter. Her eyes were rolling slightly into the back of her head, and her tongue was lolling out of her mouth. Naruto moved to where her head was and whispered, release it, my vixen, release it all, you don't have to hold back anymore, let it go. Tomomi let out a piercing scream as her second orgasm came forward, and Naruto soon followed, coming inside her. If you keep on doing that, Naruto, I'm going to. The other clone released his own on her back, while the first one let loose on her face. With her ass in the air, Tomomi passed out and dozed off on the ground. After taking her up bridal style, Naruto showered himself and Tomomi, washing their bodies of filth and perspiration. Tomomi was allowed back on the bed after he had changed the sheets. He then planted light, moist kisses on her voluptuous body, causing the demon to groan in a cutesy way. Smirking at his labor, the Jinchuriki clambered over her motionless body and planted a kiss on her breasts. With his free hand, he massaged the other areola while gently latching one. Naruto-kun, you still here? She asked as her eyes fluttered open and her body started to react as he sucked and lightly nipped them. I figured that you wouldn't be satisfied after making you come twice. As she responded, you were correct, Naruto-kun. Tomomi blushed and smiled softly, like a newlywed starting to consummate her marriage with her significant other. She lightly traced her fingers over her chest and cross scar, saying, but, this time, I will be taking control. I let my lust control for the moment. Naruto got out of his position and lay on his back, saying, then by all means, take control. Tomomi climbed up on top of him and stroked his dick until it was erect again. She then positioned the tool and lowered herself onto it, causing it to slide inside of her. The two stared into each other's eyes, daring each other to look away, but they didn't. She started to bounce up and down onto Naruto's big tool. As they made love, intense emotions were released. They saw it as more than just mindless sex or friends who benefited from one another's assistance. No, it was through their interactions with one another over the past 6 years that they came to understand that they were deeply in love and cared for one another as friends. The bond between a Jinchuriki and his demon was stronger than that of their earlier containers. Tomomi mumbled, Aishiteru, Naruto-kun. Tomomi put his arms around Naruto's neck and nuzzled it as they moved in unison until they both reached their climax. Naruto stepped forward and put his arms around her waist while saying, I love you too, Tomomi-chan. For several minutes, they remained silent like that. Then, the Kyuubi said, Naruto-kun, I want to try something. Her face flushed. What is it? As she rose and turned to spread her buttocks, the vixen's blush deepened. I want you to fuck me in my ass, she said, and Naruto blinked slightly. Are you sure? I heard that it was uncomfortable. Tomomi told her jailer, it will be, but I am willing to try it, with you. With a small nod, Naruto rubbed the narrow opening and pushed through slowly, keeping a hand on the vixen's back to prevent her from arching her back. He then lubricated his tip with Tomomi's wet fluids mixed with his own. Naruto threw himself fully into her, causing Tomomi to scream in mild pain and pleasure as she bit her lip at the new presence her other hole was sensing. It hurts, she muttered. Before Naruto could pull out, the vixen said, no, don't stop, please. Tomomi mewled, more, I want more, please fuck my ass harder, Naruto-kun. Naruto nodded and started to move, thinking, this place is so tight, I almost came from even entering her ass. He started to pump more quickly. The boy's response was, as you wish. As Tomomi repeatedly yelled his name, Naruto accelerated in her filthy hole. The Jinchuriki accelerated her orgasm by pinching her clit and massaging her tits while fucking her ass. Tomomi-chan, I am so close, come inside, come inside my dirty little ass, clean it with your warm, hot seed. Tomomi released her ass and fell to the bed as Naruto nodded and proceeded to fuck her ass like a raging piston until he let out a primal roar, announcing his climax in her ass. With his tool drawn, Naruto lay next to her, panting heavily. A.N. Lemon End, kids, you can now safely read it. Tomomi murmured, that was incredible for a rookie, E.H. Naruto exhaled. Thank Kami for perverts, and Kama Sutra, and the internet. Tomomi turned to rest her head on his chest and, I mean it. What I said earlier, I meant it, Naruto-kun. Tomomi replied, staring into his indigo eyes a little, it's funny, when I first met you, we didn't want anything else but a mutual understanding that we were going to make everyone pay. Then we became friends after a year, after that, I had a crush on you when I turned 8, you showed signs of returning them when I turned 10 and now we finally say the words to each other over sex and we haven't even gone on one date. Naruto said, well, how many minutes have passed in my world? Tomomi paused to think about it, then laughed and said, you are right, it is funny. Well, we fucked for 2 hours, so only 2 minutes has passed. As they held each other in their arms, Naruto said, I will stay for a bit, with you, Tomomi-chan. The vixen grinned and said, thank you, and just so you know, I don't mind sharing you, Naruto-kun. The boy blushed deeply, and Tomomi giggled at him. The remaining teams were then forced to stand in front of the Hokage after Naruto exited the mindscape. Naruto grinned and gestured behind him as Kakashi gave him a stern look. Then, with a shiver running down his spine, the Cyclops saw the Black Pearl, saw Yashuika, the only Jonin that truly frightened him, glaring at him. Before he would kill her family in cold blood, her hair was all white. As a result, she went on a rampage and her victim's blood dyed a dark red. However, when she killed her enemies that night, her hair turned completely black. She was dressed in the typical Jonin garb, with her own headband on her forehead and her family's on her arms and legs. Standing 5 feet 4 inches, she had glowing hazel eyes and ebony skin. She was wearing a scythe called Soul Eater, which had a blue demonic eye at the end and a black and red blade that resembled a dragon's leathery wing. Except for Naruto, of course, everyone avoided her because she was considered insane. Despite her insane demeanor, Saya had a kind heart and even taught Naruto how to use a scythe if he ever got one. This was helpful because Naruto had acquired a scythe during his fight with the Joker bandits and intended to use it to reap some skulls. Arena. To begin with, congrats on your exam success, but for 21 people to make it this far, Anko yelled into the headset. As she looked at the teams, she thought, I was expecting to have only single digits, and even Naruto's team is here as expected. Then Guy said, your team isn't too bad at all, Kakashi, but as long as my team is around, their chances are slim. Kakashi turned to face Guy and said, damn you, Kakashi, you're so cool and it really gets on my nerves. Oh, sorry, did you say something? Kakashi looked at Guy. Listen carefully as Hokage. Sama explains the third test, Anko said. You have the floor, Hokage. Sama. Thank you, Anko, said Sarutobi, nodding. I want to start by congratulating you on finishing the second section of this test. The genin became alert at the Hokage's words. I would like to tell you the real reason for this exam before we start. Real cause. Sakura pondered. Why are all of our allied nations taking the test together? Sarutobi posed a rhetorical question. To increase the level of shinobi and foster friendship between the nations. Tenten thought, please don't be misled by these pretentious terms. This exam is. As a technical war between the allied countries, Sarutobi went on. With the exception of Gaara, Shino, and Kabuto's team, every genin was taken aback. Wait, what does that mean? Tenten uttered those words. If we could go back in time, all of the allied nations were enemies, Sarutobi thought. The Chunin exam selection was created to address the issue and maintain peace. Why the hell do we have to do that shit? Kiba yelled. Is this for making Chunin decisions? In response, Sarutobi said, yes, that is true, but there is more to this test. You are putting yourself in danger to defend the honor of your esteemed village. Leaders and powerful people will be watching the test, and every daimyo will be present to witness your battle. The nation will lose customers if you are viewed as weak, and vice versa. Additionally, it conveys a political message to other nations, demonstrating their power. But, Lee yelled, why must we risk our lives in combat? The strength of the village depends on the strength of the nation, Sarutobi retorted. In turn, the shinobi's strength is the village's strength, and when the shinobi are in danger, their strength is at its strongest. Those who came before you have fought in the Chunin exam for this meaningful dream because it is to demonstrate your own strength, which only has meaning when your life is in danger. But, Tenten remarked, why do you say things like this exam is for friendship? The Hokage said, as I mentioned, I don't want you to misunderstand this goal. In the shinobi world, friendship takes the form of establishing balance and losing life. I'll tell you one more thing before we start the third test. This is more than just a test. Your dreams and the reputation of your nation are at stake in this conflict. Gaara responded, can you hurry up and tell us what this life, risking battle entails? Sarutobi replied, by all means, Hayate-san. The Hokage said, hi, I'd like to now explain the third test now, but, a sickly looking Jonin then interrupted, saying, actually, cough, I would like you to allow me, Gecko Hayate, as a referee. After rising from his kneeling position, Hayate turns to face the genin and says, hello everyone, this is Hayate. Before the third test, there is something that I would like you to do. Raising an eyebrow at him, Naruto said, Hayate.ni.san is also a proctor? Well, it's a preliminary for the third test to determine who gets to compete in the main event, Hayate explained. Sakura murmured, first steps. What the devil does that mean? Yelled Shikamaru. Hayate coughed, it's simple. There are too many of you because the first and second tests were too easy for you all. The regulations require us to have a preliminary and limit the number of participants. The fights will drag on for too long because of the large number of guests, as Hokage Sama stated. Do so right away if any of you feel like giving up. Doppo held up his hand and said, I'm going to give up. My leg was broken in that last fight, and I could break my knee as well. Let's start the preliminary matches, Hayate said. You will engage in 1-on-1 combat during the matches, simulating a real life altercation. Given that there are now 20 competitors, there will be precisely 10 matches, and the winners will undoubtedly move on to the next round. The rules are: There are no rules, the Jonin went on. The battle will go on until you either give up the match or die. Cough. If you don't want to die, accept your loss right away. However, I will intervene and end the match as soon as I declare the winner. Cough. Because we don't want to needlessly increase the number of corpses. This is the item that determines your fate. Naruto said, the thing that controls our destiny is a big-ass screen television. Hayate replied, correct, this screen will. Cough. Show the match.ups for each battle, now let's start the first match. TCH, I had a feeling that they would do that. Naruto muttered as he glanced at Sakura as the screen flashed to reveal the first match. Sasuke Uchiha vs Yoroi Ikado. The unexpected choice left her feeling conflicted, saying, no way, right off the bat, Sasuke.kun has to fight. Will everyone leave the stage except for the two entrants? Asked Hayate. Are both of you prepared? They both gave a nod. Tokiko whispered, Sakura, he'll be fine. I hope so, Sakura muttered. As Naruto gazed at the Uchiha, he thought, the idiot, he is battling with the active curse seal on his shoulder, but it will be funny if he loses and more fun for me since Sakura seemed to care about him. A surge of pain caused Sasuke's eye to twitch. The seal is acting up again. Yoroi was thinking, hey, it seems that Orochimaru Sama's seal still hurts him. Sasuke, good luck. Lee thought. Neji gave him a serious look and said, a chance to watch his abilities. As Kakashi passed by, he said, Sasuke, I know about the curse seal, and just so you know, if it activates, I will stop the match. Sasuke thought, shit, I can't use Sharingan or my normal jutsu. As he appeared as a Jonin, Orochimaru thought in silence, oh good, I haven't missed anything yet. Yoroi appears to be battling Sasuke.kun, which is very regrettable because, with the curse seal on him, he is the worst opponent he could have. The snake Sanin thought. Now, said Hayate, start, are you ready? Yoroi asked, making the Tora sign. Yoroi flicked them at the Uchiha, but the Uchiha struck him overhand with his kunai, sending the projectiles back at him. His right hand was glowing with chakra, while his left had reached into his pouch. Sasuke reached in his holster. Yoroi saw the opportunity and moved toward Sasuke when the seal decided to throb and he fell to the ground. He tried to smash Sasuke's head with his right hand, but the Uchiha rolled sideways and slammed the kunai point into the ground. Then, using his feet, he tripped Yoroi and forced him into a wrestling move that threatened to break his arm, but Yoroi's hand grabbed Sasuke's shirt, and Sasuke was quickly losing strength. He lost his hold on Yoroi's arm, and Yoroi flipped up into a kneeling position after elbowing Sasuke in the stomach. What was that? Sasuke wondered. My strength suddenly. Sakura screamed in alarm as the strange ninja approached the fallen avenger, and when Sasuke looked up, he saw Yoroi's chakra. Infused hand clamped on his head, and the Uchiha started to feel weaker and weaker. My chakra, Sasuke said. So you finally noticed, it's about time, Yoroi said with a laugh. Yoroi's unique ability is that he can suck chakra, rendering the person useless and weak with a touch of his hand. Orochimaru pondered. You will be forced to break the cursed seal once he has sucked all of your chakra. Now, let its beautiful power loose. Sasuke propped his leg up against Yoroi and said, damn you. After being kicked out, Yoroi skidded off. So, it looks like you still have power left? Sasuke aimed a roundhouse kick at Yoroi, but Yoroi leapt over and landed away from him as he charged again, causing him to dodge his hand swipes. Desperately, Sasuke thought, I'm done for and he'll try to engage me in close combat if he tries to touch me again. How should I proceed? That's all you have, Gaara thought, Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto chuckled ruthlessly, saying, this is really pitiful of you, Uchiha. Is this your best option? When Sasuke saw Naruto and Lee on the balcony, he thought, that's it. I know what to do. Yoroi rushed toward Sasuke and exclaimed, Uchiha, it's over. Naruto turned to face Lee and thought, I see, he must have fought him before the first test. No wonder he looked so jacked up before, and Lee must have used a particular move that Sasuke copied with the Sharingan. However, the next move caught everyone off guard, especially Lee, as Sasuke used the same move that Lee used on him. Though from here, it's all original from here, said Sasuke, who emerged behind Yoroi. It's over. The Uchiha jabbed him in the back, and the opposing ninja saw the move and said, Kage Buyu? The marks started to appear all over his body after the seal decided to act out. Damn it, I won't let this thing eat me. The cursed seal is coming back, he thought, forcing it back with his will. Anko pondered in disbelief. As Sasuke pushed off of Yoroi's back and kicked Yoroi in the right side, Orochimaru frowned at the situation. Sasuke grimaced and used the momentum of his kick to aim a punch at his exposed left side, but Yoroi blocked it and sneered, "Not enough." Kakashi remarked, "Not enough, huh?" Sasuke refused to back down when Yoroi's head snapped downward. "Get your ass back here," the Uchiha yelled as he caught his opponent in the chest with his right arm. Sasuke shouted, "There's more," and turned to kick Yoroi in the chest before he hit the ground. Renden Shishi. Yoroi was rendered unconscious when his head snapped up to cough up blood. As Hayate announced, "Winner, Uchiha Sasuke." Sasuke slid to the side before coming to a complete stop, and the Uchiha fought to stand up. Kakashi caught Sasuke with his foot as he fell backwards from exhaustion. Lee thought, "I see. So that's your ability." Naruto responded, "Well, I was not expecting that to happen, but the Teme is a stubborn one, of course, he was going to win, and he managed to copy Lee's technique. After seeing my method just once, you were only able to replicate a portion of it. Sasuke, you are a wonderful person who will only grow stronger. It is impossible to master a part of the lotus without proper training," Guy thought as Naruto glanced at Lee and mentally noted. Note to self. Make a seal that blocks the Sharingan's ability to copy, or just maim his eyes to be utterly useless. Even with the Sharingan, it takes time to become proficient, and his inventive move makes me think of you, Kakashi. Tenten pondered, "I wonder which of the rookies from the previous year, Neji Hyuga and Naruto.kun, is stronger?" Sasuke said, "Can you wait until the preliminary round is over? I want to watch the matches." Kakashi responded, "Don't worry, I'm sure your teammates and I will tell you all about them and their techniques." They shunned away as the screen changed to the next match. Will. Cough. Abumi Zaku and. Cough. Aburame Shino, please come down. Hayate coughed. "Who the hell is this loser?" asked Zaku. Shino slipped down the stairs to the arena in silence, saying, "This will be easier than I thought." Kiba gave a nod, "He's correct." Hayate yelled, "Hajime. Shino is one of the guys I wouldn't want to fight at all. If you fight here, you will never fight again. It's best if you forfeit," Shino said in a monotone to Zaku. "It seems that this one can move a bit, but I only need one arm to kick your weird ass." Zaku's left arm twitched a little and he started to move. He flew at Shino, but the Aburame brought his arm to block his blow. Zaku swore, "Gosh." Zaku shot back, "Shut the fuck up," Shino said, "It is useless. You can't beat me with just one arm. Grab this." Zaku's hand opened to reveal his airhole, Zankuha. Shino rolled on the ground while smoking as the blow struck him squarely in the head. Hee. Zaku smirked and laughed, saying, "Hey, get your ass up." Shino slowly got up and revealed something that Zaku was slightly disturbed. What the Auto Nin saw was that Shino had bugs crawling under his skin, literally. What the? Does he have bugs inside his body? Zaku pondered in his mind. Shino clarified, "They are called Kakaichu bugs. They attack in numbers, and they consume chakra," after he heard a plethora of noises behind him and turned to see an army of bugs. "As I previously stated, you will never be a ninja again if you allow this many people to get to you." Zaku glared at him for putting him in this situation, saying, "If you don't want that, then you should give up." "You should always save your trump card at the last minute," Shino said, pushing up his shades. "If you decide to attack me with your arm, then the bugs will get you, and if you attack my bugs, I attack you." Zaku swore aloud. As pictures of his previous encounter with Orochimaru appeared in his mind, Zaku thought, I can't keep failing." Zaku yelled, "Don't disturb me." "Hey," Zaku said proudly, pulling out his right arm, "you should always have a last minute trump card, right?" Kiba cried out, "What? He is also able to use his right arm." Zaku yelled, "Take this." Dosu thought, so it was all an act that his right arm was completely useless. "Hey, good one, Zaku." His arms abruptly collapsed, and one of them hit the floor. Shino appeared behind Zaku as he said, "When I told you to give up, I sent some of them to close your dangerous air holes with their bodies." Zaku stared at it in disbelief as he saw Kakaichu emerge from the air tubes. "That really is a trump card." "You bastard!" Zaku yelled. He punched, but the Aburame ducked and gave Zaku the backhand. "Shosha. Aburame Shino," said Hayate. Hayate announced, "Masumi Tsurugi vs Kankuro in match 3. Kankuro responded, "Hey, this will be easy enough." Their sensei, Baki, warned Kankuro not to become arrogant. Tamari muttered, "That idiot is going to get himself killed." Kankuro pretended not to hear him at all and proceeded to the arena, where he faced Yoroi's teammate Masumi, who yelled, "Just throw the match or I'll kill you." "I apologize, but I intend to win this match," Kankuro said. Hayate yelled, "Start." The Konoha spy blocked Kankuro's first punch to Masumi's face with his forearm, but then an odd thing happened. Masumi's arm twisted around Kankuro's arm, shocking him and enabling Masumi to tighten himself all over Kankuro's body. "You see, I can dislocate my bones and turn into rubber because of my bloodline. Now give up the fight or your neck will break." With a smile, Kankuro replied, "Never. God damn it, I really didn't want to kill him." Masumi's grip tightened until everyone heard Kankuro's neck snap. Then, Kankuro's face began to peel off like ceramic, and he lifted his head and turned it completely around to show that the person Masumi was holding was actually a marionette. "It's my turn now," in Kankuro's voice, the puppet spoke. The arms of the puppet then emerged from the catsuit and encircled Masumi's body. "A puppet," Masumi said, "then where is?" He turned to face the bandages, but something was moving, and a hand emerged to take it off, exposing Kankuro. Masumi remarked, "You're a puppet master." The puppet crushed Masumi's bones, causing him to scream in agony before passing out, and Kankuro clenched his fist, saying, "That is correct, and now I will return the favor, but I won't break your neck, instead I will break everything else." Kankuro remarked, "Like I said, too easy. That was close. I almost called the match too soon," Hayate thought. Match 4. Ino Yamanaka vs Sakura Haruno. "Fight," Ino said. "Well, Sakura, I never thought that I would be facing you soon." Sakura assumed a sloppy stance and said, "I will not let you beat me here, Ino. Me and Sasuke-kun are meant to be, and I will crush anyone in my way, including you." Hayate said, and the swordsman sat a few feet back and meditated. "You can try," Ino said. Sakura rushed towards Ino while making hand signals, saying, "Bunshin no Jutsu." How in the hell is the clone jutsu useful? Ino asked himself. The clones charged in, hurling fake punches until Sakura landed one on her opponent's face. Sakura kicked up dust with her foot, blocking Ino's view. When Sakura threw a punch at Ino, the Yamanaka ducked and blocked it, and Ino went into a boxing stance, slamming her fist into Sakura's stomach with 2 feints. "That was weak. Be serious, Sakura, or are you the same crybaby from back then?" Ino remarked. Sakura fell to the ground and attempted to sweep, kick Ino, but the Yamanaka sprang back, allowing the Haruno to launch 3 kunai at her. Ino blocked them, and the 2 kunoichis kept punching and kicking each other. "Will you two just stop it already? They've been doing the same shit for the last 10 minutes, Naruto said, his eye twitching. He thought, so Ino cut her ponytail with her kunai and threw it all over the floor before attempting to use the shintention. Sakura was aware of this move and managed to avoid it if it was a real jutsu. She tried her jutsu again after falling into Ino's trap by getting her feet stuck in her fallen hair, and if Tokiko hadn't encouraged Sakura, inner Sakura would have been able to push Ino back to her body. "You have 2 minds?" Panting, Ino said. "Remember, a girl got to have a hard center or she isn't going to make it." "It is a draw because neither combatant can continue," Hayate said after the 2 made a final charge and punched each other in the jaw, knocking each other out. Shikamaru Nara vs Kinsuchi, Match 5. Fight. According to Shikamaru, "Mendoku's, I have to fight a woman, great. Then I will quickly end the match," Kin retorted. "Kagemain no Jutsu," yelled the Nara. Shikamaru dodged and glanced behind him to see Senbon with bells, saying, "Funny, next. You are going to send Senbon without bells in pair with one with bells." Kin shifted to the side as she said, "I have seen that technique before. All I have to do is avoid your shadow." "So you say," as he turned back to face her, Shikamaru heard a ring and saw that the string was attached to the bells. Now for the coup de grace. She discovered that she was completely immobile, and Shikamaru got up and said, "Looks like it was a success." "What?" Shikamaru took a shuriken from his holster and made Kin do the same. "Your string can't produce a shadow at that height, but all of the shadows are mine to control. I shifted it to match your strings and attached it to you." "Are you insane?" They threw it, and Shikamaru bowed backwards along with Kin as the weapon drew closer, but she struck her face against the wall behind her and slumped to the ground, unconscious. "I know, but I like to stare at my chances in the face," Shikamaru said. "If we are locked in the same movements, you will be hurt as well." "Looks like I will have to contact him," Naruto thought as he glanced at the Oto Jonin, who seemed familiar to him, only to realize that he was Orochimaru in disguise, staring at Kabuto. Match 5. Mitsuko Himura vs Rutaxon. Fight. Hayate uttered those words. "This is Graceful Dahlia, wielded by a man named Marluxia, known as the Graceful Assassin. He had a great ambition to control a power that he couldn't possess." Mitsuko pulled out her double-bladed weapon as Naruto called forth his scythe. Mitsuko responded, "Interesting, now let's see if you can use it." Naruto and Mitsuko approached one another and collided, Then Mitsuko retreated slightly and swung at Naruto's right side, but Naruto pushed it away and blocked it. After catching Mitsuko's weapon between her hands and throwing her to the wall, the Jinchuriki swung the scythe in an upward arc, allowing the girl to catch herself on the wall before Naruto ran up the wall and slashed at her. They were locked once more after Mitsuko went on the defensive right away. "Are we having fun?" Mitsuko responded with a menacing grin. "The time of my life." She twisted to the side and split the weapon in half. Naruto asked with a spooky grin. "Nagaraboshi no Mai. Kusa no Ryu." When Mitsuko's afterimages started attacking him, Naruto smirked and retaliated. Hurricane de la Rosa. As graceful dahlia exploded into rose petals and encircled Naruto's persona, thwarting her attacks and shredding her into ribbons. Just as the rose petals turned back into graceful dahlia, the Jinchuriki appeared behind Mitsuko and whispered something in her ear. "What did you do to me?" she inquired. "Graceful dahlia has every poison known to man found in plants. The rose petals that cut you have injected you with a toxin that affects your muscles." Mitsuko laughed. "What a coincidence, my swords have been coated with poison that I made myself." "Let's see," Naruto smirked. "Is it correct to say that there was a hint of black nightshade, cyanide, and lupinin?" "Sorry to disappoint you, but due to my unique abilities, I am immune to poison of every sort to a certain extent," Mitsuko said, expressing his surprise at having discovered the contents of her poison. "A higher dosage is required. Regarding your poison, which comes from the azalea plant, you ought to be experiencing nausea by now." Naruto said, "Please give up, I don't want to kill you, but if I have to, I will do it." Mitsuko abruptly dropped to her knees, and Naruto's graceful dahlia hovered beneath her neck. "Fine, I forfeit." Mitsuko grinned. "I never expect such compassion from the 13 ninja himself." Winner. Rutaxon. "You have not given me a reason to kill you, and I strongly advise that you do not give me a reason to do so," Naruto retorted. La Luna Corda. "There, you are fine now," Naruto said, climbing the stairs and then heading to the restroom after making a tiny cut on her cheek and removing the poison from her body. Kakashi had cornered him after he was done and asked, "How did you do on the tests?" "I don't know, Hitaki, I just don't know. Now excuse me, I would like to see the rest of the matches." When Naruto grabbed the Jonin by the face and slammed him through the door, causing him to land outside in the arena on his back, Kakashi began to say, "You aren't going any," but the Jinchuriki yelled, "My tolerance is wearing thin, Hitaki." Naruto yelled. Mitsuko smirked as he turned to face him, saying, "That is why you shouldn't piss me off." Match 6. Tokiko Namikaze vs Kiba Inuzuka. Tokiko, who assumed her Tai Chi stance, confronted Kiba and Akamaru, saying, "Hey, this will be over soon." "Akamaru, stay back a bit, okay?" Flipping through hand signals and crouching, Kiba uttered, "Ninpo. Shikyaku no Jutsu." He rushed at her as chakra covered his limbs, but Tokiko sidestepped and said, "Slow," then she shoved Kiba into his side, sending him crashing into the wall. "Akamaru!" Kiba yelled, and Akamaru lunged towards Tokiko, but the kunoichi managed to seize the dog by the nape of his neck. Tokiko threw the dog into Kiba's arms and said, "The next move is yours, Kiba." As he gave his dog a soldier pill and then took one himself, the Inuzuka remarked, "Akamaru, it looks like we have to be serious." His fur turned red, and he jumped on Kiba's back and barked, while Kiba retorted, "Ninpo. Jujin Bunshin no Jutsu." The Namikaze was a little scared by the expression in their eyes, but she shook her head and pulled out a scroll to unseal her sword when Akamaru changed into a clone of Kiba and began growling at Tokiko. Interesting. She knows Kenjutsu too. She could win this match with her Tai Chi, but Kiba and Akamaru's speeds have significantly improved, Naruto reflected. "Come on, Akamaru." Gatsuga. Tokiko attempted to dodge, but she was struck, causing her clothes to tear and her blood to spill from cuts as the two feral partners spun quickly, transforming into a human drill of claws. Kiba screamed. Kiba said, "Give up, Tokiko. You can't beat me and Akamaru, our teamwork is unstoppable." Tokiko struggled to her feet and said, "Shut up. You mutt." Naruto's face was displaying an unsuppressed glee at her suffering. "I didn't come here to lose to you," Kiba snarled as she went on, "because I want to fight against something here, and you and your little dog are in my way." After putting her sword aside and gathering her chakra, Tokiko knelt down and watched the drills as Kiba and Akamaru charged, executing the Gatsuga once more. "Uzumaki no Ryu. Raging Torrent," Tokiko exclaimed. Stepping forward, Tokiko caught one of the drills and repeatedly slashed into one of the Kibas. She then sent him upward to slash at him once more, and the Namikaze knocked him to the ground, stopping the other in its tracks by placing the tip at Kiba's chest. Tokiko said, Forfeit now, Kiba. Kiba gave her a fierce look while he considered his options before declaring, I forfeit. Winner. Tokiko Namikaze. After looking around the crowd for someone, Tokiko's gaze fell on Naruto. She then aimed her sword at him and said, Rutak-san, you're next. Tokiko's audacity shocked everyone, and Naruto chuckled when he said, this is highly amusing. Fine, Namikaze, I accept your challenge. Temari and Tenten appeared on the scoreboard as they escorted Kiba away. The next match, Sabaku no Temari vs Tenten, stated Hayate. As she descended the stairs, she saw Temari grinning confidently and asked, are the contestants prepared? After receiving confirmation nods from both kunoichis, Hayate sliced off his hand and said, start. The weapons mistress threw a kunai at the wind mistress, but Temari collected wind natured chakra to deflect the blow. Tenten and Temari both leapt back to gain some separation. What? Tenten asked. However, that attack was spot on. Naruto was thinking, she is using wind manipulation. It looks Chan has a major disadvantage. This is the first moon, girl, Temari said, unclasping her fan and opening it to reveal a purple moon. The match will end when you see all three. How is she doing that? Tenten gritted her teeth and searched her mind. Even though she doesn't use any hand signals or anything, my attacks are still effective. You are on the second moon, sister, Temari said, after Tenten ran at her and threw kunai in all directions, thinking, this should work. However, the attack failed once more, and Temari swung her fan to blow back Tenten and her weapons. Look, it's over. My style has been shown twice to be effective against your weapons, Temari said. Lee said softly, Tenten, you are not considering employing that method, are you? Tenten unclasped the two scrolls on her hips. Tenten put the two scrolls apart and bit her thumb, drawing blood, thinking, I have no choice, this move should be able to pierce that wind defense of hers. I can't lose here, there is someone that I want to fight here. Well, as they say, the third time is the charm. So Shoryu, she yelled. Tenten flew up and levitated in the center as the two scrolls burst and twirled around her. She grabbed one of the scrolls in midair and started to flip it around her until it unfurled around her. She then swiped her blood on the markings, causing different weapons to appear. Tenten smirked and returned her hands to her body, and to everyone's surprise, the weapons returned to her after she threw them one by one at Temari, who swung her fan to cause the weapons to blow off course and stab or fall on the ground around her. Kakashi responded, very clever, she used wires to attack to the weapons, clever girl that guy got. Temari swung her fan and yelled, Ninpo. Kamaitachi no jutsu, sorry, today is not your day. You lose, princess. Once more, the weapons were blown back, trapping Tenten in a wind cyclone where she was sliced by unseen wind blades. You held back a bit, Temari-san. Naruto grabbed the unconscious Tenten before she hit the ground and handed her over to the medical staff. I didn't want to hurt her too badly, I see, congratulations on your win. Winner. Sabaku no Temari. Thank you, Rutak-san. Neji Hyuga vs Hinata Hyuga in match 10. Fight. Neji's first words were, I never thought that I would be facing you. Hinata's quiet response was, Neji.ni.san. Tokiko raised an eyebrow and said, never knew that Hinata had a brother. Kakashi responded, that is because they aren't Tokiko-chan. They are member of the Hyuga clan, but they are not brother and sister. The silver-haired Jonin was asked by Sakura, so what are they? Lee stated, Hinata is a member of the main house, while Neji is in the branch house. Kakashi stated, they are members of the Hyuga's main and branch houses. So why does Neji look angry at her for? Tokiko inquired. According to Lee, many things happened between both houses and they are at odds right now. Hayate yelled, start. Hinata's eyes widened and she turned to the side as Neji said, before we begin, I like to speak freely, Hinata. Sama. You don't make a good shinobi, forfeit the match. Neji went on, you agree with others, never oppose, you wish for peace, and you avoid conflict. You are too kind. Given that you lack self-confidence and that the Chunin exam could be taken in a group of 3, you couldn't refuse the request, could you? Neji responded, as I was thinking. You are a spoiled brat of the main family, Hinata. Sama. Hinata responded, No, I wanted to change myself, do something on my own. It is impossible for people to change. Losers will always be losers. They cannot alter their strength or personality in any way. Differences were born and the terms loser and elite were created because people can't change, the Destiny Jackass added. People evaluate and are evaluated according to appearance, intelligence, personality, ability, and size. People discriminate and are discriminated against based on these unchangeable factors, and they then suffer as a result. Similar to the fact that I was born in the branch and you in the main family. Neji responded, I can see through you with my Byakugan, you are acting strong, but really you want to run and hide. The feeble reply from Hinata was, No, I really. What is the Byakugan? Asked Sakura. It is more insightful than the Sharingan, Kakashi said. Rumor has it that the Hyuga clan is the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. I can see through, Neji said with a smug grin. Your eye went to the upper left, which indicates that you are recalling your traumatic past, and then to the lower right, which indicates that you are visualizing both mental and physical suffering. That is, that you are visualizing losing. Honestly, you can't believe that if you have the will to do so, fate can be changed in an instant, Tokiko yelled. I have witnessed the worst of fate, and it has repeatedly been shown to be incorrect. By Kami, he is annoying. Neji thought as Hinata bowed her head. When the Hyuga jackass turned to face Hinata, her eyes were full of resolve. So you won't forfeit, then I will not be responsible for what happens here. Hinata thought, I won't run away anymore. The Hyuga heiress then assumed the Hyuga stance, saying, Neji. Nissan, let's fight. Naruto reflected, so the girl has a backbone, let's see how she fares against her cousin, she may give him a run for her money. Neji moved into the same position and said, all right. They both lunged at one another. Lee responded, I thought so, their stances are similar to each other, the same Hyuga style. Hyuga style? Asked Sakura. That style is the strongest taijutsu, Lee retorted. Between Hinata's flexibility and Neji's knowledge and control of chakra, the two engaged in a fierce battle that captivated the audience with the deadly dance of death. Each of them tried to gain the upper hand, but Hinata saw an opening and aimed her chakra at Neji's torso, causing a scratch on him. Neji took a step back and gripped his chest, saying, oh no. As she yelled, go, Hinata, you kick his ass, Tokiko grinned. Show him that you are strong. But she only barely hit him, Sakura remarked. That is the thing, Lee said, it only takes a small scrape. That's all it requires. Sakura said, Lee.kun, explain. Guy intervened, saying, taijutsu in the Hyuga style has been handed down through the generations. While Juken, a Hyuga-style taijutsu, damages the chakra network, Goken, the one Lee and I used, is only for bruises and broken bones. Hinata fought, forcing Neji to go on the defensive, but even though it doesn't look impressive, you can feel the effects as the battle goes on. Shino was thinking, Hinata's in control of the battle, I am seeing the true Hinata Hyuga. Hinata, Kurenai thought. So they attacked the chakra network system, Sakura remarked. Hinata and Neji jumped back from a moment and clashed into Guy's words. Anybody can utilize this style by knowing the anatomy of the body well, but their Byakugan helps them perfect the style, since they can see the chakra network. Did she get him? Sakura exclaimed, startling everyone when Hinata coughed up blood. Neji responded, so this is the extent of the main family household. As she knocked Neji's arm away and pointed at his head, Hinata thought, not just yet. No way, from the beginning, you, Hinata said, as Neji's eyes widened and he reacted quickly, grabbing her arm and pressing a point before pulling back her sleeves to reveal red dot. Like bruises on her arms. Yes, I have halted the chakra flow in your arms. Hinata was knocked back in the chest and skidded a few feet away from him. You can no longer use the Jiyuken style against me, it was fated that you will lose. As Neji remarked, Hinata. Sama, there is a talent difference between us that will never change. The difference that makes you the loser and me the elite. She fought to stand up. You should be overcome with desperation because you set yourself up for regret the moment you said you didn't want to run. This reality cannot be changed. It's a forfeit. Hinata said, I will. Not give up. Yet, and slowly stood up. Kurenai panicked, thinking, she is at her limit, any more damage and she'll, Kakashi remarked. This Neji is quite formidable. I doubt that Sasuke or Naruto will be able to beat him. Guy thought, she can't defeat him. Neji would most likely survive this test. Gaara watched the fight closely, knowing what was going through his unstable mind. Hinata glanced up at Tokiko before the heiress charged at her cousin, thinking, thank you, Tokiko-san. Your words give me confidence that I can accomplish anything. Neji blocked her arm and lifted his palm to strike her in the chin, causing her to skid back and then charge at him again. I feel brave. I feel like I am worth something, Neji said. Kurenai thought, I know better than anyone else about the difficult training you put yourself through, Hinata. You used to quit all the time. You would quickly lose your confidence after failing missions and showing weakness when it counted most. However, the woman I see has changed, so that child is no longer there. I have always watched you, Naruto.kun, Hinata reflected, but now you are the one watching me. You understand nothing, your attacks have done nothing since the beginning. Neji struck Hinata in the chest. Hayate intervened, saying, as it seems that Hinata Hyuga can't. Naruto cut him off, saying, you might want to rethink that, Hayate.ni. As blood trickled from the corner of Hinata's mouth, everyone was shocked to see her standing with her arm by her side. Why? Why do you continue to stand? You will die if you continue to push yourself, Neji said. The princess of Hyuga exclaimed, it's not over. I can tell you can hardly stand at all, so it's pointless to act tough, Neji sneered. The duties of the main family were thrust upon you from the moment of your birth. Although you have always detested your weakness, fate cannot be changed. Let it go, there's no need to suffer. With a gentle yet firm response, Hinata said, you are wrong, Neji, because that person that is suffering and lost in the destinies of the main and branch families is actually you. Neji suddenly lost his temper and charged the weaker Hinata, only to have the Jonin shield her. Neji, you said that you wouldn't get your feelings toward the main branch involved in this match. Guy replied with sternness. Neji retorted, so the main branch sent more protection for the princess. Naruto sighed and leapt to the ground, removing graceful Dahlia before advancing on Hinata and yelling, Corda de la Luna. He cut her cheek, healing her wounds. When Neji glared at Naruto, the Jinchuriki retorted, I don't think that you should be glaring at me at the moment. The boy was a little perplexed, so Naruto gestured with his finger to get him to turn around and face Tokiko's fist. You bastard! As she strode toward him, she declared, I'm going to kill you. However, Naruto then pointed his scythe at her. Namikaze, I shouldn't even be helping you or your friend. In fact, I couldn't care less about either one of you, but if you fight him, you will be disqualified from your position in the exams and I would be very disappointed that I didn't get to fight you. You can kick his ass later in the finals or kill him if you want, considering that they are not repercussions in killing in the exams. Glaring at Neji, Tokiko uttered the words, fine, Rutaxon. Neji made the decision to speak out, saying, hey, you, the loser over there. Two things. First, if you're a shinobi, you should stop other people's pitiful applause. 2. Once a loser is a loser forever. With a menacing snarl, Tokiko said, okay, I am going. But I swear on Hinata's blood that I will destroy you utterly. And Naruto had to move the blade dangerously close to her neck to stop her. While Hayate had the cleanup crew mopping up the blood from the floor, Naruto pulled away graceful Dahlia and went to stand next to Amy and Ayane. Then, he declared, Match 11. Amy Kumara vs Shiwo Hitsua. That Neji kid is really strong, and we now know that there are 3 monsters here, Kankuro thought, but I believe that Gaara's has a bigger temper. When Gaara looks at blood, the demon inside of her becomes restless. They both appear to be concealing their abilities, and we will have to deal with them when the big test arrives. I'll ask Rutaxon and get some intelligence. When Naruto saw someone standing behind him, he said, Kankuro, what do you want? What? Said Kankuro. Can't I come say hello here? Almost no one I don't trust comes to me without asking for something from me, Naruto remarked. Now, what do you want? It's about that Hyuga kid, Kankuro stated. Naruto replied, I have no clue about the guy. All I know is that he is a Hyuga, the cousin of my former classmate, and is married to Fate. Other than that, I don't care about him unless he gets in my way of becoming a Chunin. This kid, he is just like Gaara, Kankuro thought. The purple-haired genin launched an uppercut, but Shiwo retreated and delivered a rabbit punch to the face. Amy rushed into Shiva's guard with a kick, but Shiwo blocked it with her own kick. Amy flew back and performed a backflip while launching kunai. She is a fast, little girl, but, the Kusa genin thought as she ducked under Shiva's kick and sweep. Kick the girl on her back, I'm much faster. Shiwo ducked it, and Amy appeared behind her, surprising the Kusa genin. Kaden. Jutsu no Gukaku. Cried out Amy, and Shiva's eyes widened as Amy blew a large fireball in her face. She used the Kawarimi and flipped through hand signs. Fuden. Daitopa. Amy slammed into the wall after being caught in the blast, saying, damn, I thought Doppo was hard to beat. Since she can now use Futon Jutsu, which is suicide for me to use, I can't use any Kaden Jutsu so she can enhance it, she thought to herself. This is the end for you, Amy.san, Shiwo said. Jinten. Hayabusa Pasuton. When it appeared to be one punch to the onlookers, she pulled her fist back and delivered 6 to Ami's stomach. Amy grabbed her stomach and staggered forward, allowing Shiwo to chop her neck with a knife, knocking her out. Winner. Shiwo Hitsua. I can see why Doppo dropped from the matches and you broke at least a rib or two with that punch that you gave me earlier, Shiwo thought as she left for the hospital. Hayate yelled, now for the next match, match 12, Ayane Uchiha vs Kabuto Yakushi. The match began with a weak punch from Kabuto, but Ayane slapped it away, punched him in the gut, then kicked him in the nose, and finished the combo with a spinning back fist. Kabuto fell to the ground, clutching his nose, and Ayane moved forward to kick the glasses. Wearing Genin in the chest. After Kabuto fell to the ground again, Ayane punched him in the solar plexus, and Kabuto yelled, I forfeit. Winner. Ayane Uchiha. Naruto smirked as he thought, so they're meeting, Dot and me, along with Ayane are in the finals, good. The ostensibly weak Genin walked off to the infirmary after noticing a nod from the Auto Genin, who then performed a shunshin. Orochimaru and Kabuto. So you have the data? But of course, Orochimaru. Sama, after all, I am the best spy that you have in Konoha hasn't even noticed me at all, Orochimaru said to Kabuto, who bowed to him. Until now, don't bother, nobody can get through unless I deemed it so, You must be Orochimaru. It's nice to meet you, sir, Kabuto said as he attempted to remove Naruto from the group after he turned to face them. You must be Rutaxan, the 13 ninja, or should I call you Naruto? Why are you here? Orochimaru smirked. I heard through the grapevine that you are here for Sasuke, Naruto said, am I right? Yes, but how are you aware of that? It just so happens that Anko and Sasuke share the same mark, which links the dots to you. I can take you to see him. That doesn't worry me, he will come to me, Orochimaru remarked. However, time is not on your side. Your seal is most likely being held back for the time being, and his sensei was successful in persuading him that the seal would impede his progress. I will have to take advantage of his superiority complex and beat him at every turn in order to reach you sooner. I predict that in roughly 3 months, he will feel inferior to my authority and decide to come to you on his own initiative. I am also aware that you came with a second purpose, which is to demolish Konoha. I assume you have some information on it, Orochimaru remarked. Yeah, the east wall has more weak points than the south wall, which everyone tends to go for some reason, and your old man can only produce 3 cage bunshin rather than the usual 20 he does since his reserves are literally reduced to half of yours. He is also vulnerable on the right side when he is going for a strong attack. Why are you providing us with this information, Rutaxan-san? Inquired Kabuto. In exchange, what do you want? Because I want to see this village burned to the ground. Also Sarutobi is a thorn in my side, and with him eliminated, I can leave this piss. Poor excuse of a village without the threat of being a slave, a weapon, Naruto said, turning to Kabuto and grinning at him with a smile that rivaled that of the snake Sanin. So I get the assured death of my sensei and the body of Uchiha. But you want something else, don't you? Correct. I want the free will of my sensei, your former student, Anko Mitarashi. You want Anko Chan, don't you? Once I have my play toy in my hands, I suppose I can let her go. Yes, but since Kabuto has no reason to remain here any longer, you will act as my new spy, and Kintsuchi will be your contact. It seems that she is still useful to me now. Of course, Orochimaru. Sama, I look forward to seeing the destruction that you will cause here, Naruto said, bowing and nodding. Kabuto turned to Orochimaru and said, Lord Orochimaru, are you certain that we can trust him? When the cage bunshin poofed out of existence, he said, goodbye. Yes, Kabuto, we can. I could see in his eyes that we both want to leave the village and watch it burn to the ground. He will not thwart our plans unless we first do something to him. It is unfortunate that Sarutobi Sensei attempted to turn him into a weapon because, given his bloodline, the last time I saw that bloodline was back in T-Country, he would have been a problematic element. I doubt Naruto will betray us because he will be a strong ally on our side, but I will allow Kin to closely monitor him. Arena. The next match, Sabaku no Gaara vs Rock Lee, was soon displayed on the scoreboard. Gaara was already down and yelled, get down here. Yosh, said Lee. Now it's my turn, alright, Lee, go do it, guy said. Naruto exclaimed, well, come on, make up boy, let's watch the match, it shall be interesting, as Lee leapt down to the arena. Lee remarked, facing you this early made me happy today. Naruto stood near Ayane, Guy, and Neji, who were near the far end, where Team 10 was also located. Team 7 and Team 8 were at the opposite end. PFT. Gaara was saying. Kankuro said, I don't know what Bullhead can do, but he can't touch Gaara. No need to get impatient. Lee grabbed something that suddenly flew toward him. With a sly smile, Hayate declared, Match 13, Gaara vs Rock Lee, start. Tamari was thinking, his speed is good, but that is not enough to defeat Gaara at all. Lee yelled, Konoha Senpu, and stepped forward, So the gourd is full of sand that he can control, but it looks like the sand is sentient just like my bloodline, Naruto thought as Gaara's gourd spewed out sand and blocked his kick. Lee was caught in the sand and thrown backwards. Tomomi responded, that is because he is the Jinchuriki of Ichibi no Shukaku. Oh, you're awake. How was your sleep? Said Naruto. Kyuubi replied, it was nice, thank you for helping me with my problem. You are welcome, the boy said kindly. So Gaara is the Ichibi container now? Yes, Shukaku's containers were driven insane by insomnia, and it appears that Gaara is the worst of them all, Kyuubi remarked. He is an expert in wind and sand jutsu. I see, said Naruto. Kyuubi responded, knowing him, that Lee Kid's life is in danger if Gaara is hurt or agitated. According to Naruto, judging by that, Gaara is mostly likely psychotic and will kill Lee if he is not careful. Damn, and he is not moving an inch either. Lee shifted at every possible angle to kick and punch Gaara, but the sand kept getting in the way. Physical attacks won't work on Gaara because the sand responds to his will and protects him by acting as a shield, Kankuro stated. For this reason, nobody has ever been scratched on Gaara. Replied Naruto, there is a first thing for everything, Lee will put a scratch on Gaara, I guarantee it. Sakura questioned, should Lee use ninjutsu instead of just taijutsu since it is clearly ineffective? Guy replied, that is the problem, Sakura, he can't use ninjutsu or genjutsu. What? Sakura asked. Guy stated, due to a birth defect in his chakra coils, Lee can't use ninjutsu at all, if he did, he would have used them by now, so to help him, I forsake using ninjutsu or genjutsu to help with his dream of being the best taijutsu specialist. The hand statue suddenly pushed Lee backwards up on top of it, and Guy yelled, Lee, remove them. Lee responded, but Guy. Sensei, you said only to take them off when I must protect my friends. Guy replied, it is okay, I will allow it this time. Now I can move easier. Lee smiled back, removing his orange leg warmers to show off his weights. Kankuro exclaimed, this is really dumb, now the real fun begins, said Naruto with a smile. Suddenly, Temari said, HMPH, taking off weights doesn't mean that you can beat Gaara. The Yamanaka closed her mouth at that moment as Lee dropped the weights, creating massive craters and plumes of smoke in the air. Guy yelled, Lee, go, after smirking and speeding away, Lee suddenly materialized behind Gaara, and his sand reacted to block his very close punch. Lee then moved again, this time his attacks were successful. Over here, Lee uttered those words. When the taijutsu expert swung his legs down to strike Gaara's head, Gaara looked up to see a massive scratch on his cheek after Lee fainted and leapt in the air in a tight roll. He said, now we are getting started. Following Gaara's defeat by the taijutsu expert, Choji remarked, his moves are so fast, I can barely keep up with him. This is bad, Kankuro said. Naruto pondered, he is right, I can sense that the demonic energy within him rising from him. Gaara's crazy expression made Lee a little frightened, and Kankuro muttered, Suna no Yoroi. Naruto responded, I see, so the stuff that is falling off of his face is sand too. Kankuro continued, it is a thin layer that he can use in case someone gets in his defense. Naruto stated, but to compress in a thin layer and keep it on requires a lot of chakra to do. In other words, Gaara knows that he is in a bad spot against Lee. Lee stated, I have no choice, I must use the lotus. But with that sand, it will be a lot harder to kick him up, he thought as he partially undressed his bandages and ran in circles around Gaara. Hurry up and come, Gaara said, and Lee said, as you wish. Tokiko thought to herself, that was the move he was using on Sasuke. Lee started his move with the same kick. Gaara's eyes briefly closed in agony as the boy kicked him repeatedly in the air, and Lee yelled, it is not over yet. Guy began to pray, but Lee interrupted him by yelling, take this. Renge Omit. As Lee backed away at the last second, Gaara was slammed into the ground, but Lee gasped when he realized that Gaara was actually a shell of sand. Hee, Gaara said as he appeared behind Lee, laughing. Gaara then ordered the sand to smash at Lee, sending him flying backwards into the wall. Then another wave arrived, causing Lee to raise his arms in defense. Kankuro remarked, that kid is in trouble, as Naruto watched Lee get smashed by the sand. Naruto saw that Lee was grinning and remarked, no, it seems Lee has another ace in the hole. Gaara yelled, perish. Kakashi remarked, Guy, you didn't teach him, after Lee sidestepped the blow. I did. Guy said, while Kakashi asserted, the Hachiman no Tonku. Says Sakura. Hachiman no Tonku. The Ura Renge is not a technique that should be taught, especially to a genin, according to Kakashi. There are boundaries, Guy, and I don't want to inquire about how much Lee means to you. I no longer respect you. He looked at Guy, like you are the one to talk, especially since you have been teaching Uchiha here in private while Naruto trains by himself or with the lady he is always with, and Sakura here is nowhere to be seen on the training ground. Kakashi turned to face Guy, who replied, yeah, I am aware of it. Considering that Naruto asked me to assist him in teaching Tokiko her taijutsu and he knows that you are the Uchiha's bitch. How did he say that? Kakashi, at least I teach all of my children. I just made Lee the man to realize that dream because, in contrast to 2/4 of your students, he has a valuable quality that he would sacrifice his life to prove. Kakashi growled and asked, how many? 5 gates, Guy said. What exactly is the Hachiman no Tonku? Tokiko inquired. According to Guy, it is a limit removal of some kind. The chakra flow passes through 8 locations. The gates are as follows: View Gate, Wonder Gate, Death Gate, Heal Gate, Life Gate, Harm, and Limit Gate. When the Lotus forcefully opened the gates, a great deal of power was released, but the body was also destroyed. The gates were constantly working to restrict the flow of chakra. You might become as strong as a cage if you open them all, but you will ultimately perish. Neji, Sasuke, Rutaxan, and Tokiko, Lee thought. Guy, Sensei recognizes that I can't be the only one who loses here, so now is the moment to preserve and uphold my own ninja style. Yelled Lee, Simon, Kai. Lee was surrounded by dark green chakra and his hair stood up while his skin turned red with veins popping out. Shoman, Kai. Lee squatted down and lunged forward, kicking the Jinchuriki into the air and launching Gaara skyward. Naruto had to shift his head an inch to dodge some of the stones that were thrown at the onlookers. Lee, you are truly amazing, Tokiko thought. When everyone looked up, they saw that Lee was slamming into Gaara like a pinball, tearing his armor to shreds as Gaara wondered, what? Is the armor deteriorating? Lee exclaimed, this is it, Monday. Kai. This is human speed? I can't defend myself, Gaara thought. Lee glanced at Neji as he charged at Gaara, saying, Neji, this technique was meant to be used to defeat you, but I'll show it to you now. He slammed into Gaara and the boy fell to the ground only to be suspended in the air because Lee's bandage was around his waist. Lee pulled him back up and sent a leg and fist into Gaara as he shouted, and now for the finishing touch, Ura Renge. Lee fell to the ground, rolling a few feet away from Gaara as Gaara's gourd turned to sand to cushion the fall. Oh, no, you can't be doing that to my friend's teammate. Gaara.san. Naruto thought as Gaara suddenly extended his hand. The sand stopped in front of Naruto's shield as he stood in front of Lee. The match is over. He is unconscious, you won, declared Naruto. Gaara asked, what made you decide to save? Because, he is my comrade of a friend of mine, Naruto replied. That is enough, said Gaara, rising and rematerializing his gourd as he regained control. According to Hayate, winner, Sabaku no Gaara. When Lee stood up, everyone gasped, and Naruto and Guy turned to face him. Naruto grinned and said, Lee, you are incredible. You no longer need to prove anything. I believe you to be strong because you are prepared to fight even if you are unconscious. The taijutsu expert's eyes were closed when Naruto prodded Lee. Hayate remarked, bring a medical team here. Neji muttered, Lee, you never realized it in the end. Fate will not allow a pawn that can only seek victory at the cost of himself. The final match was between Choji Akamichi and Dosu Kinuta, and Dosu won handily. The finalists drew lots, and this was the matchup. Gaara went upstairs back to his team, and Naruto went back up to his spot. Match 1. Neji Hyuga vs Tokiko Namikaze. Match 2. Shiwo Hitsua vs Rutaxan. Ayane Uchiha vs Sasuke Uchiha in Match 3. Match 4. Shikamaru Nara vs Sabaku no Tamari. Match 5. Shino Aburame vs Sabaku no Kankuro. Match 6. Dosu Kinuta vs Sabaku no Gaara. Naruto proceeded directly to the Hokage's office, where he found Sarutobi writing documents as usual. What would you like? Sarutobi questioned impolitely. I would like to leave the village for the month to train. Absolutely not, Sarutobi said, glancing at him. So would you prefer that I carelessly release the Kyuubi's chakra throughout the village, igniting a great deal of chaos and fear? Quickly, Sarutobi said, no, then send me out. I won't flee and vanish while you're attempting to manipulate me by endangering the safety of my friends. Send a Jonin or Chunin with me if you want to be so safe. Then he saw a woman with ruby eyes and raven hair, who finished off her exotic appearance with some elaborate wraps and a red undershirt. Kurenai Yuhi, the Genjutsu mistress, Naruto thought to himself. How are you this afternoon, Kurenai? Sarutobi spoke in a warm, convincing voice. Kurenai responded, I am happy that at least one of my students made it to the finals, even though it was a little stressful. Am I interrupting you? Not at all. Rutak-san would like to train outside of the village for the month and he needs at least a Chunin or Jonin to supervise him in his training. Sure. What kind of training is he doing? Kurenai asked, glancing at Naruto. Naruto casually remarked, controlling the chakra of the 9 tails. Kurenai's eyes widened. Oh, come on, eventually I would figure it out, it wasn't that hard considering that every mob attacked me, idiotically shouting Kyuubi brat or demon. Turning to Sarutobi, the Genjutsu practitioner said, I will do it, Hokage. Sama, when will you leave? The Hokage said to Kurenai, make sure he is just doing that. If not, use this seal, it will paralyze him or if you keep it on him longer, it will destroy his chakra network to render him useless. Naruto replied, as soon as possible, or tomorrow at least. He left the premises, saying, meet me at the northern gates by 3 o'clock and pack for a month trip. Kurenai. Sensei and don't be late like Hitaki. Teme. Kurenai walked out of the Hokage house after nodding. Excuse me, may I ask what room Amy is in? Naruto asked the receptionist at the hospital, who gave him a glare and said, none of your business, you. Excuse me, but do you really want me to kill you in a hospital no less? No. Then tell me where is Ami's room? R. Room 362. He located Ami's room and entered to find her awake. Hey, he said. Hey, you, Amy said facing him. How do you feel? Like I got hit with a sledgehammer. As he pulled up a seat, Naruto laughed and said, of course she used the swift release on you and I am facing her in the finals. Amy replied, so everyone is in the finals except me. Hey, it is okay. I am pretty sure that we will get it next time or matter of fact, they could promote you at that time. I doubt that I am going to get Chunin status because of biased people, but who knows? Grinning, Amy said, thanks, Naruto. Amy laughed a little when the Jinchuriki joked, no problem. I will avenge your honor in the finals, it is what a man would do. I'm going to Kusa for a month, the Kusakage would be good practice and I could train to my heart's content, Naruto said with seriousness. Amy replied, that is great, so who is supervising you? The Hokage is not going to let you go scot-free. Wait a minute, you believe me? You accept me? Of course I do, like Ayane. Chan said, you are not the type to lie, and even if you hold the Kyuubi, you are not it. A demon wouldn't help me go to the exams or comfort me about losing my match. Naruto nodded at her, thanks, it looks like I got a new friend to add to my collection. Just make sure when you get out of the hospital, train hard. Okay. Right. When Naruto saw Kurenai approaching him the following day while he was waiting outside the northern gates with a big scroll on his back, he muttered to himself, my journey begins.
That's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this great story. See you in the next one.